And irresponsible, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Hey, everybody,
Huh?
welcome to Noir Bar Live from the shadiest district in Noir City, the year of our Lord, 1942. As we can all see from our brand new Vita-Ray technology, trademark powered hyper-accurate mantle clock, it's exactly 11:30 p.m. Eastern on the dot. So come on in, grab a seat, put your drink orders in, and get comfortable for a late night, laid back time of banter, booze, broads, and bullets. And joining me at the bar tonight is Far. Far, how you doing?
I'm apparently errant and irresponsible. How are you?
Not either of those things. You know how I know?
Chat, is this Prime Minister serious?
I got, is this Prime Minister serious?
I got, this is Democracy Manifest. Thank you. I gotta stop you there for the $2.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
I got, you got stopped. All right. Let me stop you right there.
Yeah, let me stop you right there. That's still one of like the best jokes, honest to God. Just fucking honest to God. It's just, it never fails. It never fucking fails. It's just, I gotta stop you right there.
It's kind of mean, but it doesn't mean it's not funny because if people just stare at you, well, you know.
Yeah, well, you just, you know.
Yeah, busy yourself.
Oh, well, you expected something more?
Yeah.
You expected something more? No, I literally just wanted to stop you right there. I had nothing going on after that.
No, I just wanted you to stop, like, really.
Yeah, and I accomplished my goal. I got you to stop.
Boom. Hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, like girls' bisexual fannies to Billie Eilish. Yeah, I'm holding on.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, you know
Yeah.
What?
What?
Nothing doing. I'm leaving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What were you trying to accomplish?
What I was trying to accomplish is not. You know what? No matter how well you try and organize anything, it just doesn't work. It's just.
You can get hit with the fifth, twisted with the biscuit, blasted with the ratchet,
yeah.
jack with the mac, body with the shotty, dump with the pump, rock with the clock, sprayed with the K, dome with the chrome, down with the pound, tap with the strap, whack with the gas.
Dusted with the musket. Oh shit! Whoops.
Oh, did you stop it?
No, I didn't.
Or did it stop?
It stopped. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because I switched the fucking. I didn't have the right theme on. I switched it to the Noir Bar donations themes, and so it cut the donation off.
Oh, fucking bastard!
You know what we call that? That's gay. That shit's gay.
That is very gay.
You know, that's okay. We can fix that. Okay, hold on. Let me do this in reverse order. There we go. Okay. You know what? Let's just replay this one. Got played underneath first. There we go. Look at that. That's what you start at night. Drink from the bottle. Be a man. Drunk dick. Wow. Drunk ditch doctor. Oh yeah, go ahead. Drunk dick doctor. They're called a urologist. All right. It's a real profession, Far.
Yeah, I've heard.
Drunk ditch doctor. Try saying that 5 times fast. Thank you for the $10. Tell Far to participate in the Cat Girl of Thesis, please, Polydub, you beautiful and most academically deadly otter, you.
I'm not participating in the Cat Girl of Theseus. I'm not doing
What
that.
the hell is the Cat Girl of Theseus?
Basically, he's calling this question, right? How far do you have to take a cat girl before it turns into a furry?
Oh.
Yeah, the Cat Girl of Theseus. Yeah, I'm not participating in this. I'm not doing it.
You know what?
You can't make me.
I appreciate what's being done there a lot. This is visiting Is Cereal Soup upon the Animu fans. I'm okay with it. Are cat girls just furries? Yes.
Well, no, it's going along like where's the line drawn between just a cat girl and then like actual just furry?
That's what I'm saying. And the answer is...
Oh, that's where your line in the sand is?
Yeah,
That's where your line in the sand is?
The line is right behind your toes. In other words, the moment you've gone there, you've crossed the line. Are you into cat girls? Yeah. Wow, you like furries, huh? Far, I'm listed on IMDb as a furry, okay? I've got strong opinions on this shit.
What, you think I don't get the furry jokes? Why do you think I don't want to talk about it?
I mean, I don't like that, but I don't even know how to sign up as an IMDb editor. I can't change the fucking way people just besmirched me in public. Sad, man. Okay, I'm going to replay that donation because it's awesome, and Garter and Perdingo got cut off, so boom. Here we go.
You can get hit with the flip, twisted with the biscuit, blasted with the ratchet, jack with the mac, body with the shotty, dump with the pump, rock with the clock, sprayed with the K, dome with the chrome, down with the pound, tap with the strap, whack with the gat, dusted with the musket, tag with the mag, wet with the Intratec, bled with the lead.
Garter Dingle, you magnificent bastard, you. Thank you for the $25. Greatly appreciated. Polly, how's it going? Unfortunately, I have to wake up early tomorrow, so I'll have to catch the stream tomorrow. Just wanted to swing by and leave my tip for the best late night bar. Cheers, Otter. Cheers, God Emperor Dingle. Thank you for stopping by. And yeah, the stream will be up tomorrow. Unless Far does something untoward.
Why are you saying it like that?
I don't know. Won't be the first time I have to edit my stream because of something you've said or done.
Oh, bullshit. Far's favorite harassment for the $10. You should share the EMS hood rat shit with Polly. Oh god. Oh god, you know what? You're not wrong though. You're not wrong. So a couple days ago, Doc sent me his playlist. Okay, let me see if I remember this exactly correctly as he said it. He has a Spotify playlist he plays when he's in the in the ambulance and he's driving to what one did you say specifically, Doc, that this was for? It wasn't the DOAs, was it? I know some of the stuff is for that. But just imagine a man in an ambulance.
My practicum,
yeah, people that are dying. People that are dying. There we go.
We called it B&B when I was doing my EMT practicum. We were going to deliver Band-Aids or body bags.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, this is the playlist he has for that, though. And right at the top was the first song. Polly, read off the first song for me.
Where?
I sent it into the group chat. Yeah, read off the first song.
All right, I will. Black Betty.
By Spider-Bait. I lost my goddamn mind when I saw this.
A little mind blowing for you?
Oh yeah, because usually I'm the one showing people that particular version of Black Betty. But not just that, it's the hilarity of, like, you're playing fucking Black Betty by Spider-Bait as you're going to someone that's dying.
They're probably not dying.
No, but keep scrolling through it. There's some fucking hilarious choices in that.
I don't know any of these.
And thank you, Mr. Yes, for the $5. Did you have a good day's rest, or are you still looking for the governor, lol? Remember, no soft locks and always save. I got past the soft lock. I got past it. The game has been beaten. I slept until 12. Let me put it that way.
Okay, no sleep till Brooklyn. That works as a good "we're on our way to potential death" song.
Yeah, there's a song called "Rip and Tear" in there as well.
Shoot at the Devil, or Shout at the Devil, Motley Crue. Kashmir. Little Led Zepp. Flirting with Disaster. Nice. Hot for Teacher by Van Halen. Okay. Oh, shit. Bulls on Parade. Rage Against the Machine. That's, that is one of those tracks where I wish I didn't like it because they're a bunch of commie fucks, but that track slaps, man. Killing in the Name. Again, that track just, fuck, it's a banger. Too bad they're a bunch of fucking commie pricks. Mama Said Knock You Out. Good track. Okay, I'm starting to see a Move, Bitch.
Yeah, see?
That makes sense in the midst of shitty traffic.
Yeah.
That's the kind of shit you don't want being played. It's going to make you start ramming people. That fucking ambulance don't weigh a little bit, man. And it's got a heavy duty traction and a powerful engine, man. Down with the Sickness. I can dig it. That's cool.
What? I love how Don't Fear the Reaper is on there.
Yeah.
It's just there.
Bodies by Drowning Pool.
Staying Alive.
Yeah, there's Don't Fear the Reaper. Staying Alive. The remastered version. I don't know.
Yeah, another one bites the dust.
Yeah, DNR by Testament.
See what I mean? Just the more you scroll, the more you're just like, Jesus Christ, Doc. Jesus Christ. When he sent this to, because I was live, right? He's like, oh yeah, you don't want to see my playlist? Because I accidentally showed, my playlist stuff, right? Because I accidentally just flashed my Spotify on the screen. I'm like, I don't really care. I don't really give a shit. It's not like it's really doxy or anything like that. It doesn't have my name on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the account is literally called "What the fuck is this shit?" I'm actually kind of shocked that Spotify lets you have shit in your name.
I'm surprised they let you have
But yeah,
fuck.
it's the...
What the fuck is this shit? And you're worried about
Yeah,
shit?
you know what? Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. That's even more egregious, isn't it? But yeah, that's the name though. That's the name though. But yeah, that flash on the screen. It's like, hey, do you want to see my playlist that I play when I'm in the ambulance going to a person that's dying? It's like, sure, why not? And this is what he sends me, and I just proceed to lose my goddamn mind
Why
over
am I
the choices.
scrolling through
Like,
this
you know what?
list when I can only see 3 at a time in Discord? Why don't I just open it? This is why. This is why
Yeah,
far.
yeah.
Well, I just
Well,
no script is running. That's why. And there you go.
yeah.
Now, oh, I can actually close it. All right. I mean, far. This is the first time I've ever been to Spotify's website.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
Yeah, you don't use the Spook TV.
I don't Spotify.
And that's honestly fair enough.
All right, we're looking at EMS Hood Rat Shit. This is the name of the playlist. Win by J-Rock. There's Bitch. Luda and Mr. Cal. You know, I still think that one of Martin Scorsese's most underrated films is Bringing Out the Dead. That film should be revisited and looked at closely. It's good. Good. Yep.
It's me, I am the tiger.
You know what made Scorsese want to make that film? Is that, you know, directors get, if you're a certain kind of director, you take the opportunity to go strange places and do strange things. Michael Mann got, ooh, yeah. Bingo. Mr. Yes, thank you very much for the $5. Sup, Polly? Glad to catch your streams when I am able. Also, why does noir end in the 1950s and yet neo-noir starts in the 60s? What's the difference between the two genres? Well, that's quite the can of worms you've opened up there. Well, yeah, neo-noir doesn't technically start until like the very late 60s. Technically starts in the late 60s, but I don't really think it gets going until the 70s. This is going to sound really dumb, but like, you know, it is like we got genres. It's like, is this, like, someone will say, like, is this a medieval adventure or is this a fantasy? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, it's in line between the both. Like, that sort of thing. Like, what makes a noir? Generally, what makes a classic noir film is that it's black and white, filmed like it's shot like a German horror film. That's where the heavy use of shadows and dramatic angles come from. It's from German horror films.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, they're story driven, not character driven. The beats of the story, what propels the story forward, is not the characters interacting with each other. It's the story pushing the characters through different things. And yes, you find out about the characters, but only because of their interactions with what's going on around them. So classic story driven, not character driven. Moral ambiguity is a strong theme. There's no protagonist. There's no good guy, bad guy. There's no white-hatted cowboy and black-hatted bad guy for him to fight. Everybody is shades of gray. They tend towards no protagonist, but an ensemble cast. Generally, the characters are not only morally ambiguous, but they're really complex with unclear motivations. They don't have like a very strong, it's this person who did this when they started, and this is what they wanted, and here was their motivation, and here's why they get it. So Star Wars would be the opposite of a noir. It's about certain characters going through a character arc, and their characters are very clearly defined, like Luke Skywalker, farm boy, adventuresome, naive, the chosen one, out to discover his destiny. That's who he is. It's extremely clear. You know, from beginning to the end of the film, and he goes through a particular arc as he learns things. You know what I mean? Han Solo, the pirate with the heart of gold. yes, he's a scumbag, but underneath it all, he's an honorable man. And then there's the princess. She's tough and independent, but royalty and expects certain things. She's got high-minded ideals. Characters in noir are never like that. They like certain things. They don't like certain things. They will betray a friend, but then they'll also stand up for a friend. And suddenly, so those are the tendencies towards noir. They deal with dark characters, moral ambiguity. They're story-driven, filmed in black and white. So like an early German horror film. What makes neo-noir different from that? A lot of those same concepts, but the easiest way to define the difference, one's filmed in color. That would be neo-noir. There you go. So after the classic genre of noir was over, it's like any going back after like the mid 50s when original noir was done, you're automatically doing neo-noir if you're doing the same thing. So that would be the difference between the two genres. Instead of dealing with cops and like cops, robbers, detectives, thieving, middle-class society people, and so on, all of those same concepts, but just thrown into characters from the 70s. A lot of no longer private detectives, but homicide detectives becomes the mainstay of detective fiction. Yeah. Here we go. Colored noir films are rare. Have you ever watched a colorized film, Far?
Probably. I've seen examples of it, and I've seen the worst example of it at the Propaganda Museum in Japan. That was horrifying.
I'm so sorry, say that again.
How they did that.
You saw what in Japan?
Colorized film in the Propaganda Museum. It's just what I call the
Future Museum. It was originally black and white, though. Like.
Sure. Yes, okay. But yeah. But it also there was one of them where it was really egregious because it also had a colored version that we've seen, Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
And they decided, yeah, we're going to do our own AI coloring with it, and it looked terrible.
Was it? That's why I brought it up. Like it is interesting. I will give them that. Like it's interesting to see a film you've always experienced, especially if you're familiar with it in black and white, and then to see it in color, it's like, oh, I didn't realize her dress was supposed to be red or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it didn't. I thought it was green, that kind of thing. That's interesting, but for the most part, it becomes uncomfortable for me very quickly. Because to be like, the dog will run by in the foreground and he's purple, at color mistakes and shit like that, right? But it's not just that. It's like after a while, like very quickly, that you become like a film student, or you start to sound like one, where you're like, this is not what the director intended. Like, it's violating their vision because they filmed it in black and white and they shot everything, and everything that was put on set and the costumes were chosen believing it was going to be in black and white. And now it's not, and it kind of fucks everything up.
And you have to do, fun fact, you have to do very specific things for black and white that you don't have to do for color.
Yeah. That'd be interesting
to
hear a rundown.
Like makeup is different, designs have to be different for it to stand out. Just a lot of shit you would not think would be the case is absolutely the fucking case. So once you turn that into color, it's already a bit false because, well, I'm pretty sure they were using green makeup for some of the stuff.
Is that right?
I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, yeah, because it made certain things stand out a bit more on black and white.
I'll bet.
So it's already a bit false to begin with. It's just... That's if I remember correctly, though. I could be misremembering that one. But still, the point still stands. There's certain things you have to do that you don't have to do with color because, well, it's fucking color. You would notice if something was a little off.
Yeah. Serpent21. Hey, Serpent21, how's it going? Thank you for the $3. We've been getting a resurgence of colorized movies now. Disney's colorized 2 of their classics, Little Mermaid and Snow White. Get it?
I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
All right. I was going through, I told you I found my stash of Zillow homes in my bookmarks.
Yeah, you did.
Right?
You did. Yeah, and you found Mr. Caddington's, yeah.
I found Mr. Caddington's. I found your basement-only house, your marital blissful home. I kept all of the goodies, man. They were all just still in there, which I was happy about. But as I was going through there, it's just ones that I grabbed and I didn't know why. When we found that the house in New Orleans that, what's his name? Not the Bees guy. Had
Yeah,
bought. Cage.
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Nick Cage. On that same website, I found a number of other. He said it was like Colored Girls Museum. No, Museum of Colored Girls. That's what it's actually called, and named by the owners as that. And then there's the really weird looking lady sitting in front of the house on the porch in a rocking chair with the giant sign that says Museum of Colored Girls. I'm like, okay. You're a lady of African-American heritage. It's clear looking at you. I don't think you realize the difference that woke people would put between people of color and colored people, and you picked the wrong one.
Wow.
So like, and
fucking wow.
When you say Museum of Colored Girls, do you realize that sounds like your museum has exhibits of colored girls, not exhibits of the art made by girls of color? Critical difference, lady. It
surely doesn't.
The reason I grabbed onto that is because I thought you would find it funny, because I thought it was a great example of just what happens when you fund bad art. It's the whole time you're looking at this beautiful house. It was built in like 1803 that was being used that had been repurposed for this museum. And it's like, who had the money to buy this fantastically expensive, beautifully maintained, historic landmark house that's on the Register of Historic Landmarks in that state, to turn it into this half-ass museum? And it's like, looking at the lady, it's like, because you're crazy and somehow you have suspicious amounts of money. And crazy people with suspicious amounts of money always go fund art. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not. You're not.
Did you ever have anybody in your time at TAFE show up and like, did any one of your classmates ever suddenly disappear because they got a patron?
No.
Never. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
No.
You've never known a single artist who scored a patron?
Nah.
Is that something that happens on artist Twitter, rather?
I don't think so, no. It's just not really a thing anymore.
So you've never seen, I mean, I'm using really like medieval language when I'm saying like...
Yeah, you are. And I recognize that, but like, no, I don't think I've ever seen anyone in the modern age get a patron like that.
So what is always coming in the form of, I got such and such an artist scholarship or artist funding through such and such a university or whatever?
That would be probably the closest you're going to get in the modern age to a patron. Like artist funding, scholarships, like that kind of thing. That would be the closest you're going to get.
I've known people who have disappeared from the program they were in because they got a patron, basically. They got someone to fund their research.
Well, that makes sense, though. Like, that's research. That's a little different.
Is it? I don't know.
It is. No, it is, because it at least with the research, it has the illusion of it being worthwhile. People don't see that same way with the arts anymore.
I don't know. I thought art was fucking universal. Like, people are always going to pay for paintings and sculptures and shit.
It is, but like, it's not seen in the same way, so people aren't really going to do the patron thing anymore. Not really. People see it as worthwhile, but they're not really willing to go to the lengths that people used to go to for it. Not really.
Remember when Johnny Depp turned into his friend's patron for his art?
No.
You don't remember that guy during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial? He was called to testify, and because he knew both of them he knew Johnny Depp for years, and then of course when he hooked up with Amber Heard, and so he knew them the whole time that they were together, and he was there for critical events where supposedly the abuse had been going on, right? And his whole testimony was, no, no, and no. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I never saw what Amber Heard was talking about ever, basically. He was put up in the apartment, and I remember the prosecutor, when asking the question, was, so Johnny Depp put you up, so you put you in this apartment? Yeah, Johnny's a good guy. Objection, Your Honor. I refrain from making character assessments about the defendant. And it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just saying he's a good guy. And it's like, well, come on, man. The guy's like rich as fuck from doing movies, and his friend wants to be doing music and art, and he just puts him up in a hotel room and, take 6 months, put together the best stuff that you got, and we'll put together an exhibit and do a show, and we'll see if some people are interested in buying your stuff. Can you imagine?
That would be the dream. That would be the fucking dream, but it's not gonna happen. That shit isn't normal anymore.
I mean, it's one thing I put together your best stuff and then like whatever. So it kind of blew my mind, because like that would be the dream, right? Because in a way, like he's not holding your hand exactly. He's giving you a chance to sink or swim in a big way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we'll put on an exhibit and see if anybody, wants to buy your stuff, see if anyone likes it. Because otherwise, how would you get out in front of the people that would be interested in buying art if you don't already know how to do that? Well, he already knows a bunch of people like that. So, hey, and the guy ended up making a career out of it, because there were enough people that saw his stuff and liked it that he continued to be able to, now he was sort of swimming on his own, as it were. He goes, so are you grateful to Mr. Depp for this? And the guy goes, yeah.
Shit. This is like a once in a lifetime opportunity, basically. Like no one gets that kind of shot anymore.
It was a really enduring. You could tell he was just like an honest guy, right? You know what I mean? And he scoffed like 3 or 4 times. Like, you got to be kidding me! Are you being fucking serious right now? Chat, is this prosecutor serious? We've got to do, when we get Rumble going far, we got to revisit the Amber Heard trial. There were so many moments in there.
Yeah, like, isn't he dead?
That doctor alone, the psychiatrist alone is pure gold.
God, when you showed me the fucking psychiatrist, you referencing, you don't know where that's from? No, you showed me, it's like, yeah, that psychiatrist is something else, man.
Like, if Doc Brown had no redeeming qualities and was a true crazy person, he'd be that guy.
Yes! Like, and the thing is, that's not really an exaggeration.
Yeah.
It's not.
Same crazy, like, poofed out gray hair, same wild eyes as Christopher Lloyd, but Christopher Lloyd's really endearing and likable, and he was a nice guy who was friends with Marty. He wasn't like a fucking murderer. Like, this guy comes across like he's got bodies,
Yeah. Yeah. And he's not even like on the same plane of existence, really. He's transcended humanity somehow. I don't know if that's in a good way.
Yeah. The lip smacks of it. If you remember, like, I was like, who called him? He was so disastrous, like, so unable to answer a question in a useful way for anyone, that I was baffled until I read the description underneath the video. The prosecution, Amber Heard. Well, no, it's not the prosecution, because it's, plaintiff versus plaintiff, really.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. It was Amber Heard's team that had called him. That was a witness to describe Johnny Depp as unstable, somebody who was possibly doing drugs, who needed drugs because of his instability, and therefore that instability made him a likely person to commit domestic abuse.
And yet they chose the most unstable guy to do that.
Yeah. But remember what we found out? Like, that guy ended up becoming the head of a psychiatry department for
oh God, right.
people involuntarily committed.
Yeah. That guy, really?
Yeah. That guy's in charge of persons that have been committed against their will. So he gets to decide what happens to him. That dude, he should be there and committed.
He should be. That was a terrifying realization. Holy shit.
Yeah. Let's, I'm not against reopening sanitariums and asylums.
No, I'm not either.
But I would like a very strong, firm look at the laws related to involuntary confinement, and
Yeah.
how you can commit another adult or have them committed. Let's take a long look at that before we reopen pits we can throw people into. Boom, boom, boom. Right ahead up here. Crazy Train.
Dead Man's Party.
Enter Sandman. It's dark, man. It's just dark.
Yeah, it's just dark but funny. That this is real. He made this. He uses this.
If I die tomorrow.
The facts of life.
Why Free Fall and Tom Petty? Why?
I don't know. Why Toxic by Britney Spears?
Good. That's a good question. Why?
Or Bad Romance by Lady Gaga.
Okay, Cowboys from Hell Pantera, I get that. That makes sense. I never even heard of this song. Blackened by Metallica?
No idea.
Yeah, I never heard that track.
To be honest, a lot of these I was just kind of laughing at the titles because of just like, Jesus Christ, really?
Bury Me a G, Thug Life. Holy shit. Tupac's group. Bury Me in Dixie. Nice. Magic Carpet Ride. Okay, now that's something Scorsese would have done. But I can see it. He's in the rock from that era, and you know, ambulance careening down and knocking fucking old folks out of the way as they're attempting to be pedestrians across the street and take you on a magic carpet ride. You know, I can see it. It would work. Yeah. Oh yeah, so that's directors doing the going on strange trips to do strange things. Michael Mann got the idea for a lot of the scenes from and relationships that people would be involved in Heat when he got taken on a Air 2 helicopter flight over Los Angeles with the major crimes unit when they were doing aerial surveillance of ground targets. Just listening to them talk over the radio night after night with like that the headsets on and just listening to the information they were trading back and forth and the kind of vibe they were on, and they were up there for hours and hours just like following one guy and it, like trading off like 3 different helicopters, trading off who's following them, doing rotation, flying them on the ground. It'd be cars following them, and there'd just be one guy trailing them because you're gonna spot your tail, right? So they have 3 guys in rotation moving around him, and therefore it's much harder for them to spot their tails because there's never any one person behind them at any given time for long. I'm like, okay. Scorsese got the idea for Bringing Out the Dead from taking a number of trips in an ambulance, where he's like, it's the strangest life. It's absolute boredom punctuated by sheer terror. And when you're in the back of an ambulance and the lights are on and you're careening out, you don't know where you're going. You just feel like you're in this pod that's hurtling down the highway, and all of a sudden, you're jerked hard to the right and then back to the left. You're being thrown around, and the lights are going. It's loud as hell. There's people screaming different orders and commands, and I need this, and where the hell's that, and hurry the fuck up, and He's like, I want to make a movie about this. Yeah, okay. I'm starting to understand the chaos of the script you wrote. Most accurate EMS movie I've ever seen. Yeah, I thought that certain parts of it were exaggerated until I was doing my practicum when I hung out with some EMTs, and it's like, no, they're not shy about making use of the medicines that they're okay, and equipment that are allowed them. Is that okay? Hold on.
Of course not.
Yeah, let me just strap on this oxygen mask here. I'm feeling a little dozy. Really?
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. And it seemed so obvious right after I found out. But up until then, it wasn't obvious at all. I thought they would be generally kind of health-oriented guys. Oh, far. Anything but. Guys I knew anyway. They were all 2-pack a day, smoking hard, drinking dudes, man. Like it.
Wow.
These were not fitness freaks.
Yeah, you fit right in, right?
Coffee and caffeine pills. Yeah, they all smoked and chewed tobacco, or smoked, chewed tobacco, and vaped, or smoked and vaped, and just you name it. Woo! It's cowboy medicine. Yeah, absolutely.
You used to be able to drink on shit. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Well, yeah, you know, in the glorious time that was the 1940s, there's lots of places and times and situations you could drink in where, you know, we'd never allow that today. That would be untoward and hurt people's feelings. Like, you know, half the bridges you drive over were designed by people that were totally fucking crocked, right?
It doesn't make me feel any better, Polly.
Yeah, but you're not dead, though.
Yet. I'm not dead yet.
Well, not yet, but I
It's a
mean,
matter of time.
could be worse far. The bridge you're driving over could have been designed by a woman. Oh! I mean, we're talking about drunk men here. Did you know?
I
All
have to
right.
be careful, Polly.
What?
I have to be careful. These hate speech laws.
These are things that a sexist would say. I just want you guys to be aware of what it sounds like so you know how to recognize that which should not be accepted. I'm here for you.
Right.
Right.
This message was brought to you by the Australian government.
You know what? That's a whole genre of comedy we could do. We've got an authentic Australian right here to do the voiceover.
Oh boy. Maybe once I move.
Yeah. Okay, remember
You know, maybe once I move and we can, you know, make sure I'm not going to get arrested for a year minimum.
You know remember that commercial you showed me one time about the guy's just buying the can of soda in the convenience store and he opens it and he starts drinking it like it zooms in on his,
and the fat.
yeah, the fat
Yeah,
around
the
his
fat
organs.
stuff. Yeah.
It's like, did you know it's killing? Like, there's all these, like, you know, shock style commercials, right? It's like,
Yeah.
we could do a whole set of commercials like that, among others, but that would be one set that we could do. Which is, yeah, let's just take some medical realities, right? And we'll write them up in an Australian commercial way, like meaning like describe it in the most harsh, condemning, you're gonna die soon terms. You know what I mean? And don't go to the obvious targets. That'll be the comedy. Don't aim at stuff like you know, sugar and nicotine, what have you. What would be something that's deadly that nobody likes to talk about? Oh, just asbestos in the home.
You're living in an asbestos home. This is what it does to your liver.
Oh, I know. Fluoride in water. Fluoride in the drinking water.
Hey, Bunbury, this is what they want to do to your drinking water.
Yeah. We'll use pictures of like theramide babies and be like, and this is what it does to the unborn. You know,
You mean the thalidomide babies?
thalidomide babies. There we go. Thermite
Oh my
babies.
God. Yeah, you gotta be born without limbs and shit, and it's gonna be horrific. Oh no, don't put fluoride in the water.
You want flipper hands, son? That's how you get flipper hands.
Oh my God. You know my mum was almost a thalidomide baby? Almost.
Not close.
She could have been born. Yeah, she could have been born with the flipper hands, but no, Nana went, no, I don't want that shit.
Man.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
makes me think about some of the people I know, and it'd be like, you know, I got questions for your mom.
What, did she take thalidomide?
Yeah. Were you taking any sort of vitamins that aren't available for purchase anymore when you were pregnant with this one?
It would explain so much, would it?
Yeah, it's like some of the commercials we watch, the appetite suppressants that they call diet aids.
Oh,
and-
God, yeah.
The chat, so many fucking ads for all of them called, you know, they all are, what they do is just, you know, suppress your appetite. They don't speed up your they don't speed up your metabolism. They don't do anything other than just make you feel full, or, you know, in terms of your neurology, suppress your appetite. And it, my God, every commercial break, and like Dexatrim actually did yes, suppress your appetite, and also fired up your metabolism. How the hell were these things legal for sale? This is just a bad idea. But here's an idea. Diet.
Yeah, or exercise.
Well, I can say that. Here's an idea. Diet. That's exactly what they were trying to do. They just...
Yeah, right? Like, maybe take it a step back, Paul. Maybe just exercise.
Yeah.
Eat right.
Just drink green tea.
Just don't do that.
Was green tea a diuretic?
I think there actually are health benefits to it.
Well, I don't doubt that. I'm sure there's antioxidants, all sorts of other things, but we were just like, natural appetite
I forget
suppressor.
specifically what. Ah, I see.
I would have thought that. All right. Bodybuild and weight lift. Yeah. I just don't get what people will. I don't know. Ozempic's huge. So what am I talking about? Like, oh my God, can you believe the stuff they were doing in the 80s? It's like, yeah, non-prescription appetite suppressants. People just get prescription ones now that are promoted and talked about endlessly. You know how surprised I was to find out Ozempic's been around for a long, long time? I'm like, then why did people...
Really?
Right. Okay. Why did people suddenly start talking about it all the time to the point where I've heard about it all the time, so assumed that it was relatively new? But it's well over 10, 15 years it's been available, and people have been using it for exactly this purpose. So what the hell happened? Why was everyone talking about getting their stomach stapled or whatever? Am I just absorbing the popular trendy weight loss things from a distance, and therefore?
I don't know. It just... I guess it just hit the market as a weight loss thing now. So I don't know. I know it got big on the news. That's the thing. And I think that's a big part of it. It's the fact that, like, news stations were actually advertising, like, look at Ozempic. Look at how much it helps weight loss. Isn't that a miracle?
See,
and
I was
now
thinking
they're
that
telling you it makes you go blind. So,
I had assumed that it's been available forever, and I don't know what it was originally prescribed for. And it's off-label usage for weight loss. And
it's diabetes. It's a diabetes medication.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
It's a diabetes medication. I only really remember that, though, because near the start of when it was starting to become, like, everyone was talking about it, right? Again, news people were saying, like, this diabetes medication has a shocking use as a weight loss drug. Like, that was specifically headlining it as diabetes medication. And that it had this strange second usage.
Yeah. I mean,
which just makes it even worse, because it's just, what about the people that actually have diabetes that need this shit?
I mean, there's as long as it's not being... Are you saying that the supplies are being drained and they can't get it, or...
No, I'm saying that, like, that's a possibility.
Yeah, fat upper crusty people that can't stop from eating the crusts and getting fat are, draining the supply, and so people with diabetes are dying. Yeah, that would sound about right.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Like, I'm not that far off base, am I?
No.
For thinking that that's an actual very real possibility that could happen.
It's an insulin release mimetic. Okay. Didn't know that. Yeah, I remember a professor of mine in undergrad saying, whether you want to accept it or not, it's the truth. So just accept it. Drug trials are a glorified form of trial and error.
Yeah, no, I believe that.
Just
easily.
What you're really doing is just making sure you do your best to keep track of people's self-reporting. And you're absolutely reliant on self-reporting. Yep. People saying, oh, I noticed this, I noticed that. Because the majority of effects that people are saying, oh, this drug is for X, is usually been brought over as a secondary purpose that was noticed by self-reporting from a separate drug trial that was for something else. So, Chantix comes to mind as one of the names it was sold under as a smoking cessation. pharmaceutical, where if you take it in the certain amount, certain dosage, it makes smoking unsavory to you. It makes it gross somehow. It just turns you off. If you are a smoker, it makes you just not want to smoke, not like it. And so, yeah, you still have the nicotine addiction, but it's, if it just turns you off to smoke, it's going to be easier to quit. Okay. And that's a smoking cessation pharmaceutical. It's actually an antidepressant called Wellbutrin, just taken in small doses. Because people who were taking it as Wellbutrin for antidepressant purposes were like, oh yeah, man, I noticed I can't smoke no more, man. It suddenly got gross when I took this drug. People were like, really? Huh. All right then. I'm going to take note of that. I mean, there's the secret of, people talk about evil big pharma. Yeah, I'm like, I remember one student asked, what are you saying? That people in drug trials are really just guinea pigs? That they're relying on them self-reporting honestly to find out what happens to them? And it's like, yes. It's like, okay, well, what are the odds that all the effects that are happening to them, some are good, some are bad, and they're just promoting the few good effects that it has? What are the odds that there's only like 2 effects from this drug? And I remember the professor going, very low, non-existent, basically. Every drug's going to have like 10 different systemic effects, and they're just promoting the ones that are the marketable ones. Wow. Drug revolution, how am I right?
The fact that people like don't understand that it's like, yeah, you are the guinea pigs. Congratulations. It's just Jesus Christ, really?
Yeah, it's
fucking really? Like, there's nothing wrong with being the guinea pig. It's just you need to understand you are being a guinea pig. That's what's happening in those drug trials.
I don't have the people I've noticed that have a problem with it's like I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. It's just let's just look at it for what it is. And the people that I've noticed that are the most in opposition to that are the people that are, well, science will tell science when science is wrong. Those type of people that are like hyper quick to defend science. It's like, man, science can still be as great as it is and have all the positive outcomes and really interesting, cool stuff that it does, while still having all this stuff going on at the same time. All of it can be true together. I don't understand why something needs to be like burnished and polished and beyond criticism just for it to be a good thing. After all, aren't you the guy who criticizes everything but science?
Yeah.
It's not just guinea pigs. It's keeping very careful. It's keeping very careful track of what's going on when you deliver specific dosages to certain people and you have a placebo group. That's what you would do with guinea pigs, bro. Don't you see that?
Yeah, yeah.
You know what the advantage is of guinea pigs or people over actual guinea pigs?
They can actually tell you what's going on.
That's right. Guinea pigs can't self-report. That's the and they don't have money.
Yeah.
It did nothing for me. To stop smoking or stop depression?
Wellbutrin. No, he's saying Wellbutrin also has off-label ADHD. I'm guessing that. I don't know.
Has off-label ADHD. I didn't see that last. I just saw it also has like off-label.
Yeah.
I just meant uses. I didn't see the ADHD. I like that they talk
about removing drug ads from TV. I mean, I gotta give you guys this. Like, that's certainly a unique American TV thing because we don't do the drug ads here. I've shown people those drug ads that you guys air on TV, and they'd be like, "This isn't a joke. This is actually what they air." Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, let's say that you're somebody who's, I forget the name of the antidepressant that doesn't fall under SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and it doesn't fall under it's not meant to peak your neuroepinephrine or anything like that. I forget what classification it falls in, but it's for those that are have drug resistant and therapy resistant depression.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay. So they're advertising this drug, and it's like, okay, if you tried this and tried that, you've tried Paxil, you've tried Zoloft and whatever the fuck, Wellbutrin, let's say, you didn't have a change, and it's always the same video, right? Guy walking down a beach.
Yeah.
lady
Yeah,
staring out a
which is
window.
part of the comedy of it.
Yeah, you know, it's like
That's part of the comedy of the
it's
ads,
gotta be, like,
honestly. It's just the
nondescript. You know,
yeah.
lady trying to paint but not able to, you know, bring up the energy, and she just stares listfully out the window. It's like, talk to your doctor about get Betteratrin. You know what I mean? Because it's developed specifically for or found to be very effective with people that have drug-resistant depression. Talk to your doctor. Also has the potential side effects because lawyers got involved, and you can't make it sound like it's a wonder drug or a happy pill. Here's the potential problems, and especially if you have weak kidneys or whatever the fuck, you shouldn't take it, or pregnant. Think about becoming pregnant. It's like, okay, all the lawyerly stuff comes into potential risk factors. I've thought about it. It's like, is advertising drugs really a good thing? It's like, I don't know. The statement is always talk to your doctor, not call us and we'll give you some.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about it, to be honest, because on the one hand, I don't think it's good, but on the other hand, it's like, what if the doctor doesn't know about that specific thing, right?
Or just it didn't come up in conversation because you didn't talk about, like, some people just don't bring shit up with their doctor. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's just like, but is this the way? I don't know. It still feels really odd. And the fact that the ads have this comedic element to them of just like, you have happy smiling people, it's telling you that the drugs might induce diarrhea or some shit.
Right.
It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. What I love is the transition shots where it'll be like, you know, person walking down the beach and it's like sunset and they're obviously sad and depressed, and then it's like, try Be Happy a Trend, and all of a sudden, like, they're dancing in a circle with their family in the next shot.
No,
Dawn has risen.
My favorite. My favorite part is still like exactly what I described, though. It's the fact that they describe all these horrifying side effects that you could possibly have from this drug, but they're all just happy and smiling while they're describing the side effects. You know, they're still doing their happy little walks down the beach. They're still dancing with the family. They're still painting at the sad lady that was staring out the window before, but now can do it because she has her new Happiotron drugs.
Yeah.
But all the while, it's like, yeah, you may bleed from your eyes, have rectal bleeding, you may organ damage, and maybe your organs might shut down, and possible death may occur. It's just like, yeah, hi, I'm walking to the sunset on the beach. It's just, what the fuck?
For moderate to severe fat assness, yes, Ozempic can help.
Yeah. Side effects may include bleeding from the ass and eyes, self-deletion, etc.
Wow. I don't mean to be that guy, and so I'm really tentative about this. I'm not trying to say I've gone off the deep end, because I haven't. But I'm also strongly motivated to see the sense in it. I think one of the most powerful things to come out of Donald Trump getting reelected might be RFK Jr. taking over the Food and Drug Administration.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Health and Human Services, rather. I want to remove a whole bunch of preservatives and toxins and et cetera, potential toxins from foods. None of these food dyes are accepted in any other country, but somehow they're available here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's a long storied history how any of these additives a number of the additives got added to the list of generally accepted as safe type additives. And it's like, why are there so many additives in general? There's like a list of like 300 when every other country's got like 30. What the hell? And so, what you were talking about, like persistent health problems? You think that might be related to diet? Yes, I do.
Yes,
in
very
fact,
easily,
like,
yeah.
And I'm not the smart guy. Like, I know people usually will take from what I just said and go off into a particular argument, and that's why everybody should be a raw vegan. That's where I'm not going. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Okay, whoa. Bro.
Yeah, no, that's dumb. That's the wrong take from that. What, you think these preservatives and additives aren't in the vegan food too?
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet they're more in that than anything else.
If anything,
really,
bring this the regulatory, arm of the government. If you want to like bring it down on so many things, and it's like, oh, we're going to regulate this and. Here, regulation doesn't mean regulate means restrict and ban a whole bunch of things. No, it just means bring in regulations that are in particular. How about into the organic scam market?
Oh God, yeah.
You want to regulate something, American government? Go regulate that shit. Because anybody who toss some shit on into a field once can call their food organic in some states. It's Super fraud, man. Doc, thanks for the buck. Ozempic Revolution has been a disaster for the EMT kind, ruining the scrub view across the nation. Doc Kaczynski.
Yeah, he was talking about in chat before, it getting rid of, asses.
It gets rid of
Basically.
asses.
Yeah. So, he, doesn't look good in the scrubs anymore.
Oh.
That's what, I'm just repeating what he said.
I'm saying, well, I was like ruining the scrub view across. Oh, ain't nobody looking, pow, boom, in their scrubs anymore. I get you. Yeah, well, it's funny, right? So, Lent, no sugar.
Yeah.
It's been a rough ride, and
Yeah.
and it
As it seems to be yearly, yeah.
Well, because it just there ain't no such thing as weaning off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're just going cold. But,
Ain't nobody weaning. What do you mean? Like, it's just the days here and no.
Oh, thank you, Doc Kaczynski, for the $5. It'd be like giving back shots to a 2x4, Polly. Ouch.
Good God. That just sounds like a invitation to splinters in unfortunate places.
I think you're taking it a little bit too literally.
I'm not the one who suggested back shots. That was pretty lewd.
Well, that wasn't me either.
You're the one who read it.
I just read the message.
I can't believe you actually said back shots live on a stream. My God, Far.
I just read the message.
Dude, there's lots of other things you wouldn't read if they were a little bit more. Anyway. I mean, you know the way that I'm like off sugar, right? As I call it, obvious sugar.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
There's
I've known you for years. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
But I mean, chat doesn't. Maybe some of them don't.
Maybe.
You know, some of them have known me for years, but not everyone. What are back shots?
I don't.
Fucking from behind. Like. Yeah. They're thrusts when fucking from behind. Back shots. Get it? Urban Dictionary is your friend. Yes, it is. What the hell? Why did I define that? Look it up.
Yeah, why did you?
I don't know.
Thank you, Cheshire Smurf, for the $1. And it's just exclamation mark. That's it.
That was it? Just an exclamation mark?
Yeah, that's all he said.
They're shocked at your lewdness, Far.
I think they were shocked at you.
No, they donated to you. It was targeted to you.
No. You're the one that described it.
What the hell, Polly? Hey, whoa. Platty. Hey, I didn't bring it up. It's your wife that didn't know about things that...
I read it off and I left it at that. I didn't describe it.
Yeah, I've always suspected that Far is far filthier than she lets on. Okay, so the so the sugar thing. Nobody weans off. It's just like the days here, and so it's like, here it is as of now.
This act is over.
Thank you, Cheshire Smurf, for the $10. Meant this one. Oh, I see. So obvious sugar.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I just thought of something. Oh. Forget something. I just wanted to open up tab. I'm looking forward to it's not you're gonna OD on sugar, big bowl of ice cream with chocolate chips or whatever over on top of tiramisu or whatever. No, not at all. Or you know what I miss? My icy drinks, man. That more than any other thing is what I miss. It's what I call an icy drink. Chad, is that I love. So I'm a big fan of
Slurpees.
Well, Slurpees too, yeah, but like Arnold Palmer's. I mean, if you're not U.S. Arnold Palmer's, I don't think are called that. It's iced tea and lemonade. And one of my favorite things is go get a big tall tumbler glass. Like I got those like patio glasses, the plastic ones that are like super tall, meant for ice water. Fill it up with crushed ice. Because my fridge has one of those crushed ice machines. Every fucking fridge I've ever had has had those crushed ice machines. Gotten really used to them. And I fill it up with iced tea and then top it off with like pink lemonade, regular lemonade, cranberry juice, something tart. That I miss more than anything, man. It's like, oh, I could really go for a icy drink right now. It's like I can't quench my thirst. I remember the other day I was saying, it's like I feel dehydrated and my stomach's just got like a liter of water sloshing around in it and I still feel dehydrated. It's because I'm used to drinking when I'm at home and I can't anymore. It's terrible.
Well, that and the fact that you just gulped a bunch of water down when you're feeling dehydrated.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, fun fact, if you're actually dehydrated, don't fucking do that. You take sips.
No, you're not wrong. You're 100% not wrong. It's not going to...
yeah, it doesn't work.
Especially if there isn't any salt in it for any of the cymoticians out there. You've got less of a bioabsorbance without some kind of sodium attachment to it. It just can't make it through your stomach lining nearly as easily, and it can't make it through cell walls nearly as easily. So it just, hail hydrate.
Yeah, hail hydrate.
I could go for some cranberry juice, not gonna lie. Yeah, there's something about this. Like, I really love strong iced tea, and this is. So when I say iced tea, there's another thing. People go, well, there's your sugar right there. I'm not talking about like sweet tea. I'm talking about Yankee Northern tea. So just cold black tea.
Yeah, he doesn't sweeten it.
No, not at all. But I am sweetening it because like pink lemonade or cranberry juice over the top. But it's like in Arnold Palmer's like half and half. You know what I mean? I'm going more like a quarter, like 3/4 to a quarter at the most. And it seems like a dumb thing to be, to miss overall. But that's the most outstanding thing. It's not cake and cookies and candies and shit that I miss. Although, when I'm in a 7-Eleven, you know what I'm thinking about, Far? Fucking Skittles.
What are you thinking?
Fucking Skittles. Skittles.
Really?
Yeah, man. You don't like Skittles?
I mean, no, I like Skittles enough. I don't eat them that often because they're just so sugary. Like, I like sugar, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those things of, fun fact, one of the side effects of ADHD medication is, reduced sugar intake, because you kind of just look at it and you go, I don't want it. I don't really want that.
Yeah, so when I was...
Or at least it is for me. I don't know if it's for everyone, but, like, it's definitely for me. I just kind of tend to, like, it's not everything. Like, I'll still eat a lot of chocolate, but, like, stuff like Skittles, though.
Really? I didn't realize you were a chocolate person.
No, I like it. I love chocolate.
Huh.
I love chocolate.
I mean, okay, look,
Why do you think I send so much fucking chocolate?
I've heard you mention different chocolates over the over the years. Yeah, absolutely. And I knew you liked it, but I didn't think you were like...
Yeah, that didn't, like...
Give me the chocolate! Like, that kind of person? No. I didn't picture you the kind of person who would go to 7-Eleven and just walk out with, when you were getting a drink and like, oh yeah, I'll grab, 2-3 candy bars while I'm here. Didn't think so.
Yeah, why not?
Didn't think so.
I mean, I probably wouldn't, but it's still like if I will get stashes of them sometimes.
Do you still get chocolate quokkas for Easter from your parents?
Chocolate quokkas?
I forget what's the animal. The bilby.
It's a bilby.
Bilby.
It's a bilby, but like I would be so upset if I got a quokka. Just
why?
I think I'd cry.
Why?
I think I'd fucking cry if it was fuck quokkas.
Oh, because it's a quokka. Okay.
Just because it's a quokka, it's like, okay. Yeah, no, they still give chocolate. They do. I have some eggs for them as well, so.
So you got that to look forward to. Look at this on the Cadbury site. The worldwide hide a Cadbury Easter egg online for someone you love, somewhere only they will know.
Can we hide an egg?
I don't exactly know what that means. It sounds like a
Do
cool
we
idea.
just
Like,
hide it on the webpage?
yeah, like can you hide it on somebody else's webpage? Whereas, why are they doing that? I mean, that could be an interesting advertising campaign. Milk and Biscoff. What the hell's a milk and Biscoff?
It's like a cookie.
Oh, is that like a brand of cookie Biscoff?
I think it's a type. I think it's the type of cookie.
All right, so we got dairy milk and more. You know, you can tell me.
Yeah.
I'll believe you if you tell me.
Well, and more. Well, it's showing you. It's got like.
I get it's a
nuts and
lineup of
praline.
stuff where they got praline crisp
Yeah.
or caramel nut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Caramel nut.
Nut.
Limited edition candy bars.
I fucking hate that they do the limited edition stuff because some of it is so fucking good, like the spider chocolate. And I didn't even know that was limited edition. They had that shit out for years, and then they just stopped.
And I was
What the fuck,
denied.
Cadbury?
I didn't make
Well, no, here's the thing. I would send that off to Platy. She loved that. And so did the rest of her family. They'd give it out to other people, too. It was like giving Americans crack. It was kind of funny. That chocolate was really good. But no, they don't make it anymore, because fuck me, I guess.
Do you love your mother enough to give Cadbury? No? Well, she'll know and hold it against you.
Yeah, sure. You can win what? What am I winning?
The chance to play soccer.
I'm winning a soccer ball.
You don't pass in soccer. You can't touch it with your hands. That I know.
You pass it with your feet, Polly.
Oh. Cadbury Whisper.
Whisper.
What's a twirl, a whisper, or a Fredo? Ooh.
Oh, a twirl is like a, think of like a flake, right? You know what a flake is, right?
No.
Like, well, that's what it is. It's just covered in chocolate.
Whoa. That's funky looking. Look at that thing.
Yeah. They taste good. I like them.
Oh man, that must be weird and airy, like melts in a strain. That must be a really interesting texture.
It is an interesting texture. I prefer twirls to flakes though, because flakes, they're like this, but they're not covered in chocolate, so they're, well, like the name, they flake.
It looks a little bit like
So
brains.
these ones,
Just
like,
saying.
yeah. But it tastes nice. It tastes good.
Yeah, I'll bet your brains don't taste that good.
Well, no, they're brains.
Yeah. Okay, okay. The twirl's
Prions
interesting.
and shit.
If I was at the British store, I'd buy these to try them because that does look really interesting.
Yeah, no, they're good. They're good.
Whisper. I don't even know what that is. Let's find out.
I'm not really sure what a whisper is. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen these.
Oh, I had one like this. It was called an Arrow bar.
Yeah, I know the arrows. We have those.
Like assuming that that's just milk chocolate on the inside, velvety bubbly.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what it looked like. But the one that I got was it was in a green wrapper and it was mint chocolate. It was really good.
Yeah. No, we have those as well.
Yeah? Oh man, I got to go to the specialty shop to get those.
Yeah, no, we just have them on the shelves.
We just have 'em.
No, I always thought that was a bit of a scam, though. And I say this is like, again, I like the twirls, right? So you could probably say the same for them, but it doesn't feel as much of a scam with the twirls. But because the air bubbles are so big on them, right? It always felt like you're paying more for less.
Hey, as long as it ends up being the same amount of grams or ounces overall.
I guess, but it's still like, eh.
I guess I get the name Whisper
know.
because it's airy, it's full of holes.
Yeah,
That makes some
yeah,
sense.
wispy.
Yeah.
It's a wispy, little wispy.
Oop,
Yeah.
Oops.
Oop.
That's not what I was
We
trying to
were
do.
looking at chocolate.
I know. I know my shift control T because I end up closing the
Oh,
wrong
look, there's
tab.
How
Freddos.
dare she? I wanted that cake.
Oh, it's a frog.
Thank you, Yeah, it's a Freddo frog. Thank you, Professor Lawrence Pierce, for the $3 from the University of Chicago. I think George Clooney gets stupider every year. That's not a question, Professor, but we'll let the audience judge for themselves. What a great reference. What a great reference.
You know what?
Took me a moment. It took me a moment, and then, like, when I read the George Clooney gets stupider every year, I'm like, I get it. I understand. I know where this is.
Yeah.
I know what this is.
Just watch it. Like George Clooney was in the news this week because he said more stupid shit, and it was also to promote his run on Good Night and Good Luck on Broadway. And no, not Broadway. Broadway's where they do musicals. Wherever the Play Theater District is in New York, wherever that is. Yeah, he's in the play Good Night and Good Luck, and it's a fictionalized account of Edward R. Murrow, a famous journalist who wrote about the Red Scare and so on. A journalist looking things up, who every journalist today thinks that there's the Edward R. Murrow Award. You know, if Edward R. Murrow were to watch cable news today, he'd be fucking spinning in his grave, like around 5,000 or 6,000 RPM. They all view them, and George Clooney, who was in the movie Good Night and Good Luck, and is one of only 2 movies I've ever fallen asleep in the theater to, and they're both Clooney movies. I was one of them, and George Clooney, he's talking about how, we need journalism in this country, and the journalists have stepped down and aren't doing their jobs anymore, and they really need to speak truth to power. And it's like, Clooney, tell me that you want a bunch of activist journalists going after the Trump administration that you didn't want to win, that you actually had a hand in helping win. I mean, you're the guy who took out the full page ad telling Biden to step down, right? You're the guy, right? And you're the one that Obama called up to convince to do this. You're the guy, right? You're the one that controls hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of funding going to Democrats running for office. This is you, right? And you're the one complaining now in advertising for your new theater run that journalists aren't doing their job going after your political enemies. Like, I can't tell you how many ways George Clooney should go fuck himself. Seriously. Why don't you go find Barack Obama, whatever fucking luxurious rock he's hiding out from under, and hold him responsible? Because you're the one swinging with your fucking ass out in the wind and been open to criticism. Meanwhile, he's off in Martha's Vineyard in fucking Kennedy Haven. Just saying. But we don't do politics here.
No, we do not.
So what is Fredo Frog? Fredo Frog.
It's just a Fredo frog. It's just a chocolate frog.
He's the retarded brother. I mean, so it's not from like a cartoon. This is their own character.
No, it's just it's just a frog. It's just a chocolate frog.
Okay.
My favorite ones are the half white chocolate, half milk chocolate ones.
So I'm just looking at the different Freddos that are available.
Yeah, do they have the half and half?
I was just looking here. I don't see it.
Yeah, it's the caramel ones.
Oh, these are the same ones, just a 5-pack and so on.
Yeah.
So is it just simply like he's white chocolate from the waist down?
I think it's the waist up, if I remember correctly.
Ah, they didn't want the frog doing blackface or brownface. Yeah, makes sense. Stands to reason.
1 minute. Frog. Half. Shuck. Let me see if I'm actually right on that. Come on, show me one of them. Show me one of them.
Cadbury Heroes. I'm like, what are those? Those are just the mini versions of their bars. I'm like, good enough name.
Yeah, I think it is the top of them. That's the white chocolate.
Cadbury dark chocolates called Bourneville?
They also have Old Gold.
Old Gold, okay.
Yeah, that's also one. I'm pretty sure that's Cadbury.
And that's pretty classy name for dark chocolate. Whoa. I had one of these, and I really dug it. A crunchy. I had one of those.
Yeah, no, crunchies are good.
Whatever this kind of what
Yeah,
bubbly
it's honeycomb.
toffee?
It's
What do you-
supposed yeah, it's supposed to be honeycomb flavor.
Oh, really? Yeah, but
Yeah, but they say it
honeycomb and
multiple
enjoy-
times there. But yeah, it's a honeycomb flavor.
Oh man, I bit into that thinking it was going to be like soft, chewy, spongy, not crunchy. And I'm like, the name should have given it away, but I was like, oh my god, and it like melts in your mouth. This is amazing. I really dug that. We can't get this here either. What the hell? They need to. I can only imagine how much these are going to be
You
after
ever
the
have
tariffs.
you ever have a violet crumble?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's pretty much exactly like a crunchy, but it's not. It's a bit more chewy.
Huh.
Yeah, I think Nestle does that one actually. But yeah, like they're just a bit more chewy. They crumble a bit more than a crunchy. I mean, it's in the name, but yeah, it's same basic concept though of chocolate covered honeycomb.
You know, I don't understand why they just don't like
Okay,
more.
yeah,
It's like, you know, there's like import restrictions, and it's like, yeah, it's got to be. I mean, like I said, it's a British shop that's got like Marmite and marmalade and all sorts of other British and Irish specific items that are, they've all got metric measurements. You can tell they're just, you know, they're imported direct from the UK. Everything that's all the products that are there on the shelf. My God, the wall of tea they have there.
They have a wall of tea.
A wall of tea. I just, you know, it's like English breakfast teas. And it's like, there's so many of them. It just. Roses, Milk Tray, Bourneville, Crunchy, Double Decker Boost. Ooh, Boost. Is that the one with extra caffeine?
No, it just has like bits and pieces in there.
Ow.
They're nice though. They are nice. But yeah, there's not really caffeine in there, I don't
Are those
think.
Rice Crisps? What's this ball?
I
Crunchy
think
biscuit,
it might
I
be a
guess?
Rice Crisp. I think it. Yeah, I think it. Maybe I forget exactly what that is. It's crispy.
As the name
Crispy.
implies. Okay, so I wanted to look up sorbet, sherbet.
Yes, sorry, bit.
Yeah. It's a sorbet or sherbet, and like one has ice water, one doesn't, one isn't whatever. It was invented in
And
550
one is something
BC.
completely different over here.
One has absolutely no dairy in it whatsoever. This is yet again another thing that if you ever read Bryson Ellis's American Psycho, that goes into wild amounts of detail, because Patrick Bateman, the main character, the protagonist, he's a lunatic, and he's kind of like touched, obviously, because he's a serial killer. But the lists, he's constantly listing everything around him. So like, I remember when Ellis was asked in this one time when it was like the 10th anniversary or something of American Psycho, and he showed up at this bookstore that was in Chicago to do like an excerpt read and to do a Q&A and then to do a book signing, what you think an author would do, right? And during the Q&A, somebody asked him, because I think a lot of people ask you, what were you thinking about when you did American Psycho? Where do you think Patrick Bateman would be now? That's probably the most common question that I've heard people ask him. What do you think happened to Patrick Bateman after the end of the book? Because in both the book and the movie, it's not like he dies at the end. So what became of him? You know what I mean? I always thought it was funny that Andrew goes, well, it was the 80s, and so he was involved in merger and acquisition Wall Street affairs, because that's where the big, easily obtained and still legal, though right on the edge of nefarious money, was available. And right now, where would that be? .com or Bitcoin. He would be involved in either an internet business or Bitcoin is where I see him. It's like, holy shit, man. That's a harsh.
that makes sense.
That's a harsh indictment, brother. But I see where you're going with that. Server 21, thanks for the $3. So, Polly, who was obnoxious in their acceptance speech? Who was more obnoxious in their acceptance speech? George Clooney or Sashin Littlefeather on behalf of Marlon Brando? Clooney was far more obnoxious. So did you know that this can all be traced to one incident? People at award shows with their bullshit. It can all be traced to one sad day in the 70s.
Really?
Academy Awards, Marlon Brando wins the Oscar, and he's not there. Because Brando's sort of like, he's a nut, man. That guy's a true iconoclast. He's doing his own thing. And I'm not saying for good or bad, whatever the fuck, he just is. He's his own kind of character. So he sends this woman named Littlefeather, this Native American Indian woman, right, to accept the award on his behalf. Because Brando is a big guy for Aboriginal nations and in the United States, Canada. He really likes Indian culture and so on, right? And yeah, they've got problems. They've got alcoholism. They, a lot of them are dead now. The whole thing. It's me extending my heartfelt sympathy. It's no, they do. They got a lot of social problems, right? And so he sends this woman out there to just say some of those things. So, accepting the award on behalf of Mr. Marlon Brando, Miss Littlefeather, and people are like, what? This is in the mid-70s. And all of a sudden, this Indian lady in full leather traditional garb walks out. Pretty lady, extremely pretty lady. Walks out, like stands there and makes this speech about the plight of Native Americans. Everyone was just baffled. You can feel the awkwardness in the room. It's just, people are just kind of like looking at each other because no one did shit like this. It just didn't make sense. Just, you're here doing... This is an award for this movie. What does any of this have to do with anything? We have charity balls. We have, different events and so on that are all related to matters like this. What has this got to do with anything? We're all here for charitable contributions tonight. Why would you, aren't you going to talk about your movie? And no, not Brando. And so the next person who came up said something that would, like, to my mind, more than what Brando said. It's what the next person said that mattered. They went up to, okay, what would you say if you were the person coming to the mic after that scene? What do you say? You just pretend nothing happened?
I don't know.
Yeah, the person went up to, well, so does anybody else has a cause? And the answer is yes. The rest of Hollywood all have causes, and we will hear about them for the next 100 fucking years. To the point where, you saw Ricky Gervais during the Golden Globes, his fucking awesome introductory speech where he was hosting it for like the 5th time and roasted everybody in the room. So if you get an award tonight, come up here, thank you God, accept your award, thank your agent, and get the fuck off stage.
Holy cow! Your penis is gigantic. Gigantic.
Yeah.
Your penis is literally the biggest thing within the tri-state area.
It's true.
Your penis is bigger than a small elephant.
Oh,
it's
God.
bigger than, like, a tree. A big old tree. Lots of branches on your penis. You must wake up every morning and thank the good Lord above. You're truly blessed.
I don't like the saucy music during the penis compliments.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it kind of works. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead. Yours came up first.
Thank you, Unholy Reaper, for the $50 dues. My God, my dude.
Woo!
And here's to
go
the
ahead,
Coming
Far.
to America
Compliment
Fund.
his penis.
Thank you. Holy cow.
Don't. I was kidding. That's weird. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off your read of his line. Sorry.
No, that was it. And here's to the Coming to America Fund.
Nice.
That was it.
And Unholy Reaper, thank you very much for the $32.63. Holy Reaper 32.63. Thank you for the $50. Greatly appreciated, sir. This is pour me a triple bartender. Triple 4 roses coming up. It is. You know, by the time you've ordered a triple or a quadruple, you're just getting a tumbler of bourbon, and I'm okay with that. It's 1942. We have no limitation on pouring. Is that something? Are bartenders restricted from that? Pouring too much for people at one time in Australia?
I don't actually know. I don't really go to bars here, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. Here they are.
But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in my state they are anyway. I think, wasn't this a word for Godfather? That's what I'm looking up. All right, yeah, she didn't accept the award.
That's fine. Like the donations are completely voluntary, my dude. Don't feel bad.
My God, it was. He won for his performance in The Godfather, and she went up Best Actor, and she went up there to turn it down on his behalf.
Wait, she turned it down?
Yeah. What it says, she declined the Best Actor award that he won for his performance in The Godfather. The favorite to win, Brando boycotted the ceremony as protest against Hollywood's portrayal of Native Americans and to draw attention to the standoff at Wounded Knee. During her speech, the audience's response to Brando's boycotting was divided between booing and applause. Yeah, and just, you gotta watch it. It's so awkward. People just don't know what to do with themselves. And now every single retard who gets up there pontificates and talks to everyone like they're the world's most brilliant person. And it's like Gervais mocking the shit out of everyone, saying, you spent less time in school than Greta Thunberg, so we don't want to hear about the environment from you. And everybody during that very award show still got up there and made fucking speeches. Even then, it wasn't like it didn't have any effect 5 years later. It didn't have any effect 20 minutes later. They still got up there and did it. Why? Because he was the only one in the room who thought like that. As soon as he got off stage, they're like, okay, now we can all pat each other on the back. I wish we all had little feather representatives. Where do I buy me an Indian? It's bastards. It just bugs the shit out of me.
No, it's fair. It's fair.
There's things that are so specific to the time and what was going on and the wild hair that the particular actor had up their ass at that time, that if you're watching, I remember watching one of Frank Sinatra's big comeback moments when he won the Academy Award for From Here to Eternity, which was like, his career had been in a slump forever. And it was a huge comeback role for him at Best Supporting Actor for this. Nobody thought that he could make any kind of comeback. He was a teen heartthrob singer. There's no way. The movies he had been in were stupid fluff pieces. There's no way he can be in this dramatic role and pull it off well. And did, and blew him away and won the Academy Award, and good for him. And it was the comeback of his career. So I wanted to see him do this acceptance speech because of all things. It's like, I'm not going there with some fancy lady on my arm or whatever. He took his little daughter as his date that night. It was adorable for her.
That does sound adorable.
It was absolutely adorable. She was there in a little gown. He's got his full tuxedo on, and you should have seen him beaming. He didn't give a damn. It was. I loved it. Little Nancy Sinatra was there with him. So I wanted to watch it, and I remember watching the last time I saw Brad Pitt win an award. I have to struggle to remember what the fuck he was talking about. It was during Trump's first term in office that they were, it was during the second time that they had impeached Trump. Okay. And the articles of impeachment had already gone out of the House and moved over to the Senate. So you already have to know what's going on in terms of U.S. congressional jurisprudence and how impeachment procedures occur.
What?
Yeah. And it's like most Americans couldn't tell you that. God, why would anybody else in the world be able to tell you that? It's supposed to be like a global audience, they assume, for the Academy Awards, right?
Yeah, bullshit. Fucking bullshit.
They love pretending they're international and so forth, right? And so,
well, I mean, they do air it internationally. They do air it here live. It's just at ungodly hours, really. Usually, I think it is, anyway.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. So Pitt gets up there, and there was somebody that the Senate disallowed to give testimony. He had already submitted his testimony in writing, but everyone got their panties in a twist that he wasn't able to verbally give his testimony to the Senate. Because way goes as they drop. Mr. Yes, thank you for the $10. I found Clint Eastwood's response to what the Indian said. Oh no.
You probably can't watch that on here. I don't think that would be... I think that'd get claimed instantly.
Yeah, if Academy Award shit is probably not a good idea to play of all things. Man, we gotta get on Rumble.
Yeah.
We gotta get on Rumble.
Yeah.
Or restream, co-stream over to Rumble. I mean, chat said that a lot of them said that they would watch it over there, especially if we were able to play copyright shit that we're not allowed to play over here or can't get away with playing over here. I think a whole bunch of people, especially if we just put up the link, they say, "Here, there's the Rumble link. Come on over." Okay, yeah, usher everyone. Anyway, he said they read the articles of impeachment in the House, and then the actual trial happens over in the Senate, and then if they convict, boom, president's impeached. That's the way it works. They didn't allow this one guy to give his testimony, even though he submitted his testimony in a written form or whatever. And this is the reason Trump won't be impeached. There was never any chance that he was going to be impeached. The Senate was run by a bunch of Republicans at the time. The people in the House knew that. It was being run by Democrats at the time. The only reason the articles of impeachment got passed for the House is because it was Democrats. Why won't it make it through the Senate? Because it's all Republicans. This is all party politics and everybody knows it. Are you actually so delusional as to believe otherwise? It's like Clinton. There was no way when he was impeached. Yeah, it was a Republican-controlled House and a Democratic-controlled Senate. Guess what? There was no chance of it making through the Senate. Well, of course not. Who's going to impeach the president from their own party when it was all a fucking... they were barking up a fucking bullshit tree anyway, with Clinton and with Trump. Impeachment is politics, right? And so Brad Pitt gets up there and says, imagine you're watching this years from now. And I've had a chance to speak longer right now than most people have had to testify before the Senate.
Oh my God.
And people in the audience go, woo, clapped her. Imagine watching that 10 years from now. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then he's winning the award for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, right? This is the line I'll never forget. He says, I don't know. Maybe Quentin will make a movie about this years from now when the adults are back in control of the room. Did you just call you and Quentin Tarantino the adults in the room?
Really? Oh, the foot fetishist, the adult in the room? Really?
Yeah.
Fucking really?
The fetishist
Dude.
and the film financier with a fetish for adopting foreign children. With your string of weirdo wives. You're the adult. I was saying, well, he can't do what he wants to do. He can do whatever the fuck he wants to do, but opens himself wide to criticism when he calls himself the adult in the room, along with the creepy fucking weirdo with the violence and feet fetish. Fuck off. Oh, yeah. Sorbet.
Yeah, sorbet.
I did hear Quentin Tarantino's really into sorbet. It's good. Sorbet versus sherbet.
Yeah, one's a powder, one's a frozen dessert.
One's powder, you think?
Oh, yeah, sherbet.
Yeah.
We've had this discussion before.
Yeah, but I didn't believe you then either.
Of what sherbet is here. Yeah, it's a powdery substance. It's yeah.
So here's the AI assist from DuckDuckGo that's supposedly so powerful. Sorbet is a dairy-free frozen dessert made primarily from frozen juice and sugar, while sherbet contains a small amount of dairy, such as milk or cream, giving it a creamier texture. The key difference makes sorbet suitable for those who are lactose intolerant or following a vegan diet.
So you've never had a sherbet lolly then before?
No. Wait, Which one's sherbet?
Powder.
The powder.
Yeah.
No, I've had a sorbet.
It's fizzy.
Really?
Well, kind of, anyway. Like, yeah.
I've had a fizz pop.
It's,
Those are suckers that at the center, they've got, like, the fizzy candy. The bubbles and frost.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much what sherbet is.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a powder. You can make it at home. Quite easily, actually.
Frozen dessert made primarily of fruit juice and sugar. Those are my favorite popsicles, man. Just the fruit in a blender that's been frozen on a stick. Man, those are good. You don't need to add sugar
Have you
to
ever had
that.
frozen jelly?
No, frozen jelly. Like frozen Jello?
Yeah. Yeah.
No. The hell's Jello
no,
like
it's
when you
good.
freeze it?
It's also good.
Huh.
It's kind of like it turns into there are some popsicles that do this as well. Like it kind of just turns into like, you know, what a popsicle turns into, really. It's just, you know, the more you frost it, the more but yeah, the more you defrost it, the more it returns to the jelly-like state, kind of.
Does it get wobbly on the stick?
It can, yeah. But like it doesn't quite re-jellify entirely because it was frozen after all. So you know, a little bit of damage has occurred to the actual jelly itself. But yeah, it does. It's interesting.
Kimberly, thanks for the $18. It's a good thing that Congress gets testimony from celebrities. People like me would be too spicy. Listen here, Senator. I'm a voter. One of the people that hires you. Yeah. You know, call me crazy, but I'm one of the people that thinks it might have been a better idea in a lot of ways when senators were not voted for, but nominated by the state legislature. Yeah. Because it's like, well, but then you don't get to vote to use an office. But you already do. That would be, remember, the House of Representatives. It's like, well, then you have no control over it. No, you do have a lot of control over it. It makes you pay the fuck attention to who you're voting for in your state legislature. Because they're the ones that are going to nominate your senator. And one of the things you make them pay for in terms of bad decisions is nominating retards to the Senate. And they only nominate people that are actually going to help the state, not endlessly self-promote. Who wins senatorial elections? Self-promoting, duplicitous scumfucks, for the most part.
But we don't do politics here.
No, we don't. No, we don't. So, I wanted to talk about X-Wing fighters.
Oh.
Bet you didn't see that coming.
Sam's not here.
What?
Well, shame Sam's not here because I don't know what to say about this.
Does Sam like X-Wing fighters?
No, I'm just saying he would probably be more conversational about this. It's just, I don't know what to say about this. It certainly is, whatever the fuck this is.
It's a ship, you see.
Yes. It certainly is.
So, reason why, who was it that said in chat before we got started? What made me think of like X-Wings is like you said, like I was drawing an X-Wing fighter, and I was like, okay. They said a T-65B fighter, and I'm like, I didn't realize they had model numbers. Like, yeah, I didn't. You know, wow. I'm not that. Hey, Far, look at this. Star Wars has the best nerds, man. Look at that, a ready-to-go, weathered, realistic PNG image, just ready to go. There's no other genre that's got this like available, ready to go. Like all the sound effects from every movie separated from the background noise available to download anywhere. Lightsaber noises, you fucking name it. Nobody's got a fandom like Star Wars, man. It's really weird. Look, there's another but it looks different. So the whole reason I wanted to bring this up is I had one of these as a kid. I had this toy.
Oh.
Yeah.
You did?
Yep. See the wings open and close? Lock as foils in attack
Did it get
position.
thrown out?
What's that?
Did it get thrown out?
Yeah, I don't know where it is. I'd have to go through like toys in my parents' attic and see if it's still up there. Like you see like the wings like open up and close, like like so. It's real cool and such. And so you see R2D2 in the back here.
Yeah, I see.
You got your little astromech droid back there. So the way the toy worked is you push down on R2's head and he would go down and that would make the wings open up. And it had a little button.
Okay.
It had a little button on the back because it had a battery compartment in the back, right? So it had a little button on the back. When you push the button on the back, there's a red LED light on the front of the nose right here, and that was like the laser coming on, and it would make this laser noise like from the movie. Pretty cool. And then of course the best part is that the cockpit opened up and was the exact right size to put one of the action figures in. So you could put Luke or nondescript rebel soldier in there. That's what so many toys are missing. Modularity and interchangeability. So you can put the action figures that you have into the ships that they're supposed to be flying. You don't need a specially properly sized. They were all made to scale, you know.
Cool.
Lando, he had the cool helmet. Lando helmet. Did you ever hear of the controversy of Lando Calrissian's ship?
No. No, Polly, I don't do the Star Wars. I don't know.
It's fine. It's fine. Because it's called Slave One.
What? That's it.
That's
it.
That's the
really.
That's the name of his ship. Yeah, Slave One. And so really? You type in Slave One and you don't get it? There it is. That's the toy anyway. I'm surprised I don't know, like
That's a Lego.
Oh, that is the Lego. Yeah, okay. I didn't see the
It says it right next to it.
Yeah, Star Wars Slave One. Someone making that shit up. Why is the one black guy's ship named the Slave One? What's up with that? You don't get it. Did they really rename it?
Oh, okay.
That's so good. It's just.
Oh, look, there's Donald Glover.
Hey, it's Dong Lover. How's it going, Dong Lover?
It's going to start telling us this is America?
Yeah, right? What did they rename it as? The Freedom One? I mean, sorry, that's not Calrissian's ship. That's fucking, what's his name ship? That Calrissian used to fly one of. Fuck, what's his name? The fucking bounty hunter who disintegrated
Boba
people.
Fett?
Boba Fett, that's right. Boba Fett ship's the Slave One. Calrissian used to fly one. And it was after that he got the Millennium Falcon that he then, lost to Han in a card game? I forget how Han got the fucking Millennium Falcon. That big ship. Yeah. You know, my favorite part of the ship is it's got the radar dish on it because it was just so.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's space. It doesn't need to be aerodynamic. Far.
Why are you coming at me like that?
I don't know. Yeah, he's giving him a look like, I know the name of your ship. I know what you're getting at. Uncanny Valley.
Yeah, that certainly is.
Is that supposed to look? It doesn't look like him.
I think it is supposed to look like him.
But, I mean, it don't, though.
I mean, it kind of looks like him.
Well, I mean, in the sense that he's, like, the hair's right, the skin tone's right, and the mustache, that's about it. Like, look at that jaw.
No.
Well, the mustache isn't even right, is it?
I think it's got the basic facial features right. It's just uncanny.
His eyes are too far apart. He looks like wall-eyed.
It's a 1/6 action figure.
Oh, yeah, but it's Sideshow, man. Those are not cheap. All right. Okay. Did you know that, shit, where's that article? Fuck.
Oh, where are we going? Where are we going?
What? What's the problem?
No, which tab are we clicking on?
Yeah, I know. There's many.
I was so excited because you're hovering over the Wattpad one. I'm like, oh, we're going, but no, you moved on.
I want to get rid of this one article first. So I told you I found the oh shit, the Zillow stash.
Yeah.
And looking through that, there was a link right off to the side for this. President Trump's childhood home in New York City sells at a steep discount because it was overrun by feral cats.
Wow. So what? We found Mr. Caddington's house after he moved out of the middle of nowhere Arizona shithouse.
Yeah, I think that this is his vacation home and that the Arizona
you
shithouse
think
is
it
still
is?
up and running. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
He just bought Donald Trump's childhood home as a holiday home. That's what happened.
Yes, and was actually behind a crowdfunding campaign to get it, and I can prove it. Yeah, Mr. Yes, it's okay, so it wouldn't be Boba Fett's ship, it would be Jango Fett's ship that after he got beheaded, his son/clone got it because, well, he didn't have a head to fly it anymore. Would that be right? It's tough to fly a ship without a head.
Oh, it's tough to do anything without a head, Polly. Typically, that means you're fucking dead.
If you're in China, you can receive organ transplants far. Don't discount everything.
That's being brain dead, not being headless.
Same thing.
No, one of those results in you being very, very dead.
What?
The other one results in you getting an organ transplant in China. There's a difference.
No, you could. Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that you don't think you can keep a headless body alive?
I mean, you probably could for a little bit, but not for that long.
Enough to do weird Chinese experiments on, yeah, I think you could.
Yeah, but not for that long, as long as that fucking pig liver thing lasted.
Pig liver?
Yeah, isn't that what it was? It was a genetically modified pig liver?
Oh my god, I thought it was a human liver.
No, it was a genetically modified pig liver. Did you miss that?
Far, I was caught up with the fact that the Chinese had the brain dead person. That was like...
What? So you missed entirely the extra level of horrifying on top of the brain dead person? That there was a fucking modified pig liver?
My god. Is that story ever going to stop getting weirder?
No, it's not.
See, chat, we were talking about this before we went live. Like, I was like, am I the only one that's disturbed by that? And Far was like, no. Like,
No.
And Far asked the very question, where did you get the brain dead body? And I was like, right, that was the first question I had. What do you mean a brain dead body? Where'd you get this
where
from?
did you get him? Where did you get them?
Yeah, and it's my suspicion it's a failed clone that they were keeping alive.
Yeah, well, you know, it is China. It is China.
I mean, for anyone who's ever seen Alien 4, Alien Resurrection, when they enter that one section of the laboratory and there's all those mutant, weird, attempted and failed clones of Ripley that are genetically bonded in disgusting, horrifying, nightmarish ways with xenomorph aliens. That's what I picture going on in some weird, secret Wuhan hospital. And one of their failed clones, they're like, well, we might as well try sticking some pig organs in it and see what happens. That's my theory. Okay, so Donald Trump's childhood home.
Okay.
Do you see how they try and take like the childhood picture of Donald Trump and make him look like? You see this? Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
So the reason it was overrun by feral cats is because it was just like it had broken. No one was living there, and it was left in complete disrepair. So yeah, it's gonna be rats, cats, insects, something. Nature's gonna overrun it. That's why that happened. It was originally for sale at $2.14 million in 2017, but it purchased, in a cash deal by Michael X. Tang. A lawyer reportedly buys real estate on behalf of overseas Chinese investors. Because according to this...
Of course.
Yeah. because according to the story, rather, it's Donald Trump is deeply respected for being such a powerful businessman overseas because businessmen are lionized in China. Again, according to this article, that's the claim.
Mm-hmm. Which is odd considering everything with China.
What do you mean?
Well, why would communists lionize businessmen?
Hey, Rotten Corpse, have a good night. Why would they lionize
You'd
businessmen?
think
I don't know.
you'd think it'd be a bit antithetical to the whole,
Because of communism?
communism thing.
Well, I think it's their... I think they got a pretty twisted understanding of business. Business for the glory of the state or something. You know what I mean? They have a really twisted version of market economics and communism going on there. Very twisted. So he lived in his home when he was a small child from 1946 to 1950. His father built the house. I love how they put the cutout stand-up of him. Isn't that great?
Yeah, he's just there. He's just always watching.
Yeah.
Always watching.
Because he lived there for 4 years as a child. So what does this have to really do with, like, why would anybody want to pay this exorbitant fee for this house? Because Donald Trump. So that's why they got the cutout there, because for no other reason, right? The two-story brick and stucco home was built in 1940 by the president's father, the late real estate developer Fred C. Trump. It's been neglected and remained vacant for years, aside from a colony of feral cats. The beautiful house was left abandoned. No one took care of it for this time. A hacked-off neighbor who requested anonymity told the Post. Hacked off? What does it mean?
What do you mean hacked off?
What does that mean? Angry?
Usually just say... I was about to say usually you just say pissed off, but it is an article, so you kind of can't in an article, I guess, but...
Yeah. No one occupied it, no one used it, and it was left as an eyesore, so the community, we had to take care of it. That included for a few weeks for upkeep of the lawn, the neighbors said. Before the renovation work began, the house was plastered with vacate and water shut-off notices, the Post previously reported in November. I love it. Why are you going and reporting on a house that Donald Trump lived on for 4 years as a kid? How many updates are you going to tell about the same story? Anything. Fuck, the desperation's weird, man. Weird. So anyway... what I found funny was the house was listed later that year. The house was thronged by visitors who spoke Chinese and pulled up in droves to take pictures, the New York Times reported. Because just the Post, the Times, everyone just got to report. Why? The desperation to report on anything Trump that can possibly be made to construed to look bad. Anything. Oh, here's a house he lived in when he was a child. The amount of reports I've read this week on, here's Elon Musk's extended family in South Africa and the evil ties it demonstrates. What? Does he even know these people?
What?
It doesn't matter. From 3 different fucking news sources, I've read the same investigations into his extended family in South Africa. But arguably, he doesn't even know these people. But it's like, oh, well, there was a criminal here, and this person was part of this bad organization there, and it demonstrates evil ties. Oh, God, you're so desperate. Like, not on a politics angle, but like just on a Just Desserts level. Can you imagine researching the extended families, the immediate families, the backgrounds and personal records of every journalist reporting for a major outlet? One, can you imagine how upset they'd be? I'm not the story here.
Extremely.
It's like, no, you are the story. You want to make yourself the story. And this is all of public interest, right? Because if we don't know who is telling us the facts, how do we know if the facts are being delivered in a reliable way? Should we not know something of the messenger? So yeah, let's investigate. Let's knock on your parents' door. You know, like you miserable bastards do all the time. And we'll just call it, you know, the public has a right to know or something. When really what we're doing is muckraking, hoping to, you know, generate some clicks and likes and attack our political enemies and hope to kowtow people to shut up. because we'll harass you and everyone you know for long enough until you get the message to not do certain things, you know, like you're attempting. It's not just about politics. It's like, I really get an impression that journalists have no idea what it's like to have your life torn apart by some random weirdo, which is really what a journalist is. And it's like, okay, I'm not saying you shouldn't even be doing it, but do you have any idea what it's like? How would you react if it happened to you? I'm willing to bet not well. I think they would lawyer up as fast as anybody would. Get the fuck off my property, etc. Yeah. Is it really so weird when people tell you that then? You don't think you would? Anyway. So throngs of Chinese people showed up, take pictures.
Yeah.
The paper added that Trump's image is as a successful businessman as drawn. Wow, I can't English. The paper added that Trump's image as a successful businessman has drawn him a strong admiration in China. So, okay, where am I getting that from? The New York Times. And the fact that all these Chinese people showed up there. I have no idea why they showed up there, but this is the Times assertion as to why. Here's the part that I thought was funny. The buyer, which called itself Trump Birth House LLC, reported...
Really?
They offered the home as an $815 a night Airbnb rental. Guests could sleep in a bedroom with a plaque that noted it was here that President Donald J. Trump was likely conceived.
Oh my God. Really?
In 2021, Paramount Realty USA, representing Trump Birth House LLC, launched an unsuccessful crowdfunding campaign to raise $3 million to buy the house and donate it to Trump. But they ended up buying it anyway at a cheaper rate.
Yeah,
and what'd they do with it? They donated it to Trump.
Of course they did.
So, like, let's just buy it, get it off the market, and then donate it back to him. That's what ended up happening with it. I'm like, really? So it just ended up back in Trump's hands? Okay.
You'd think they'd do a bit more with it, but I guess not. They just really wanted to donate it to Trump.
Which just... Yeah. I mean, isn't it... It's like the owners of Cards Against Humanity buying a large swath of property along the Arizona border with Mexico so that Trump couldn't build a wall because we're hilarious.
Oh, God.
That'll put a monkey wrench in his works.
Sure it will.
I mean, people buying up property and it turns out that it wasn't their independent money, the Cards Against Humanity people that bought it. They had funded it from multiple investors. So it's like, okay. So people crowdfund or small patron fund, circles patron fund, money to buy something for political purposes. I can't imagine buying real estate for a political purpose far.
Yeah, that is just really strange. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why do that? There's better uses for the fucking money.
I mean, I guess I'm interested in politics, but not like that.
No, but you do it for your job.
Yeah, I don't buy things with politics. I get paid for it. Hey, there's Slave One. Look at it.
Yeah, I see it.
I always thought it looked like an elephant's face.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
I
here's the
can
face,
absolutely
there's
see
the
that.
ears, is the trunk.
Yeah.
Anyway, Safari wants to hang out on Wattpad. You know why? Because she loves her Billie Eilish bi fantasy porn writing.
Don't even go there. I'm not the one that found this.
What? Wattpad? You're
You're
the one
the
who told me
one.
what it was. What do you mean?
No, you're the one that told me about the Billie Eilish fantasies of bisexual girls everywhere, apparently.
What are you talking about? It was when you directed me to Wattpad like 3 years ago.
I directed you to Wattpad,
That we-
and then you found some shit on there.
No, we both noticed every third story written by a 14-year-old girl was some fantasy about
you
Billie
noticed.
Eilish.
You noticed it.
Uh-huh.
I only know of this spot because of all the One Direction fan fiction, because this is where they all go.
Oh God.
And it's all referenced everywhere of like, oh yeah, go to my Wattpad and look at my One Direction fan fiction. And it's like, why do you write real people fan fiction? It's fucking weird.
Let's do this.
Yeah, that was weirdly timed.
Yeah. Cheshire Smurf, thank you for the 1050. Who simply says, exclamation mark. He's shocked, Fart. Shocked that you would lie about your fandom of Billie Eilish fanfic.
Fuck off.
So you One Direction, you say? Let's see if that's a thing still.
Yeah, no, I don't know if it will exist still though. It's a thing. When was
One Direction to my heart.
Kidnapped by One Direction?
And the
Oh, it's another Tumblr. Yeah, think of it like you know, this is just yet another dumping ground for a lot of fanfiction. So
I am drunk.
you know, yeah.
So drunk, I cannot get up.
Slim Johnson, Slim! Thank you for the $2. Polly, your sticky fingers joke was great. This is for you, Polly! It's on AAA. Sinatra's like, he brings up this article, and it's like, this guy in a Spider-Man costume stole a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards. And I was like, Spider-Man has sticky fingers.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
What do you do when you
I
come
wish
home and
told
find
me.
the band One Direction was kidnapped by your best friend? You try not to go to jail is one thing. You also manage to fall for one of the guys. Oh, it's like they're all like hostages at your friend's house when you get there?
I guess? I really wish they gave you like a date next to this of like when it was finished or
Right.
published or whatever.
God, 67 parts. Reading time is 6.5 hours.
6 hours. Oh god. 2.9 million people have read this.
Kidnapped by One Direction. So it's the other way around. This story is about
Yeah, there's a whole genre. I hate that I know this. It's a fucking whole genre involving like kidnapping or being kidnapped by One Direction. It's fucking weird. It's in that same vein of like, why is this a thing? As the Billie Eilish thing of why? What is the origin of this?
I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take like a guess.
Yeah, like what is the origin of all of this shit? Because it's from what I know of it, which admittedly isn't much, but it's quite common. Common enough.
Like it's all just like living with them and being friends with them. Ever wonder what it's like
Yeah.
to live with the world's biggest boy band or to have Harry
No.
Styles love you? No.
Oh, I have not.
What would it be like to be protected by Liam Payne? Painful. The only Lena Cooper can explain what it's like to be One Direction's little sister.
Oh god. Oh god. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
But I love the Jane Eyre attempt here. Lady Victoria Ashdown will do anything to protect her inheritance and defeat her conniving stepmother, even if it means competing against the young, beautiful, and talented debutantes in the world's most wicked social season in town to find a charming husband.
Yeah.
Wow. Lady Victoria Ashdown. Teens
got
shouldn't have
9
the
hours.
internet.
God. Well, soon in Australia they won't, unless they have a digital ID to log in with.
God, there's just so many of them on tour with One Direction,
Yep.
kidnapped by One Direction.
Yeah, sold probably to One Direction. I'm guessing that one is.
Their girl. I don't want.
Nope.
I just.
Babysitting One Direction. Okay, what the fuck? adopted by One Direction.
There's a lot of
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
What?
I told you, it's an entire fucking genre of this shit. It's just that. Owned One Direction.
Sold to Mr. Simon as a gift for his 5 boys? Stranded with One Direction. Savannah Gray. That doesn't sound like a made-up name at all. Well done.
Not at all. Yeah, well, yeah. Congratulations.
Rumor has it that One Direction, a famous boy band, is going to be performing on the cruise. When a freak storm hits and the ship sinks, only the survivors are Savannah and One Direction.
Uh-huh. Totally can't tell what's supposed to be happening here. Not at all.
Oh, wow. Load more stories. Far, there's only 282,000 results, so, you know.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's only that.
We should spend some time going through not these.
Yeah,
but
not these.
something.
But type in Billie Eilish.
All
Type in
right.
Billie Eilish just to show them what we're talking about. Because yeah, so many.
It's Billy like that, right?
Yeah, I think it is.
Ellish?
Maybe. I don't really know.
Billie Eilish.
Yeah, see,
Schmutt.
right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Just Board
And
decided to make this shit, so if you read, it's your bad. I'm sorry.
It's bad. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Yeah, it's for some fucking reason, Billie Eilish inspires bisexual/lesbian fantasies in girls, and I don't know why. I would not be able to tell you why.
Made for You. Sequel to Wish
Yeah.
You Were Gay.
Yep.
Leilani and Billy reunite, but their current lovers in the way. Will their affection for one another ever return? Like, it's all lesbian Billie Eilish fanfic.
Yeah.
More than a
Yeah,
fan.
yeah.
After all the sneaking heartbreaks and triangles, will Billy be able to face everyone and admit she fell in love with a fan? Intentional lowercase typing.
Hey, Doc, more cursed father. No, the Billie Eilish thing. I am not the one that discovered that one.
What?
I'm not the one that discovered that one.
Billy finds herself falling for someone that she doesn't want to fall for. And though she may be able to land the girl, can she really save her? Is it worth it?
Yeah, it's all lesbians. It's all lesbian shit. It's fascinating.
There's Green Roots mixed seasonal depression.
Yeah, there she is.
Are you a good girl? Billie Eilish imagines sad angst and maybe a little smut. I believe you. Billie Eilish fluff and smut.
Yeah.
Kiss me, Eilish.
And then right underneath it, I'm not reading that one out. I'm not reading that out. No, I don't want that voice clip out there.
What, Kiss me, Eilish?
No, right underneath it.
Oh! Right, I did, duh.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that took a turn.
Yep. Sequel to Taken. Gianna moves to LA to pursue her dream job when she unexpectedly reunites with a couple of her past lovers, including Billy. Intentional, lowercase typing. Teenage state of mind. When Billy and Madison's world collide, their relationship will be put to the test. Will Billy be able to commit? Lowercase intended.
I am drunk. So drunk.
Why
I
do they
cannot get up.
do that? Lowercase intended?
Yeah, would anyone know what the hell that's about?
Yeah, what does that mean?
I don't want to be
You're so drunk you can't hit nothing. You're probably seeing double.
I have 2 guns,
One for each of you.
You and Billy. You're better off dead. Doc, thank you for the 556. Good girl? No. I'm a poorly behaved EMT. Damn, dude. How many drinks deep are you?
I am drunk, so drunk, I cannot get up.
Alan, thank you very much for the $2. This is Polly. Alan. And Serpent21, thank you for the $2. Oh, I get it. When lesbians write fan fiction about Billie Eilish, it's empowering. But when I post sex fantasies about Eva Green online, it's weird. Exactly. Fucking hypocrisy. But then again, you're not a 14-year-old girl. Should we be disturbed that 14-year-old girls are writing lesbian fan fiction about Billie Eilish that contains self-harm, alcohol, drugs, attempts, and death? I'm going to say yes.
Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to look into the writing, like the lowercase intended thing, right?
Okay.
I came across a post on Reddit from r/Wattpad. Writing stories in lowercase. Sorry, this post was deleted by the person who originally posted it, but I can gather from the comments, it's because all the comments are saying like it looks like trash. What the fuck? I'm guessing it's a stylistic choice. Basically, like it's aesthetics. You know, aesthetics. But everyone on here is saying shit like it looks really bad, it looks unprofessional, it makes you look illiterate. You know, it's just. I guess this one says it best. Sure, it may appear aesthetic to certain people, but to many it comes off as unprofessional and yes, maybe even lazy. So my guess is that it really is just a thing about the way it looks. Some people just think it looks good for some reason.
Yeah, I'm going to take a stab at why it is. Okay, like how, maybe not why it is, but how it started. Like, I have no doubt that people have taken on as an aesthetic thing at this point, but text-to-speech is really poor at knowing when you're using proper nouns and when you're not. And it capitalizes things randomly. Very common artifact of speech to text. I think most of these things are not being typed out. They're being spoken out. And so it's easier just to instruct your speech to text app to never capitalize anything. Something tells me that the punctuation isn't exactly well done here.
I don't think it is. Because that would require teenage girls to be on top of that shit. And, no.
You can't see, it's like... Madison, I hate all these capitals. Well, Mackenzie, just turn it off. It's in the settings. Just hit settings. Lowercase always. It's a ticky box. Just hit it.
Nah, I can't see that happening.
No, I can.
No, I think it really is just what this person says here. Lowercase looks better and it's more aesthetic, but some people prefer traditional grammar and stuff. I think they're just looking at it like a grammar, basic bitch grammar and capitalization is just traditional, whereas all this lower caps bullshit is, you know, the future. You know, it's their own thing and stuff. I have a feeling that's what's going on. I just don't see it being a text-to-speech thing, because it's just, imagine the age range.
Coins are back, bitch.
But just imagine the age range of the people writing this stuff. I don't think it really... I think we're looking at people that are like 13 to 15, right? That age range.
Okay.
Right? I don't see a lot of girls in that age range using text-to-speech stuff that are writing. That is also crossing over with writing Billie Eilish fanfiction in lowercase. You get what I mean? Like, I just don't see the crossover. I don't think it's happening like that. I think it's a purely... we're just being, you know, untraditional with our writing.
You know what?
But
I would rather have all lowercase. We think this is our own style and approach than people who always type in all caps because they think that their words are bold enough that they need to be read and stand out.
I think both are trash on the same level, honestly. But thank you, Doc, for the $1. Two crows are sitting on a fence across from a police station talking about their day. Suddenly they're arrested. What for, you ask? Attempted murder. I feel like I've read this one before.
Oh, I see. It took a second for me to clue in.
Yeah, you get it?
Yeah. Why are there 5 cast introductions? Written by your sister's dildo.
Wait, is that the... What?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, I was looking around the page, like, is that the username? And I just couldn't find it because I don't go on here. It's like, oh my god, there it is. There it is. What the hell? What the hell?
Part 7, part 7.5, part 7 in 2 halves? You mean part 8?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no, this is part okay, part 7,
part
1 of
7.
2. Part 7, 2 of 2.
Yeah. But you still have part 7 there, though. You have part 7, part 7.
I know,
I
don't understand. I'm like, wait, I'm like,
Yeah,
I was
what?
it's like, I'm critical, and I'm like, no, wait, that makes sense. No, wait a minute, no, it doesn't. Like, I just...
Yo, none of this makes sense.
Okay, why do you need
fuck?
5 cast introductions? What the hell?
Um,
There's only one way to find out, Far.
yeah, I guess. Oh god, we're actually looking at this.
Hey,
Your
I'm...
name's POV. Oh god, it's one of those. It's one of those. Oh god.
One of those what?
It's the ultimate of self-insert fantasy things. So your YN is your name.
Gotcha.
So you insert yourself literally into it. So yeah, you put your own name there. And I'm 17 still in this fucking prison they call school. Fucking
My life is boring as fuck, and I'm Les. But,
Winky
yeah,
face.
enjoy this shitty-ass smut the author made. And apparently, Party Gets Me Soaked isn't really happy about it, and they kind of got critical.
Yeah. My god. Oh, you ugly motherfuckers. Nah, I'm playing, but my name is Kamya. I'm
Your name's,
Your
best
name's
friend. Since diapers, but I'm
BSF.
16 tomorrow is my birthday, bitches. Bye, hoes.
This is terrible. Like, this is on a next level of terrible.
Look at dog.
I don't...
Is that demonetized?
Yeah, oh,
My
we
channel?
were monetized?
Oh, yeah, that's a
We were fucking monetized?
never.
Really?
Monetization. It's like heroin. Never have, never will.
Oh my god. Yeah, but see what I mean, though? I don't think any of this shit is text-to-speech, because look at this. I think it truly is just... I cringe to say this, but a stylistic choice.
See your thoughts later. How is her name pronounced? That's a fine question.
Yeah, Winona?
Damn. So we all bad bitches purring. See, if I was monetized, Doc, I wouldn't be able to call this really faggy. So, you know.
My god.
Same.
Same.
Have you noticed that the people commenting, like, have better spelling and grammar than the people writing the story?
Yeah, I noticed. This is teenage brain rot. It's giving me brain damage. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh, hi, Sam.
Yeah.
Hi, Sam. Welcome
Hello.
to hell. Welcome to hell. We're looking at Billie Eilish
We're
fanfiction.
reading Billie Eilish smut and written by your sister's dildo at Wattpad.
Oh, good God.
What's up, y'all? I'm
Can they
Billy.
stop
I'm
drinking?
19. Lesing. I'm a little famous. Well, not famous, but I have supports. But you probably don't want to know this, but I have a dick. Never mind. Don't
Oh,
even worry about it.
what?
But yeah, see you guys later on in the shitty ass story.
So she's a Fuda?
Buddha Billy. Oh God, I'm not typing that in. That's probably a whole subgenre, isn't it?
That probably is.
Oh yeah, I'm not going there.
Jesus, guys, the top of the barrel's a long way up, huh?
Yeah, it really is. You can't even see it. Roll the way down here.
P.S. Billy's gonna have a dick in this story, so if you don't like it, feel free to leave. I probably should have read that part first, huh?
Yeah, probably.
She's gonna have a dick in this story. What is wrong with teenage girls, man? What the fuck?
Specifically these teenage girls that are like
yeah. No.
into Billie Eilish.
Into Billy to the point where your writer is a Fuda? What the hell? I mean, the teenage brain rot is right. My good God. Y'all need Jesus.
Does this have comments? Just a little fun. Okay.
Why is everyone mean to the author? Author, what did you do to piss us off? Well, the dick probably had something to do with it.
Oh, so I just imagined Billy got drank some vodka and grew a dick. Cool.
Thank you, Doug Doggerson, for the $10. He says, Futa, where's Fred's, that beautiful bastard? Far away from here.
Yeah, he does not need to be here. He does not need to
Right.
see this.
Right.
Chat, I need you guys to promise me right now you're not going to show Fritz this.
Why would you say that now? Somebody's going to. Damn it.
Look, I need you guys to promise me, please, for the love of God.
Holly, you're somewhat of an expert in the field. Is that a reverse psychology? I feel like that's a reverse psychology.
Billy Eilish Fudish? Fuda?
Billy Eilish footage. Oh, man.
I'm sugar deprived.
Oh,
Shut up.
Man.
Billy Fudish.
Thank you, Cheshire Smith, for the $10, who simply says, I believe that's how. I believe that's how the exclamation mark is, you know. How would you even describe that?
Exclamation mark.
Translated into sound?
Ah!
Oh, man, I'm not looking... Monday on the AAA. So did you do Noir Bar? Yeah, we did. We were reading this story about Billie Eilish Futanari.
Yeah, by your sister's dildo.
Yeah, written by the internet famous Your Sister's Dildo.
What do you think the over-under is on this being, you know, a 40-year-old man?
I have wondered looking at this, it's like, how many of these are legitimate and how many of these are like, I want to be the next My Immortal? Because that is a genre of fanfic all of itself, you know, the next My Immortal type fanfictions.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. Teenage girls are weird, and they do write.
Oh
some
yeah, no,
weird things.
abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, I was a teenage girl once, I can tell you. Yeah, they are very weird when it comes to this sort of thing. Yeah. There's probably a good chunk of these that were written by actual legitimate teenage girls, but how many of them actually were? That's the question.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's the right amount of vapidity that, at a minimum, the people in the comments, I believe, are legitimate people.
Yeah, the comments probably are legitimate, but is your sister's dildo legitimate?
Okay, so here we go. Samael's POV. Okay. So I was just chilling in my bed. And I was scrolling through French TikTok until my phone rang.
You know what? Bull pops your grand.
Besto wants to FaceTime. Well, okay. So I answered, "Hey, best friend, what you doing?" I said. "Bored, want to talk to my bestie." Because this is how best friends talk to each other.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah. Sam, it's really striking the real, the verisimilitude
Yeah.
is just coming through. There you go,
It just
Far.
feels
Look it
so
up.
real.
You want to go to the mall today? Kamala said. Kamyala. See, that's why the person was asking, how the hell do you say that name? I hear you. Kamya? Yeah, Kamya. Yeah, Kamya.
Kamia?
To go to the mall? How old are you?
When was
Yeah,
this
who goes
written?
to the mall anymore?
1996? Well,
Well, that would be fitting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, I'll be ready in a little while, I said. Okay, don't take too long, Kamya said as she giggled a little bit. Girl, bye.
She
See you
giggled
when you get here.
lesbianly.
Yeah, exactly. She, in a very bi manner, hung the phone up. See, I'm old. I remember hanging up phones. Then I got up, went to my bathroom. I took a short shower, got out, dried off, did my hygiene.
Did my hygiene.
And went to my closet to find something to wear. W-H-E-R-E, Sam.
To where?
Yeah.
Where?
I find something to wear? Question mark. As I was, okay, as is capitalized, I is not. You suck. As I was looking for clothes, I saw an outfit that caught my eye. It was new. I never wore it. So I took it out of my closet and laid it on my bed while I do my hair.
And then they have a nice little reference for your outfit.
Oh, shit. I thought this was like a Temu ad.
No, that's the reference.
Oh.
From Slay Fits, wherever that is.
That is a priceless name. Slay Fits. I love it. That's just Chief Tacky.
This is not solving the question of, is this a 40-year-old man?
Yeah, I'm leaning. The more I look at this, right, the more I'm leaning towards I don't think it's legit. I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Don't take pictures of teen girls. That's not okay. After I finished doing my hair, I put on my outfit and sat on my bed before Kamya came. Soon after, I got a text from her saying she was outside, so I grabbed my purse and I made sure I had enough money. I went to her car. After I got in, we talked. We sang along to the music. This is reminding me of My Immortal. As we drove to the concert, we did cocaine and drugs and listened to My Chemical Romance.
Dumbledore.
Then we arrived at the mall. I opened the door and got out. After shopping for what seemed like forever, I got tired, but we went to the food court first, and I told her I wanted what I wanted, and she ordered it. As I was sitting down, this girl came over wearing a big baggy clothes. I'm not even going to lie. She was fine as fuck. She had pretty blue eyes. Hey, are you alone? The girl asked. No, actually, my best friend is getting us food. I said, oh, okay. I was just wanting to say you're very pretty, and I hope we can be friends. I'm Billy, Billy said.
Yeah, come on.
Well, of course we can be friends. I'm Samael,
Your
I
name.
said. Yeah.
I will fucking end you.
That's a pretty name. Do you mind if I have your number? Billy said. Of course, Samael said, while giving her my phone number. Soon after, she gave me my phone back and left. Jesus, this is not even good. Platty, what the fuck? You expected it to be?
I don't know. I expected it to at least be a little bit more funny. Because say what you want about My Immortal, right? But at least
Thank you. I think I
there's
will.
a comedic element to it, you know? Like, it's one of those things where if you read it, you understand why it captured so many people's attention. Because it is one of those... It is like the fan fiction equivalent of like, a bad movie. Right? But genuinely, it is like the fan fiction equivalent of it, where it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. But that's what makes it so funny. That's what makes it so worth reading in a way, and why so many people have read it, why so many people have done, read along videos, why they've talked about it endlessly, why people have tried to find out who made it. You get what I mean? Like, there is an element of comedy to it.
Damn
This
right.
doesn't have that.
No.
This just doesn't. This is like trying to recreate the magic of My Immortal, which a lot of people try to do, to mixed effect and result. It's just not doing it. It's just not doing it.
Thank you, Dog, for the $1. He says, this caused more damage to my psyche and physical well-being than my alcohol intake to Nift. Yeah. I've just spent the past, like, say, around 4 hours trying to get a hold of, some tech support from my ISP, so, you all could bask in my presence. And this is more stressful, frankly.
I'm not.
I can write better shit than this. Of course. I
think most people could. The problem comes, right, when you're trying to do something like this. It's trying to recreate the magic of My Immortal, and it's just, you can really tell that if this is what is actually going on and they're not actually serious, which, my god, I hope they're not. I hope it really is just what we're all thinking it is. Yeah, they obviously don't understand what goes into making My Immortal so funny. Because there is a bit of an art to it, like that you wouldn't think there would be. It's put together a hell of a lot more than you think it is.
This is, or My Immortal is?
My Immortal.
Gotcha.
This is garbage. Like, this is just pure garbage. Like, I'm just saying, like, they obviously don't understand what makes something like My Immortal work.
By the way,
Fuck that.
I don't think a Caucasian would have that hairstyle because they're arguing that it's more Hispanic. It's like,
Yeah,
did you guys know Hispanics
we not
are
white in this story, girl.
What's it? Did you know that Hispanics are Caucasian? You fucking idiot!
Yeah. Overwhelmingly so.
Yeah.
That's always been one of those things that sort of made me pause. It's like the Latins, Latins are treated as non-white. Like, bruh.
Yeah, bruh, you're white as fuck.
Bruh.
Like, if you want to get all biological like that, you only have 3 options: Caucasoid, Negroid, or Mongoloid. Take your pick. And if you don't like that, then why'd you go get all biological about it? You shouldn't have went there.
Right. Right. Don't get me wrong. There are South Americans that can claim all fucking 3 of those. You know?
Yeah. It's
Native Americans.
What about Polynesians, and they don't really fit into the... Again, don't put the fucking onus on me. You're the one who wanted to get biological. Arguably, they're a mix of those 3 in some derivation or another. Fuck off. Leave me alone.
What about the fucking, the Finnic peoples that have lived in the Arctic Circle for like fucking 4,500 years? You are thinner. Tell me they white. They look, much more like Mongols than they do, Western Europeans.
Cheshire Smurf, denouncing me now. I just you have tainted us all, Polydub. I just
You knew what you were getting into.
Yeah, absolutely. So we should find something that's not. Oh my god, I don't really want to read.
Why did you even click on this of all of them? The one that's just Billie Eilish smut.
I don't know. Your sister's dildo is a much ballyhooed writer and up and coming. Our tour of the pen.
Well, coming anyway.
Okay, look, I've always wanted to know. Can cats use iPads?
Oh, for God's...
Melbourne Animal Hospital, trials iPads for cats to improve their behavior.
Oh, God. Oh, because it works so well for children.
Yeah, you've heard of giving children an iPad. Now you can give your cat one.
Oh God.
Love the cat just staring. Right. An animal
It's
hospital in
supposed to be
Melbourne has
outside,
found
man.
screen time for cats and kittens can help them de-stress and socialize. What's a stressed cat
Oh,
like? Just
no.
bouncing off the walls?
Well,
Um,
yes.
Yeah,
Find
yeah.
something to judge by, absolutely.
Prior to the
They
trial,
also
the
tend to
animals
be a
that
bit more
participated were
impressive.
quite withdrawn, according to the center, and did not interact much with staff. But after iPads and TVs were introduced to their enclosure, the cats became increasingly more social and happy. I could see that just through like a form of interaction as opposed to leaving them locked up in there and not socializing with
Yeah.
anybody.
Right.
Good night,
Yeah,
Miss
I've got
Cynthia.
I've got a few problems with their methodology here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Like, why don't you just, I don't know, play with the cat?
Right.
I mean, honestly, they're getting them ready for adoption, so maybe they got like a whole fucking gang of them. Like they simply don't have the staff to. It's just not
Maybe,
feasible.
but yeah, but it's still, I feel like there's a step to be taken here before just tossing an iPad at a fucking cat.
It's laziness. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's the stat. Polly, how many cats do you think you could play with at a time?
Three, I guess. I don't know. 3.
Yeah, I think I think I could do like probably 5 or 6. You know.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I feel like cats are
you
agile.
bring a bowl
and,
of wool out.
they're agile and
You bring a bowl of
small. I
wool
figure
out
you
and they'll
start
go
to lose
fucking
attention
wild.
of one of them will just get out of your fucking line of sight immediately, and then
Yeah. They need one of those disco laser light type things, you know.
Yeah.
Put loads of little laser points all around the room. That's how you keep like 100 cats entertained all in one go.
Yeah, or you just get out a bowl of wool or several bowls of wool. Like, they love that shit. Like, that's not even a stereotype. They fucking love that shit.
Pretty sure that's a stereotype.
I mean, it is a stereotype, but like, it's based in reality, though. I did that for my cat a lot. Like, he loved that shit.
What does anyone know what a cat curfew is?
No?
Over time, we've realized more and more that cats are going into apartment living and with cat curfews.
I'm guessing that means, like, you can't let them out at night. I'm guessing that's what that is.
As a reference to what cats like to do the most is watch birds and watch outside. There's not many birds at night. I mean,
Well, there's more than you think, but I think it's like so they don't catch the wildlife that comes out at night.
yeah.
Either
think
catching the
that's what that'll
wildlife
be.
or attracting wildlife, you know,
Yeah.
coyotes and and one
Well,
other
no,
as
this
well,
is
you know.
Melbourne. This is Melbourne, so
is it?
it'll be more the cat's hunting the wildlife. That's more what it is than something getting the cat.
Oh.
Does a
Yeah,
video
it's not
of,
like that here.
of a fish aquarium like this, would cats watch it like they would watch an actual aquarium? I'm curious.
Well, that one seems to be. I mean, they kind of do sit and watch TV a little bit, but it's like that doesn't really. I don't think that really helps the general issue that's already at hand here. Of just, interact with the damn cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could all tell what was going on, you know, going through that cat's mind that was watching, you know, virtual fish on the screen there.
Yeah, fuck, these look fake.
I'm gonna eat your little fishy.
Little fishy. I'm gonna eat your little fishy.
Well, cats often aren't as interested in screens as dogs are. The use of them could be an engaging intervention in a shelter-like environment. From my experience, dogs are disinterested in what's going on a screen. Guess not.
Yeah, I'm thinking back on all the times of it, like, I don't know, like a wildlife show or something. Yeah.
Yeah, Cheshire
Cats
says
in a
my
row,
dogs only pay attention to a computer screen. There's a dog barking on it.
Right, the same way one might, you know, tune one's ears into the voice message played on the big screen at Madison Square Gardens or something like that, right? You acknowledge it's there, you give it a quick listen, you realize, oh, this is advertising for toothpaste and sports jackets, and then you move on. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She said that some might find it highly entertaining, but others might find it frustrating and get bored if they can't pounce or kill their prey.
Well, yeah. I could easily see that.
Oh, yeah. And
Google said introducing iPad for the cats about 6 months ago has been a huge success. I'll be walking through one of the enclosures and they'll be absolutely fixated on cats and fish and birds.
Oh god, you know what this just reminded me of? Polly, you remember the Wheel of the Worst? Where they had like the dog sitter VHS tape, and then they were advertising about the cat sitter VHS tape?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, that's what this reminds me of. I'm sitting here like, this reminds me of something. What is it? And yep, there it is. The fucking dog/cat sitter VHS tapes.
I read this whole thing and it just, it doesn't really work very well, but in cats in an enclosed area with no actual window to real outside, it's a good option, but they're going to get bored with it pretty quick. Okay, I believe you. That all sounds very predictable. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Maybe, not to go all fucking, animal rights on you, but if you live in a tiny apartment and there's no opportunity for the animal to go outside, don't get a cat. Just don't.
Yeah, it's just cruel.
So you don't believe in the idea of indoor cats?
No.
Not really, no. Not really.
No, I definitely do not. Like, it just seems really fucking cruel. Because they obviously want to go outside. Right? Like, they're made to go outside.
Yeah, so are we. What's your point?
Yeah, but we have more choice than a cat.
Oh, don't get into the fucking agency argument with him, pal.
Yeah, no, you know, that's a good point. That's a good
Back to the
point.
Wattpad.
Yeah, back to Wattpad. But, no, but it's just, I don't know, it just seems unnecessarily cruel to keep them indoors all the fucking time. Like, I get it. You can't have them outdoors all the time, but just... You cannot keep a cat indoors all the time either. Like, it's not right.
Yeah,
they are outdoor creatures.
It's not even so much that. It's I've seen a lot of cats that are, perpetually indoors, shall we say. A lot of them end up being, they end up becoming rather overweight.
Yeah.
Because they just don't get the exercise that they need. And, yeah. It's just not good. It's not good. And what is what was the driving force behind these permanently indoor cats? Well, human companionship, ? It's like, you know that there are creatures that are made for far better companions than cats, right?
Well, sometimes not even like human companionship of why they keep the cat indoors. It's like, oh, but it's for the cat's safety. It's so it doesn't get, carried away, and then so the wildlife can't eat it. It's a cat. Just come on.
They're vicious killers.
They are. And if that is your main concern, that if you let the cat outside, that it's going to fucking die, because I don't know, some wildlife comes and kills it, maybe you just straight up shouldn't have a pet at all.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Eagle brings an excellent point as well. Don't declaw your cat and let them out. Yeah, ideally,
that too.
Don't declaw your cat at all.
Yeah. Like, what is
But,
wrong
yeah.
with you? Don't do that.
Could you imagine, Polly, if aliens kept us as pets and were just like, okay, well, the only natural weapon that they have really is their teeth. They've got an incredible bite force, so we're just going to remove their teeth.
Yeah.
I think everybody understands that there is a not so subtle layer of wrongness to that.
Well, if I bit up the aliens' furniture and tore up the side of their couch, I would expect him to remove my teeth.
Stare them right in the eyes. You take a shit in the middle of our living room.
Yeah.
Even chat says Sam was talking about many being overweight, and I thought we were still talking about Wattpad teenage lesbians again. Oh no. Oh no. I would never say such a thing.
Shout closest people can steal your pets. I remember one time when I was out for a walk late at night and I was talking to Far and a bunch of other people in a Discord chat on my earbuds, and there was a cat that like walked up to me and went, "Oh, hey, free cat." And I remember Far's like, "Hey, that belongs to someone, you know." Because I think I found my favorite line of the night so far.
Did you know that the cats are free? You can just
You
take
could
them.
just take them on.
Police believe she died years before her body was found. Really?
Oh!
What? Well, I mean, you know,
Oh, is this
technically
the
her
body in
body.
the walls?
You know,
Nothing?
I
You're
believe her
expecting to
body
find her
was
body
found.
still alive? Which just means you're not finding a body, you're just finding somebody. Not some body, but somebody. Yeah.
Somebody.
Anyway, so she was in a wall.
Yeah, so it was the body in the wall. Got it.
Yep, it was a body in a wall.
Body in the wall.
I thought it was behind. Is it behind a concrete wall? And I thought, like, wow, somebody poured concrete around her. No. It was just behind a concrete wall.
They kind of like wedged her in there.
She was carefully wrapped. The skeletal remains.
It's amazing what people will use for insulation these days.
Yeah. Man, rent a boat. Someone's gonna find that shit.
Yeah, bring some concrete wall with you, though. You know, if you're gonna rent a boat.
I'll put it back here. No one will ever find it. Put on what pad? No one will ever find it here.
Oh God.
Butch Wilmore, the most obviously named astronaut ever, and Suni Williams, the most unobviously named Indian woman ever, are back on Earth.
She was named that by sheer luck.
Is it Suni or Sunny? I've actually heard both in the news, but those are news entertainers.
I don't know.
Oh,
They can't be trusted.
It's Kamala all over again, isn't it? Like, who the fuck even cares?
Yeah, you'd think that Kamala Harris would have corrected that shit.
Right.
Because I remember one time I heard her say her own name, and I was like, holy shit, Tucker Carlson was right. It is Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Like when she said her own name, she said it is Kamala. And I was like, it means like everybody, including like people that are like her 100% supporters, are saying her name wrong? Wow.
And like the problem with this one, this name here, is like you can't even just like put on a comedy Indian accent to kind of work out which one sounds best either, because both work.
Yep.
I mean, like, you know, Kamala, you can do that with Kamala. You know. But, you know,
what does 9 months do to the
Sammy.
body?
Nothing good.
Reduces bone density, increases overall muscle strength. That's why they have to work out like every day
With rubber bands. Terrible.
Mm-hmm.
There might be some nausea, dizziness, and vertigo. I get that here on Earth.
Maybe it'll have the opposite effect on you, Polly. Maybe that's what we're going to do to kill you, man. Just send you up into space.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
the cure is space.
That's the environment I was meant to be in. I'll be fine finally. And your bones and muscles are getting used to that loading of Earth's gravity. As you stand up and walk around, your balance is going to have to regain. You're going to have to get a sense of where you are. So there'll be a period of rapid adjustment in the next 2 or 3 days. And that's why the crew were helped out of the spacecraft and wheeled away on stretchers. Yeah, I'll bet. I bet it feels like you've got, like, you're trying to walk in water.
You ever done like the rather intensive full body workouts over the course of a day or so, Polly, and then you go to bed and then you wake up the next day and just nothing responds the way you want it, muscle wise.
I've done not all day. I don't know about that. I've never done that kind of workout.
Yeah,
you
not
just described,
intensive
but
stuff, but like, yeah, I've had that reaction though. Yeah.
yeah, I've had the next day reaction after intense efforts and workouts. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I imagine it feels a lot like that.
I find it interesting that the adaptation of space is easier than reverse. I guess one is just because it's lightening the load, and the other one's heavying it. Heavying.
Yeah. Coming back from space, it's like it's like you're suddenly being typed in bold.
Yeah. So being in space is like lowercase by intention. All right.
Your superscript.
So the longest person who's ever been in space is Valery Polyakov, who spent 437 continuous days on board the Mir space station.
Over a year.
Oh, wait a minute. Excuse me. NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson holds the record for the most cumulative days in space at 675 days. Which is not
But she's been to space
consecutive.
4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not consecutive. It's cumulative.
I got to say, I'm pretty disappointed at these space boots. I mean, they look like something I could buy at Walmart.
Maybe they are.
I mean, this is the SpaceX spacesuit, isn't it? That looks so much like the helmets from TNG or Star Trek.
That's just probably what they were going for. On account of everybody that works at SpaceX being, either a massive nerd or Indian.
She aged 20 to 25 years. Yeah, man. When Rubio returned to Earth in 2023, he told American broadcaster ABC he needs some time to readapt to Earth's gravity. He also said he would need to rebalance his equilibrium for things like standing upright, walking around. And Rubio said the psychological aspects of spending so much time in space was tougher than he expected. Not as tough as coming home to his harpy wife. Oh. Fuck.
This is
In
ground
space,
control
no one can
to
hear you,
Major
bitch.
Tom. Your wife has breached the doors. There is no way out.
Did you hear
She is
her,
coming.
Major Tom?
It was really
Did
hard,
you
just
hear
rain
her,
boots they're wearing,
Major
man.
Tom?
Even though astronauts undertake extensive exercise while on board the International Space Station to combat this muscle fatigue, and etc.
Yeah, the muscular atrophy. Yeah.
The 2021 study published by the Systemic Review Journal found it was not enough to prevent losses in muscle. They learned that without Earth's gravity affecting the human body, weight-bearing bones lose an average of 1 to 1.5% of mineral density during each month of spaceflight. Upon returning to Earth, bone loss might not be completely corrected by rehabilitation. However, their risk of fracturing is not higher. Got it.
Huh.
So we can have thinner bones if we want.
You want avianese because this is how you get the avianese.
But it does put them at a higher risk of developing kidney stones.
Yeah, I don't get that. Oh, that's because bones break down, calcium can be released into other bodily systems and solidify into kidney stones.
Yeah.
At which point, you might have to pass it, which is just, my God.
Hmm.
I'm not sure which is more painful. Passing that kidney stone or coming home to my wife. Microgravity can cause a person's blood and cerebral spinal fluid to shift towards the head. The researchers suspect that these fluid shifts are an underlying cause of SANS.
Well, like, comic sense.
Some astronauts experience lasting impairment and may require corrective lenses. I think it's got something to do with eyeballs.
Oh, God. Don't go to space and make your eyes fall out.
One of these ways it was done was via what's been called the twin study. The study centered on Scott Kelly, who spent nearly a year on board the ISS and his identical twin brother Mark. And his identical twin brother Mark what? Also spent
Kelly.
the time?
No, the study
No.
centered on Scott Kelly, Dash, who spent nearly a year on board the ISS, Dash, and his identical twin brother Mark.
Okay, that sentence could be better.
It's grammatically correct, Polly. I don't know what to tell you.
I didn't say it was incorrect. I said it could be better, not correct.
Polly, we can all be better.
Scott Kelly
know, man.
participated in several biomedical studies on board the space station, while Mark Kelly, a retired astronaut, stayed on Earth as a control subject for comparison. The study provided valuable data about what happened to Scott Kelly physiologically and psychologically compared to his brother. For example, it's found his body mass reduced by 7% during the flight. It's found his cognitive performance remained largely unchanged during his year in space. Holy shit, yeah. My God, Far, you're the same age as that lady.
What? No.
It's true.
No, he's... Look, I'm telling you, man, we shouldn't be up there, right? Look, if God had intended us to fly, he wouldn't have invented Spanish air traffic control.
Well, it is known that space radiation elevates the risk of cancer, which is proof that we never made it to the moon, accelerates aging. I'm just kidding. We totally made it to the moon. Accelerates aging and induces cellular damage. The precise biological mechanisms remain elusive. Research has shown that mitochondria play a central role in spaceflight-induced health effects. The precise mechanisms of mitochondrial adaptation and dysfunction in space remain an area of active study. Scientists also lack a comprehensive understanding of how microgravity, radiation exposure, and isolation impact cognitive function, mental health, and neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change and adapt over long durations. And here's some
Mitochondria mentioned.
Politicians drinking.
Dutton sees past a minority government as both leaders declare they can win majority.
Yeah,
I hate the term.
Yeah. The Prime Minister finally called the election. Finally.
I hate the term minority government. We should call it what it is.
What?
The fucking... the least shit.
You can't... Do you really need people for this?
I don't know.
I mean, it helps.
Sure. But I mean...
Are you
really
worried about the mushroom people again?
The No, I'm just like, it would a small container launched into space that does the automatic functions that you needed to do to release the spores into the substrate to grow the fungus and the mushrooms, just not like, do you really need people to sit there and stare and see if they're growing? You're trying to tell me that experiment can't be organized much more simply and cheaply without any people involved at all?
Yeah, but a bit wasteful, right?
Wasteful? You don't think it's more wasteful to send people up there to stare at shrooms?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just... Not to get old, fungal rights on you, but I really don't think we should be keeping mushrooms inside. They were built to be outside.
They're built to be outside, right?
Scientists are trying to identify the best crops and farming techniques for future space travel to the moon and Mars. They believe mushrooms could be the perfect crop as they can be grown rapidly in confined spaces and provide many health and culinary benefits. I have no idea what the mushrooms actually contain any reasonable amount of nutrients and carbohydrates and whatnot, or...
Yeah, protein. You can breed them specially so that they produce their B12 as well.
Really?
That's how vegans survive without eating any meat.
Mushrooms
or animal products. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. If it wasn't for yeast, there would be no vegans, which is as good an excuse as any to do away with the bread industry. That is a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that looks like a stack of naan bread she had behind her here. It's like,
Yeah.
nope, it's a multi-flap shroom.
Those aren't just flaps, Polly. Those are control surface. That is a supersonic shroom.
I love that she's growing shrooms and her name is Dr. Flava.
That's
I love that. That's great.
Flavia.
It's kind of like Flavia.
Polly,
but
that's
I'd go
Flavia,
by
come on.
Dr. Flava.
Right.
Look,
Flavia
I mean,
Flav.
where do you work, lady? Look at your lab coat. I just got like mission patches and shit that also happen to match the mission patches on the giant substrate growth thing. Look at the way her name is spelled. The Flava.
She is the mushroom.
And she's got teeth
She has it.
glowing the cover
Right.
of burning phosphorus. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Like, compare those
Don't
teeth
want
to
too
the
close.
moon's albedo.
Blinding.
Yeah. She just doesn't look real.
Ooh.
Holy cow, what?
And splashdown.
Woo!
Who doesn't want to yell splashdown? Come on.
Apparently NASA, because they didn't want to bring him home.
Yeah, I know. That's a good point.
Round parachute, try not to look like a jellyfish challenge failed. Here's a view from its onboard missile targeting system.
Yeah, exactly. Man, this is written dramatically, isn't it? It was
Yeah.
early evening at their destination as the four-person crew raced across time zones, re-entering Earth's atmosphere with blistering heat. With a nitrox injected into their spacesuits, they were able to endure the intensity of re-entry encased in a capsule capable of withstanding temperatures up to 1,500 degrees Celsius. As re-entry began, a wall of plasma bracketed the outside of the capsule, blocking all communications. As the lines went dead, fingers were crossed at mission control. And what the hope that what happened next happened smooth. On the other side of the world, foreign, India, the village Williams's... wow, Sam.
Fucking wow.
That is not grammatically correct, chat.
No. On the other side of the world,
Well done,
Julison, India, the village the Williams's father comes from. People prayed for her safe return. Oh, I was hoping this is one of those central barbecue situations.
Oh, I
No.
thought it was a Deadpool.
I love those indoor barbecue pits. But I mean, they're praying for us. That's cool. That's family support. That's nice. As Miss ticked by, the message came through. Commander Nick Haig's voice. He was enjoying the ride. Well, the plasmate's
Shut
loose,
up.
Dad. It looks cool, y'all.
Shut up, Nick.
Yeah, as they're all praying solemnly, and all of a sudden, crackle, crackle, this voice comes out. Holy shit, man, it's fucking rocks. Yes. God damn it, Butch. I just...
Peter says nitrox, so nitrogen and oxygen, like the air. Yes, yes, very much so. That's a point. If laughing gas is nitrogen and oxygen, why aren't people laughing all the time?
Well, it's nitrous oxide, not nitrogen and oxygen.
Mm-hmm.
No. Like carbon and oxygen, that's fine, but carbon monoxide, watch the fuck out. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, Polly, we got all this nitrogen and all this oxygen around us, but no, naturally occurring nitrous oxide. What's going on there, man? What's going on there?
Why do I have to go to Walmart to source whippets? What the fuck?
Right. Why are we here? Just to suffer?
Be laughing my ass off. Fuck. Free giggles everywhere.
you think that's why there are some people that are just naturally happier than others? They're gonna get like some sort of genetic predisposition to creating their own nitrous oxide in the lungs.
I don't know. I've
That'd be a
never
hell of a discovery.
been near nitrous oxide. I have no idea if giggles would ensue.
Certainly don't in me.
So this week we're taking Polly to the dentist.
Yeah, all I get is hallucinations because they overdosed me as a child. God.
Well, you are very small. It must be very difficult to, control the dosage properly.
Yeah, it only happened the once. That's the wild part. Only once.
Nitrous oxide or the overdosing?
The overdosing.
Okay.
I've just got this vivid mental image of, an even smaller Far inside a Zorb that's been filled with nitrous oxide screaming as the mushroom people close in on her position. Did I mention I've got a very vivid imagination?
Don't blame me, then. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Doc says, fuck, I wish we still had nitrous oxide on the ambulances. I mean, for the patients or to move through traffic faster?
For him. We're going over this. The EMT personnel consuming the medications. Frankly, I don't see the problem. See, Far seems worried that the people that designed the bridges that she's driving over were crocked at the time.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very realistic thing to be worried about.
I suggested she'd have a bigger problem if it was women who designed the bridge. She didn't seem to appreciate that.
I mean, statistically speaking, Polly, that's just true.
Yeah, I thought.
Look, I'm not saying women can't be architects. I'm just asking whether or not they should be.
No, I think even if they shouldn't be, whatever. If they want to be architects, that's their life choice. I'm just saying, why can't you hire someone to check their work?
The Billie Eilish fan club won't appreciate that.
Seriously, everyone has their work checked. Everyone.
Yes, of course they do.
There's a reason you hire like two architectural firms like to red hat each other and shit. Hey, listen, my contract work is almost entirely red hat work. I mean, we are the red team, man. I lead the red team.
Mm-hmm.
Criticizing and analysis, it's already done to point out all the Believe me, there's always problems. If people don't think that someone's going to look over what they did, do you have any idea how much they half-ass it?
I don't know what you mean, Polly. I've always put 110% into everything I've ever written.
That is the official story, though, isn't it?
And see, this is the thing. This is why Wattpad exists. This is why the stories on Wattpad are so bad. They hate themselves so much, they don't think anybody is ever going to read the pap that they write. And for the most part, they're correct.
I don't know, those 2 million hits beg to differ.
For the most part. For the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Not
And
all.
how many did the Billie Eilish smut have?
How many what?
Hits. Like, how many people have seen it?
Oh.
Yeah, it should say 8.2k.
Yes. Yeah, okay. 8.2 thousand views. It's still ongoing. This is a currently being written story. Billie Eilish smut.
It shouldn't be.
Billy Foodish.
Yeah, you hear that, you sister dildo? You should just give up.
Yeah, just stop. Try, I don't know, try the oboe or something.
Why the oboe of all? Like, I mean, you read what we start with the triangle, the tambourine, something.
No, the oboe can be played quietly. Polly's the kind of guy to give his kid a fucking set of bagpipes to learn to play.
Hell no. Seriously, you can play the triangle. Ding, ding. That's just not the worst of all things, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, that's not gonna get annoying real quick.
I remember when I joined a rock band. They asked if I could play the electric triangle. Turns out I could.
Is that a real instrument?
Yes.
Nice. You know that wooden instrument with the ridges on it, and you got like the chopstick, and you bzzzt, that noise it makes.
Oh, fuck! I used to know the name of that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like you tippy tap on it, like knock, then a knock, knock, and then zip. It also makes that noise. So you got them two things going on. Whatever that is, the wooden honeycomb with the chopstick. I could play that. And the bongos. I'd really love to learn to play the bongos for some reason.
Oh, dude, bongos are fun.
Yeah.
They're just fun. Slap the shit out of it and music happens. Yeah. No, sorry, not guiro.
I would love to have the bongos because I could show up at the drum circles on my campus and completely disrupt their so-called rhythm.
From a distance as well. Angle the bongo so like the hole in the bottom of it is like pointing towards them.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, because they're all playing and like they slowly start to like fall into a rhythm as they're all beating on like, rarely, like only like a third of them have drums. The rest of them are just smacking the bottom of a garbage can and shit, right? I would sit like, 15, 20 feet away and just play it like 3 times the tempo they are. Some really speedy Latin beat or something, you know what I mean? Oh, man, that'd be great. Troll them with bongos.
I'll get you a fucking djembe on a what do you call it? On a strap. You can carry it around with you, and every time they start up again,
yeah,
you from a different different position, within the building or something like that, you just start slapping the shit out of the djembe. Yeah.
Put on my noise canceling headphones that have the bongos being piped in, and just go to town, just completely ignorant of what they're up to. It's like, man, and it would be an interesting social experiment. Listen to them all try and speed up to catch up because it's like playing a steady drum beat. As long as it's reasonably close, like in higher or lower tempo, heart rates will increase or decrease accordingly. You know what I mean? And so it's like, you can slowly, naturally get them to speed the fuck up and then slow right down. Just, bongo trolling. Yeah, like Ukado says, sync up with them and then slowly get them going faster and faster. So one of them has a heart attack and falls over. Take some bad bass salts. It's like, we're playing faster, man. I don't get it.
Wait, this isn't the 33rd concerto. This is a heart attack.
All right, Far, take over. I'll be right back.
Oh shit. I don't know. What do?
Get with the tempo, Far. Get with the tempo, quick.
Would you like something to discuss?
Oh God, what are you gonna leave?
Oh, lovely.
Explain the crack pipes, the meth pipes here.
I don't think I could.
Nope.
I think you just did.
Far insists that these are not for internal use. I think otherwise. After all, these are massage tools.
These are crack pipes that you've got to use a cigar cutter on. You notice how the end is rounded there. You can't pull the fume all the way through. You got to cut it with a cigar cutter first.
Ice globes. See, they say they're for facial massage, but I just don't see it. Like They're ergonomic.
I don't know.
How's this ergonomic for your face? Think about it.
Well, for your hands, I'm guessing, like to hold. But even then, I don't know.
Chat, I'm gonna leave you with this thought. Sam suggested that these are for your face because they're ergonomic, and he says like maracas. So I guess you're supposed to like smack these against your face in rapid rhythm, like maracas.
Ergonomic in so much as they can be easily gripped in the hand, Polly.
How do you know that these aren't only like 3 inches long from top to bottom?
I used to believe that they're actually massive, like they're fucking 4 foot long.
Okay, I'll be right back. Explain yourself.
All right.
Thank you, Cause Banquet Dog, for the 350. He says, I'm sorry, did Polly say internal use? No fucking way. No flared base, no insertion. Right? There has to be some sort of, retaining feature to prevent it going, northwards.
I don't know what's going on with these, and I don't think I want to know.
You probably don't.
I'm very okay with just being like, yeah, they're crack pipes and leaving it at that.
I choose to believe that they are the world's, least effective ice cream scoops.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. See, the little hole in the top there? For scooping the ice cream with,
Oh, I see, I see.
But the problem with it is that they made the hole on the scoop too small. They made an inappropriate spoon, basically, is what's happened. And as we know, one should never use an inappropriate spoon. There are proper spoons for all purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Like picking up fucking sugar cubes, all right?
Oh my god, Sam! Sam, you do not need a sugar spoon.
Tell that to the thousands upon thousands of deprived people in the third world who have to pick up sugar cubes with their bare fucking hands. All right, that's how malaria spreads, far.
What? Because they don't have a fucking sugar spoon?
Correct.
No. No, that's no.
Absolutely. Malaria, typhus, Zika. Do you want these poor people to get Zika, far? Is that what you want?
Do you? This sounds more like you want it.
No, I am an advocate for the square sugar cube spoon.
Yeah, but it sounds like, you're the one that's giving them malaria and shit by being like, you need this to fight malaria. Because this doesn't seem like a problem without it.
Make it out of silver. It's naturally antibacterial. It's great. It prevents the spread of illnesses, all right? I am trying to help these people. You and Polly's refusal to accept, right, the practical applications of a sugar cube spoon. It's you people. It's you people that bring society down. I'm telling you.
Dude, I think you're obsessed with spoons. I think you have a problem, Sam.
Sorry?
I think you have a problem, Sam.
No, we've just been over this. The third worlders, they are the ones with the problem. I am here.
I think you have a problem with spoons and them needing multiple different kinds of spoons for different uses.
A square sugar spoon, to be specific. Quite right, Eve. Thank you.
Don't encourage him.
What do you mean? She's not encouraging me. She's simply agreeing with
she's encouraging you.
The obvious, observable reality that these people need square sugar spoon. Even I don't see eye to eye on pretty much anything. All right, we never agree. Okay, but we're agreeing now because it is so self-evident. The truth insists upon itself.
How about no to whatever the fuck is going on here?
I don't know. I'm just filling time. What have you been up to lately, Far?
I've been doing streams, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's been a thing that's happened. Ooh.
And what has happened on said streams?
I got soft locked last night. That was fun.
Oh, playing what?
Yeah. Fucking Secret of Monkey Island. I fucking soft locked myself because I trust. I had the brilliant idea of being like, hey, I'm just gonna look at a walkthrough quickly to see if I'm doing this right.
Right.
And okay, so toss in everything. Okay. Turns out, no, don't toss in everything. That's how you soft lock yourself. Don't do that.
Evas, you drowned, didn't you?
No, I burnt all things that you could burn on the ship. I didn't burn them. I put them all in the pot. Fun fact, you can soft lock yourself doing that.
So if you want to see how it is that Far managed to softlock herself specifically, in not quite real time, but with some 18 hours of delay, make sure you go check out her channel and her streams, and make sure that you subscribed as well, because frankly, there needs to be some dilution of her chat. Frankly.
What do you mean by that?
Speaking as a Smurg, concentrated autism is the expression that comes to mind. That's Far's chat. It's always a good time. You will feel better about yourself.
Wow.
What? I'm advertising.
Fucking wow.
No, it's always a good time, guys. Yeah, swing by and hang out sometime. Oh dear me. Eve says, "Far as entertaining. I told you so. Go subscribe, or I'll find you." And beware of her threats. Oh dear me. I have also been doing the streaming thing lately.
Yeah.
More of the same. Mostly with your lovely lady wife, as it goes. Far. We've been playing the ARP. And remember, if you are enjoying tonight's stream here on the Noir Bar, periodically, Far posts in chat our links to our Streamlabs.
I do.
Let's do that. She's doing it right now. They are also down in the description as well. You don't have any obligation to throw any money our way, but we do appreciate everything that does come our way, and it gives you guys the opportunity to send us a little message, a question perhaps, or even a humorous anecdote within reason. Looking at you, BG. For us to read out live on the air. Indeed. And yeah. What was I going to say? I had a follow-up and it's immediately flown out of my mind. Ooh. Wow. Space Cadet sound. What was I thinking?
I don't know. What were you thinking?
Well, I don't know. I rely on...
Well, I don't know. I'm not a mind reader.
Well, just think like me for 5 minutes. What?
I don't want to. That's scary.
It is. It really is. Don't do.
Hello.
Yeah, these are a substandard product compared to the Soup Terrorizer, aren't they?
I was looking at the Soup Terrorizer.
Yeah.
Earlier today, I was going through these tabs, cleaning them all up because it's like America Coffee over there. Shock Pikachu.
Oh, Shock Pikachu.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah.
They're great. They're just great.
This doesn't really want to show it, does it? Show it! I refresh.
That reminds me, I still need to send Weebo a set of these. I'm not going to tell her I'm doing it either. They're just going to show up one day unannounced.
What the hell?
It is just not having it.
Yeah. The product is
internet
just too good. It's too memorable.
Eve says, "Sam, if I knew what you were thinking, I'd be a millionaire." Fucking sell me short, why don't you? Jeez. Millionaire. Eve, don't you know billionaire is the new millionaire? Did you know that, Polly?
Inflation's a bitch, isn't it?
It sure is. Sure is. Especially when it happens so fast that it breaks the fucking sound barrier. If you guys want to know what I'm talking about, just Google it.
Google what?
Supersonic inflation.
Oh.
Oh. Sam, that's just mean.
Thank you, Gamer Valine, for the $5. How about you explain the newest art crime from France? I saw that video in Discord about Disco Foot. Soccer was already gay. I am not going to be accepting criticism from the country that still has child beauty pageants.
Is this tab poisoned?
Possibly.
I won't even just go to duckduckgo.com, for God's sake. Okay, I'm just closing you. Okay, you know what?
That was my question. That was my question last time I did acid.
was looking through this website. Okay, this is Temu. Oh, this is Temu. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right. Now, like as I'm scrolling along, and I'm just looking. Remember that person's lawn when it was nothing but these fucking light sticks?
Yeah.
Oh man, that just made my day.
Oh,
So anyway,
the garden of hopes and dreams. Yeah. Little
yeah,
light.
it was
Speak out, little light.
no grass,
Fuck,
but
who
like
wrote that
1,000 of these things just pushed into fucking like gravel and failed attempts at green thumbery. But like these little, I would say at least like on every page, so you can fit like 10 items on a page, at least 2 or 3 of them. I feel like saying when looking at it, if that thing works, I'll eat my hat. Look at this mini chainsaw, cordless, 6-inch. If that thing works, I'll eat my fucking hat.
Yeah, no shit.
You know what I
No
mean?
way.
Like,
I mean, what is the threshold for working? Switches on or performs
Actually
some
does the
stated
job,
function?
or like, yeah, what?
works such that you don't feel like throwing it at the ground and going, this thing doesn't fucking work like that bad. So like it turns on and goes like, I have no doubt that there's like maybe an electrical charge in it. Maybe it's possible it could hold something of a charge if you plugged it in for a while, but I don't believe for a second if you held that blade to a tree limb that it would actually cut it off. And I'm talking like a small, like maybe inch diameter branch. I don't think it would cut it off.
I
just don't see it.
I don't know why you wouldn't just use a reciprocating saw if you took on a blade that small.
Yeah, I've seen people fuck around with these like online and shit, and the only reason I can see to use one is if you're up in a tree, if you're up on a ladder and you've got like a whole bunch of branches to cut down and you're trying to do single-handed branch cuts. I can't understand why this would be useful. Why not just use, a back saw, standard hand saw that's got a braced back to it?
Yeah.
Right? What a great tool that is. The blade is not going to go whoa, wobbly on you because it's.
I like how you can make a noise and we just all fucking understand exactly what you mean. Those of us that have never used a saw know exactly what you mean.
Anybody who's ever been cutting a 2x4, whatever it might be, with a handsaw and it binded on you and bent up, the that horrible fucking feeling, man. It sucks. That's why back saws are great. They're small, they're handy, they're only like, I don't know, what, 8-10 inches long at the most, but you don't need to be anything more. And they're rigid because of that spine that they've got on them. But you're only cutting through 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches of wood. Oh, they're fucking perfect for that. Why would you want this contraption? It's the only word I can think to describe it.
Eve, I feel like Tiny Chainsaw is a sad song that plays at Home Depot. It's Tiny Dancer, but
a reciprocating saw, you're right, and a reciprocating saw actually has multiple uses because you could put concrete breaking tips on the end. You could put all sorts of different things. It's a pretty universal tool.
Yeah.
Lots of great attachments for a reciprocating saw,
tile
man.
saw, all sorts.
Right? Yeah. You got tile. You can break into concrete. You can cut rivets. All sorts. They're powerful. All sorts of shit you can do with them. This piece of crap.
Yeah, just as a general rule, guys, if you only have one hand free when you're up a tree, you're cutting the tree wrong. You're not safe. Don't do that.
Right? Like you're hanging loose. Like you're leaning over to reach a branch. Take the steps down, move the ladder over, and for God's sake, get someone to hold the ladder at the bottom. What are you doing with your life? Do you want to die?
If you really do have to do it alone, get one of those harnesses and make sure you're strapped up properly. Seriously, guys, it's worth it. You don't want to break your fucking back. Paralysis from the waist down is a miserable existence. There are other people that have the strength of character to overcome it, but what's the odds that you're one of them?
For as many times as I have engaged my safety squints instead of putting goggles on, don't.
Mm-hmm.
Safety squints don't work. Use the fucking goggles, for God's sake.
Look, I don't care. I don't care if your dad used his safety squints. There's a reason him and your mother don't talk much anymore. Okay.
Dude, my dad wears like eyeglasses, right? I don't wear glasses. So it's, you know,
Right.
my dad could get away with shit that I couldn't get away with, right? He would never put on goggles. Well, he had glasses on. That's why he could get away with it, fucker.
You ever ask him about that? Like, Dad, aren't you supposed to wear like, goggles or something? He's like, it's okay, son. I'm wearing glasses. It's like, no, Dad, no, they're not the second. They're not the fucking same thing. Those are not hard wearing, you know, eye protection.
Nice, Kirkano. The goggles, they do nothing. That was great.
Yeah, they do nothing.
well, he was in a pool of, was it acid or what was it?
Yeah, it was acid.
Wave of acid carrying him away. The goggles, they do nothing. Yeah, well, right.
I first remember it from, is it a good idea to microwave this? Saying, the masks, they do nothing. I fucking love that channel.
Sam, it's a butter crock.
A butter crock.
Yeah, right here. A butter crock.
Oh. What?
I feel this overwhelming urge to say, you're a butter crock.
Yeah. Butter crock for counter with water French butter keeper for spreadable butter marble ceramic butter dish with lid for countertop butter container holder.
Yeah, butter.
A library in Arizona ceases to exist.
If somebody could clip Far going butter, I could just loop her into infinity on a button.
Butter.
I mean, this thing juices, you know, melons and coconuts and grapes. If that thing works, I'll eat my hat.
It juices melons. I do that.
I have always wanted a lawn sweeper.
Oh my god, that's a pinnacle. If I presented something like that to my father, he would beat me to death with a rake.
Oh, yeah, my dad would too. He'd like, son, come up to the garage with me. I'm going to give you something. And I already know it's going to be a rake. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you ever show up with such perfect nonsense again, I will beat you to death with this implement. Yeah.
Oh, Far, look. It's a Christmas peanut butter dish. What?
Oh, what? No! It comes in jars, for fuck's sakes.
What makes it It's white with a wood top. What makes it Christmas?
Yeah, what makes this Christmas?
Well, it's almost sold out, whatever it is, man.
It comes with this fucking little butter knife in the... Why do they have the fucking... Am I seeing this right? Is that the handle that one... Oh, sorry, yeah, it is. I thought it was the other way around for some strange reason. Like,
so did I. I saw this as the blade because of the
Yep.
Yeah, so did
Yeah.
I. Yeah. I didn't just think of the oversized handle. It looks more like a cheese knife with a really big handle, right? As opposed to, I thought like the wide spreadable end for the thick peanut butter, you know? But no. Yeah, why are the grip indentations on the blade? That makes no sense. Nice. I far clipped. That, the lawn sweeper. I saw this and I'm like, who needs a disc polisher? Oh, wait, that's a...
No, it's a CD player with a cassette player. What?
Yeah.
What?
See, I was waiting for the time, right, when we would get like a... what's it called when there is somebody that makes something that's modern but it's designed to look really retro. It's not like steampunk, but it's something along those lines. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was always waiting for somebody to make like a laserdisc player or a CD player that looked like a gramophone.
Huh.
You know what I mean?
Ooh, prostitute pads.
What?
God damn it, Ollie.
Oh, you know what brought me here originally?
What's that?
I saw an ad for a knockoff soup terrorizer.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, that's how they know they've
There it is.
Success.
See?
Oh, that is not the real. You can tell that's not the real thing. That's
Yeah.
That's just
So-
sad.
Soup ladle, blah, 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 like that stands up, but it doesn't have the dinosaur head.
Yeah, that's just really sad.
It ruins the whole point. Am I right? Like it.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. It kind of looks like it's got like a little roaring head on it.
Yeah, they're hoping to appeal to the people going, oh, this is the ladle that Polly wanted. It's like, no, it's not the soup terrorizer. Imagine if somebody got you one like this, but for your tea. Wouldn't you be disappointed? I'd be disappointed.
I'd be
Oh,
very
gotcha.
disappointed.
Just Temu, the land of crap, man. Like I said, I just kept going down, and I'm like,
Oh, God,
the
they're even selling
translate
women's feet
earphones. If that thing works, I'll eat my hat. It.
now. They're even selling women's feet now. Jesus.
Oh God.
Is there no
They really
depth they won't
do.
stoop to?
Yeah, they really do sell for everyone, huh?
These things don't work.
If those women's feet work, I'll eat my hat.
This thing is supposed to inflate tires as well as do jump starts for cars and so on. It's like you're trying to tell me that thing has enough amperage to do all of that.
Yeah, and extract information from low-level mobsters too.
Yeah.
Yeah, bullshit.
I don't believe that for a fucking second. There's no way 952 people gave this an average of 5 stars. Fuck off.
But fucking $40, no, that's not happening. You can't even buy a quality battery to store that kind of store that kind of power.
Yeah,
That kind of
this
money.
is what I mean. No, you can't. And how do you know? Look at the size of the fucking the terminal clamps, right? So it gives you a sense of how big it is overall. You're trying to tell me an air compressor enough to pressurize a tire to 35, 40 psi is inside that thing? No, it's not. For $40, fuck off.
Well, I mean, it might be, but it's going to be running for a fucking long time, you know.
Still, you don't think once you get up to 25 psi, there'd be so much back pressure. There's no way an air compressor that would fit inside that thing for $40 would work. Like my dad says, the magic triangle of good, fast, and cheap. You want something good and you want it fast, it's going to work. It ain't going to be cheap. Like it would be a specially designed product that could fit into a package that small. And it wouldn't be able to do all of those things. You want something to be able to deliver steady voltage over a long period of time to run an air compressor. It's not going to be able to deliver the amperage quickly to start a battery.
Sure, but I fail to see what my dating matrix has got to do with this part.
Oh, this is the one that pissed me off. If that thing works, I'll eat my fucking hat.
You might. Yeah.
Plug your phone in and it projects onto the wall. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, USB-C can handle that kind of bandwidth, and we can make projectors that small now.
I don't. For $20, Sam.
Yeah, they've become unreasonably cheap.
Okay. Oh Jesus! Look at this. It's a drill, but it inflates your tires. Yeah, sure it does.
Oh, what the
Oh.
fuck? No. That's how to car wrong.
12-volt power, 120 watt car air pump with digital display. 2,000 milliamp hour battery. Really? Really? That's the battery my fucking tablet has in it. You kidding me?
Right. What's the bumblebee?
It's a bee dress.
It is a dress.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you feel like a girl or something.
It's a one-piece girl's bee-themed color black dress. Okay. These things work, but the display on them is crap. A borescope.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, the camera, I mean, it does work, but the resolution is just garbage.
Yeah. I had a borescope done one. Something about a centaur with a bow. Look, more women's feet. These poor girls. They've got so little in life. They have to sell their feet.
Hold on, what is this?
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
What?
Salt and
It's
pepper
far-sized
bowls that
crockery.
stack. I was like, what the fuck are these?
That's a stew pot for far.
Oh.
I don't want it.
That's a lot of money for 2 stackable ceramic pots. $20?
I think Pauline would say it's a steal.
Would you buy shampoo off of Temu, Far?
No.
If that works, I'll eat my hat. Oh, okay. Infrared night vision for $30?
No, come on.
Okay, I kind of hope it doesn't work because I don't want the FUDs giving shitloads of money to Temu.
You know what? These things, these collapsible little wheelie deals, and the weight they can carry, they're pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Really fucking handy.
Geometry, though, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
It's all just geometry, though, isn't it? Really?
Sure, it is. Yeah, it's just a aluminum piping put together in a clever way with strong fabric straps or braided fabric straps. Just the way that's organized, and it's got the brake on the handle that to grip the handle, you have to disengage the brake, and when you let go of the handle, it engages the brake. So nice design. This ain't it. When you get that thing, you would not want your cat and your dog in it. That thing ain't carrying no 550 pounds. Not from Temu.
Well, we know a way we can trial it.
Doc, thank you for the bucks. How many hats do you have to eat? When did you turn into Medicare? If that hair color doesn't turn your hair green, I'll eat Medicare's hats.
She looks very AI generated.
She does.
Yeah. That hair especially.
Or like one of those, yeah. Either that or one of those, you know, the stylist doll thing. What they
doll
call it again?
heads.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mannequin heads.
Solar torch.
Hedekins.
Oh, Lord. This is where people are getting those inflatable nightmares.
Oh. Jesus. Wait, what's with the teeth? I'm sorry, what's with the teeth?
It's $5 of upper and lower teeth, Far. It says upper and lower natural teeth. Natural teeth.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Did you go back to the feet?
They're not kidding. They're really selling. Okay.
Yeah, they're selling natural upper and lower teeth. Where are you getting the teeth from? Where are you getting them?
Dentures for toothless individuals.
Yeah, I'm totally buying dentures off of Temu.
God, that's really something. I'd love to get them and it's just what I mean. No, just no. Bee Venom Joint Cream from a company called Bee Venom. Contains no real venom.
Oh, it's one of the big spoons that you want. You know, the Japanese rice spoons? Talking about that the other month.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, it's green.
What?
It's a ring.
I don't know. It looked much larger.
Really far. I thought it was a fucking bearing.
Well, you know what? I kind of did. I didn't know how big it was. It didn't show a finger, so I'm like, what is that? Is that like a fidget toy? I don't...
See? You don't have to be such a dick. God!
That's another thing that rings can go up.
I don't like this at all. This thing right here. It's $38, right? It's like a weed whacker. But it comes with circular saw blades.
Hold on, hover over that again.
What? What's
yeah,
that?
That looks like exactly the kind of person that would be using this implement.
Yeah, look at her, man. She's like, I mean, don't fuck with her, man. She's Michael Myers your ass.
Look at the fucking hips way she's going on there. Holy shit, lady. You were born for the catwalk, huh?
I had no idea that Sarah Connor was doing landscaping.
I never thought landscaping would cause me to be mildly aroused.
Wow. I thought the it's just so half-assed. What those blades are? Those got to be like, yeah, she's really walking with the fucking attitude, huh? Man, it's a completely telescoping handle or grip. Come on.
Son of a bitch.
I don't know what the diameter of those blades are. Those can't be like full size.
Ah, 8-inch disc at the biggest, right?
Yeah, and they've got to be like thin. They look like they're the size of, I mean, those got to be like tiny little Dremel tool cutters. And this is what I mean when I say, if that thing works, I'll eat my hat. It's the kind of thing like when you take it out of the box, it's the size of, a water pick for your teeth. Dear Elaine, thank you for the 450. Just remember how much of this is produced in Asia. Some of it is probably either stolen or quality control found some minor defect, and people are taking the defective items and selling them. Yeah, you know what? The results of liquidation purchases. I hear you. That's a fair point. Fair point.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, Doc, thank you for the buck. He says, welcome to Noir Bar 335. Tonight's topic, cock rings and Billie Eilish schmut as read by Polydubs. Enjoy your drinks and don't forget to tip the bartender. That's him.
God, that's
Sorry, I said that wrong. That's him.
Yeah, that's him, officer. He's the one right there.
I mean, Temu is just like a endless cavalcade of fuckery, isn't it?
Oh, they're selling fucking capris with pockets, Polly.
Oh yeah, elastic cargo pants.
Oh.
Please.
Wow.
Look
now
at
that's
that.
how to advertise.
Wow.
That's advertising.
Oh, it is.
I don't know who you are, lady, but you got a fine ass. Hey, Polly, she got a great ass.
She does have a great ass.
Oh.
Okay, this I believe you could buy off Temu.
Oh, fucking don't, though. You want to know how thin that bullshit's going to be? Oh,
Is that what you
God.
think? Is it ultra thin?
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Oh, if you've ever done any membrane work at all, ever, you know how much of a pain it is when you get a great long fucking piece of it and then it tears about 60 feet down. Awful.
Yeah, no, fuck that.
I mean, it
Those are
doesn't
very
get much more
interesting
useful
grapes.
than that crap to lay out for the exact purpose this person is, right? For water runoff to stop growth in between. It just doesn't get any simpler than that. Or you can go along there, every 3 or 4 days and cycle the soil with rakes and aerators. You don't want to do that. It's better to just lay that crap down and roll it up when you're done.
Got more ass shots.
There are lots of ash. Look at that. Boom!
Holy shit. They got ass for days.
Yeah.
Oh, my neighbor has one of these things. I fucking hate this thing. So distracting.
That is not a legitimate excuse for why you drove into that garden wall, Polly.
Yeah, it's because he couldn't see over the steering wheel. Because he's a little tiny otter. He's looking out the window and this spinny thing.
I saw it. Hey, what's that? Whump. Right into the wall. Oh, look. This is where the Houthis were getting them.
Mm-hmm. $37.
1080p camera.
I feel like the heels on those shoes should be higher. I feel like they were designed to have a higher heel.
Yeah?
What are these? Oh, high pressure, water pressure nozzles. Okay, I get you.
Fucking hell, look at the legs on that chick.
Where are we looking?
Oh, God.
Oh, she is a freaking nature. The
Oh,
blue, the
Lord.
blue. That is a build.
Is that a
He's
real?
got calves to
Are
match
those
the
two
thighs.
people?
Yeah?
I
No.
don't know.
Like, we don't ever see the waistband lower. Like, are you sure there's really a person in there?
If you pull away from the ad there, it's
Yeah, no, that's a real person.
Wow.
What exercise does a person have to do to end up like that? Or is that just a nature thing? Is there nothing you can do? What a fascinating specimen.
Okay,
Right?
Look, man, come on. You can only split 120 volts so many ways, guys. That is a lot of sockets.
There comes a point where you have to admit you need a bigger house.
Yeah, or just more, just more PowerPoints, maybe. Like, why do you need this many?
So they could. Why did they daisy chain like 8 of them? Be a man. Run them in series.
I don't think you should have that many things hanging out of the fucking wall.
Wait,
No.
is that a little gun lighter on the table beside it? Let's hold on. Here, it's in the last shot. Yeah, look.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's the new environmentally friendly home defense solution. It's an electric gun.
Like I've got a tiny cigarette lighter that size, and it's got a laser pointer on it where a laser sight would be. It looks like a little SIG 226. It's cool. I'm trying to figure out what that little micro thing is.
I couldn't have one of them, Polly. I'd accidentally shoot the cat.
It doesn't shoot anything. You pull the trigger and the lighter comes out of the fucking barrel, man, out of the muzzle.
Right, yeah, but it's got a laser pointer on it, right?
Oh,
so I'd reach for it one day in order to piss the cat off and end up shooting the fucking thing.
You know what? I really... Oh, wait a minute. Look how small it is. Did you fall for it too far? I thought it was a big old backpack.
Oh, God, that man's got a handbag.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
That looks like something my mom would have.
Yeah. Like I said, I thought
that's not even a joke. That's not even an exaggeration. That looks like something I could go right now, go into the next room, dig around a little, and find that exact bag.
Like, dude, that's not a good shoulder bag. See, I thought it was a full-size backpack.
No, it's not.
And I was like, that was a huge strap for it. And I thought there would be 2 shoulder straps on either side. And I was about to say, you know, if that was, even if it was fake leather of whatever synthetic product it would be, I'm like, that's a nice shape for a bag because it's got like, if you got like a airweight thin laptop on the outside or full document spread on the outside, I'm like, that's actually a nice shape for a bag. Oh, wait a minute, it's a purse. Never mind.
Yeah, not just any purse, a man purse.
Yeah. It's a satchel. Indiana Jones has one. And I've got
No, he doesn't have that.
No, I don't rock the backpack. I rock a full-size shoulder bag. And yeah, I rock the satchel. You know, I still haven't forgiven myself for not buying that satchel with a statement of authenticity from the Revolutionary War period. Yeah, it was worn in. Like, you know, leather when it's got like a folding flap over the top. So it's gone through the crackles, and the tanned part of the leather on the outside has fallen off and everything. But it was still period correct. I could have that. That could be mine. But I passed. What a fool. Someone sniped it too. You know, you can come back and see how much it sold for. Somebody came in like 5 minutes before the auction was over and snatched it out from under everyone. Wait a minute. Is this a USB powered blender?
I think it might be.
Sure, it looks that way.
Oh God, it is. The USB chargeable Ninja bullet. Come on, that thing's gonna have no power.
Nah.
Are those supposed to be ice cubes you're putting in there? Come
Yeah.
on. A little quick time lapse so you don't see it stopping up and binding on the ice cubes.
Yeah, like what, the fucking...
Oh, did you buy the damn stamp die? Yes, I did. I bought the bone dice.
What is that coat? What is she wearing on the bottom left? Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Shh,
Barely sure
this is Eve's birthday present. Be quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Oh, it's not a whole outfit. It's just the coat?
what you could look like if you had the whole set, I guess.
Sorry,
Lady
what were we
Vader.
talking about?
And this futuristic plasma cannon comes with it.
Okay, now I'm turned up.
Gulf of
Looks like,
America hats. I love it so much. It's just great.
Ironically, they're made by the Mexicans.
Wow, where'd they get 3 guys with the same tattoos?
I mean, look
You
at
think
those
it's going
guys,
on?
Miami Beach.
Hold on, what's this cube of contrivance? Okay, so it's a nickel metal hydride battery with multiple power points and a flashlight for $8. Oh, they're really showing off that flashlight capability.
Yeah.
Ooh, and it's got a
Guess
solar
so.
panel on the side.
Oh, talk about the fucking most redundant thing. What about that suit, Polly? That's sharp enough for you?
Actually,
Something on the left, on the
yeah,
bottom
you got
right?
a point. It's probably super thin. Exactly. Ooh, garrote wire. Nice.
It's probably made from the same polythene as that fucking membrane.
Hold on, what is this? Eyelash extension kit.
Oh, God, no.
It's a box of lashes?
I do not want.
Upper eye
At least
effect.
the...
Oh, God. Oh, is that how it works? That's horrible.
Yeah. You never seen this before?
No.
Oh, dude. Yeah, it's, Yeah. I remember the very first time that I heard a woman say, "Oh, we don't do it for you." I'm like,
What's
yeah,
it
no,
about
I
this?
completely agree. I completely agree.
European and American style geometric print. Okay, Sam, I don't want to own that. You want to own that?
No, I don't want to own that. You know who might want to own that? The West Africans. They like that kind of
Oh,
thing.
yeah. Okay, this is probably like the first useful thing I've seen. Yes, this would
A
work.
telescopic fucking loofah?
I-
Oh, that's not going to get me to use at all.
specifically for getting the blades like upper and lower. Like, yeah, okay. But I mean, that's just gonna get cruddy fast, though, man. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could
What the
you could buy
fuck is
this
that?
at like any hardware store. You don't need to buy it specialty from them.
What is it?
It
Oh,
seals
something
off
cover,
the gap between your stove and the counter.
Right.
I mean, have you ever pulled your stove out to, do some work on the back or work on the back wall or anything?
Oh, seen all the shit that's back there. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
yeah, there's like-
clean that out every
When I
couple
pulled it down, there was just all that was down there was seasoning. There was
months.
salt and pepper and red powder, like paprika and all sorts of unidentifiable seasonings. There's like 3 pounds of seasoning down there.
And the world's most delicious cockroach. I mean, not cockroach specifically, it could be any insect, but that's what I went for. Cricket, there we go. It's the world's most delicious cricket. What the fuck is the thing immediately above that, Pop? Strong suction. And it's
Oh, it's
pink.
it's a little crevice vacuum. Oh yeah, tiny little.
I bet it is. I bet it is.
Mhm.
But look at hovering.
Look how weak
that
that is.
yeah, you see that
Yeah.
right over the lightweight crap, and it can barely move it. Look at that's tissue paper, and it's kind of moving it a
Yeah.
little. Wow.
Oh, yes, dried rice. Never mind, I can't make that joke.
Absorb large particles as long as they're truly featherweight. Aerogel. See, why don't they sell aerogel on Temu? That I'd buy.
You could probably totally roll aerogel over all that crap in the in your car there.
Aerogel, arrow like that, right? Yeah. Aerogel Subnautica. There's aerogel. Fuck, I want a block of this stuff. It's just so cool. I just take it out every now and then and play with it. Because I mean, you'd take it out on stream and people would be like, "What effect is that?" The effect of science, my friend.
Aerogel.
I mean, just super sweet. And I put my hand on the other side and he's got a blowtorch. He's crazy. No, but wait, it. Get a set of stairs made of aerogel because, it's extremely strong, right? Freak people out. It'd be like, those are my force field stairs. Yeah, it's just the coolest freaking material, man. Like, well, what use is it? The use of awesome?
So I just went on to Temu France, and the search suggestion in the top, right, is garden furniture. Yeah.
Okay.
This is in a private browser, by the way, so no cookies, no history, no nothing along those lines. I jumped onto Temu USA, and the search suggestion is cross-dresser outfit.
What?
Wow.
I never, ever want to hear from another American about the fucking sexuality of the French. Ever. Not once. Y'all got issues, yo.
Fucking wow.
Fucking aerogel. It's like it's not even there, but it is.
Yeah. Have you seen, like, somebody, like, tosses it hand to hand? Like, it looks like it's in slow motion just because, like, it takes so long to make it through the air. Because it's got so much surface area relative to how incredibly undense it is that air just kind of holds it up for a little bit longer than you would expect a block of that size to be held up. It's you kind of have to rethink your expectations of how matter is going to behave with that stuff. I love it. It's just really cool.
It's like someone folded air on itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Magic stuff.
Absolutely. And you can buy it. It's not terribly expensive. I just got to get around to doing it. I mean, seriously, like a block like that. It's just, it looks so phony, but I know it's not.
I want an apple shape made of the stuff. I'm going to tell my kids it was the apple of Eden.
I mean, and incredibly, like Platy says, I want it as a house insulator. Yeah, it really is that good of an insulator. Because it's all empty space, right? How do they make it by like it's a whole series of wrapped over capillaries, like hollow tubes. I think they make the material and then they burn away the substrate material, so all that's left are just the tube structures. So thus it has strength, but is mostly empty space, mostly hollow. I would hold on, give me boom. Yeah, we were reading earlier about how Trump's childhood home was taken over by feral cats, Sam.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They got him out of there, though.
What, Trump or the feral cat?
Well, the feral cats. The house was bought by, what was it far called? It was Trump's Childhood Home LLC bought it.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, what is the beef here? Keyboard was fighting me there. Oh, shut up, Tyson, you scumfuck. Sorry,
Why does he insist upon being a part of absolutely everything?
We're
In which he's not an expert.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's like, look at him. It's called aerogel. Have you ever heard of aerogel? Here's this thing I had absolutely nothing to do with and I need explained to me, but I'm a scientician. Fuck off. Like you said, why does he insert himself into everything he's got nothing to do with? Because I'm science guy. Yeah, but there's lots of other science guys and they're not nearly as fucking insufferable as you. And they've actually made real contributions to science, unlike you. There we go.
This is silica aerogel, and it's one of the lightest solids. It's made from a very fine network of silica, and most of it is actually air. All of this air makes it a really good insulator, and I'm able to blast it with a torch like this for a while before it even starts to feel warm. The texture of it is kind of like styrofoam, but it's also very fragile, and it's really easy to accidentally break it.
Shitty.
Yeah, so maybe don't play
This
with
is
it.
silica aerogel.
I didn't realize, only when I heard his voice, I'm like, holy shit, that's Red Nile. And it's like, or at Nile Red. Yeah. Have you ever watched this guy's channel? It's a lot of fun.
No.
Yeah, Red Nile.
I'll say as I have, no?
He will, the man is really into applied chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's removing the gold off of gold-plated items.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take, like, stuff that's just plated with gold. We're going to throw it all into a beaker. And we're going to go through like 10 different chemical steps. Like the first one is just going to remove the plating. And he ends up with like this soupy mix of like dark, whatever the fuck. Like it doesn't look like gold flakes in Goldschlager. Or
Breaks it down with,
like, it breaks it all the way down to like a form of like, the AU or AG, whatever gold is, I forget, is floating in there. But it's all broken down. It's like, so now we need to take it to this. And like on a whiteboard, he's showing you like the stoichiometry of it. Is because what we've done is this. So we have this amount of this and this many moles of it left over. Now, so then if we're going to add this certain acid with this in this amount, it will end up with this to happen. And then so like it changes the color of it. And he goes, now that doesn't look like we've done very much, but actually we've added an ion. Now, and by the time he gets up to it, Red Nile. Just all one word. Red is in the color, Nile is in the river. Red Nile. Great channel. His videos take a while to make, but it's because they're involved in cool. Like he's got like 3 or 4 different vapor hoods, for the fumes and everything in the workspace that he works in. It's really cool. It's like he goes through all these different
whiskey and whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
Boom. He made the purple gold I told you about. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. What was the thing that he did with Pepto-Bismol? What did he extract from Pepto-Bismol? It was like beryllium or something. So by the time he was done, it was shiny, silvery, solid metal. And it's like, that came out of Pepto? And yes, he did. And here's how and why it's in there to begin with. It makes me really wish I remembered my high school chemistry a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
When I think back on the golden information it took centuries for people to develop carefully, and they just splayed all that information out for us to memorize and info dump on a final exam and then forget. It was wasted. I heard somebody say like 3 or 4 months ago, and I laughed out loud as one of the most nihilistic things I had heard in a good long time. Youth is wasted on the young.
Yeah, I've heard that a fair few times.
I hadn't ever. Apparently it's an old saying, right? I'm like, that's fucking hilarious. The only people that are capable of appreciating are the ones who have already lost it, and the ones who have it are not capable of making the most of it. It's like, that's priceless.
Hey, fucking men.
Bismuth. Yeah. Thank you, Cheshire Smurf. That's right. It was bismuth.
Bismuth.
Yeah.
Stuff. Like, its chemical properties are fascinating, and also you can make bronze out of it.
Yeah.
And it just looks.
It does.
It can diminish your tummy aches. Also, make a cool sword.
It's like
iron's overrated.
I always find that funny. It's like no matter what you look up that's an element on the periodic table, when you look up its Wikipedia page, they'll have a graphic of it, and it's a silvery metal. Like, what's a good, scandium. Sam and I both like scandium.
We love scandium.
Yeah. And off to Wikipedia. As you can see, I've already read, and it's a silvery metal.
Which I still think it looks kind of wood-like.
It does.
Okay. I wasn't ready. These are really cool formations. That's pretty sweet looking, man. You know, as awesome as steel is, or all of its various properties and so on, because metallurgy I find fascinating, aluminum alloys are in a lot of ways more fascinating for their applications. That aluminum really shouldn't be as a metal, something that light to be that strong. And people are like, well, it's nowhere near as strong as steel. No, but look at the cost you pay with the weight of steel.
Right. Although, that being said, I mean, you know, you can get steels that are incredibly light.
Yes. But as...
Like, they've got no business being that light.
As tough as something like... So I was really surprised when I was first like looking into, okay, scandium versus... like an aluminum alloy of some sort versus a titanium alloy of some sort. I had no idea how small of an amount of titanium and a majority of aluminum was in that, which is sold as a titanium framed whatever. A titanium framed whatever is actually mostly aluminum with a smaller amount of titanium and a few other metals, touch of manganese, a bit of tin, whatever, you know.
Molybdenum.
Yeah. Metallurgists with their alchemy.
Right. Would you even know that molybdenum exists if it wasn't for the fact that they put it in steels?
Probably not. And you know, chromium, Far's favorite recipe. It's what makes stainless steel stainless, Far.
Yay.
But doesn't really work.
It's also pretty hard.
Cool.
That's a high-res picture. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
I saw how high resolution it was. I didn't think it was going to be that shiny close up. It just looked kind of dark from a distance, right? And then you like zoom in, it's like, oh, cool. It's so crystalline.
Like, have they ground those crystals on a sheet, or is that just the way it's been cut?
Sam, I
Not to look
openly
like a
admit I
ball.
do not understand how metal crystals work. I don't get it. I've frankly also never looked into it, but I don't. Yeah, it's formed like that, like when they're like a precipitate out of a chemical reaction, and when they're making it more and more pure.
Solution,
If out of a solution, out of precipitate, it forms like crystals. I don't get how a metal behaves in that same way. Not quite sure. There's something they didn't teach me in chemistry.
I would imagine you need some sort of like metal salt or metalloid salt, and then the solution that it's in causes the salt to break down, thus depositing the metal itself onto the medium. I would guess.
I'd like to know if the like in a very layman's way, I have an idea about like what dictates the geometry of the geometry of the molecules themselves, and the way that they form up into lattices dictates the way that the crystals end up looking. Is it predictable?
For metals, I believe that's actually one of the things that makes them metal is the predictability of their not molecular structure necessarily, but the plurality of molecules when they form crystalline structure, basically. Like, I think that's a defining property of metals, as opposed to like metalloids or ceramics. Yeah, Devaline would know this far better than I dare say. Devaline, you're in chat. Answer our questions, Devaline. We must know. Let's see. Devaline says, "Wait, I have a metal for you. Cadmium was used to protect fire bottles on old planes because the natural oxide prevented corrosion."
What's your bet?
As in,
Far is it going to be another silvery metal? Let's find out.
Yeah, I think it will be.
I think you're right. It is a silvery metal, okay?
It's Iron Man poop.
That really does just look, yeah.
Why have they cut facets into that poop?
Well, I am interested in why it is in this particular shape. I don't think those facets are artificial. Why would anyone do that?
What? I mean, people would do that. Just pick up some cadmium and make it a shape.
My God.
Yeah, it looks like fracture points, doesn't it?
I don't know. It looks like mold lines even.
Mm.
It's a very odd poop mold you had there.
Is this your sister's dildo?
Like, look at this big
Oh,
divot on
shit.
this side. It looks like this is where it was dripping in from.
Right.
I don't get metals. There's a reason metallurgists are all fucking rich. At least I assume they are. That goes in batteries.
Look at that. I got a cool one for you to check out. Gallium. Gallium.
I'm betting it's going to look like a silvery metal. It is a silvery metal, okay.
I'd say it's a bit more of a
Hey.
grey metal, but sure. But check that fucking natural formation out.
Okay,
What the
that's just...
fuck is going
Just
on
me,
there?
I don't get the crystalline things that metal does, but I love it. It is very cool.
What the bit that gets me is like, okay, so you get all these sort of like, you know, what would you even call those? Truncated trapezoidal prisms? And then you get all this like wibbly wobbly swirly whirly bit in the
Yeah,
middle.
I mean, Far, doesn't it look like these were shapes or cubes that were partially melted?
It does.
It just kind of flowed into each other a little bit, right? You know, it...
Like someone took some sugar cubes and put them in sugar and then blowtorched it very briefly so that they all stuck together.
I know how to test for corrosion with plasma. Fuck. Wish I know how to do. As hard as it might be to believe, my studies have never once brought up the practical application of plasma. Not once.
It's bloody useful stuff.
That was terrible.
Come on, that was
awful.
Awesome. That was an actual pun.
It was.
Brilliant says crystalline structure of metals is not remotely close to what I do. You work with silicon? That's metalloid in nature, isn't it?
Gallium was only discovered in
I remember-
1875 by Paul Emile Ledoc de Boisseau Duran.
Paul,
No,
Émile,
no,
Lecoq,
no.
de Boisdron.
I'm sorry, did you call him Lecoq?
Lecoq,
No, I just have
as in
Lecoq.
rooster.
It's Lecoq or
You know that
Lecoq,
the-
Sam. You don't have a lot of good options here, brother.
Look, in the South, in America, rooster is a common nickname, if not actual first name for boys. All right, that's all Lecoq is. That's what.
Is that true, Cheshire Smith?
Nah.
It's that low of a melting point? Wow, 29 degrees Celsius.
And it dissolves aluminium.
See, this doesn't seem right. It's gallium crystals. It's amazing.
It's covered in fingerprints.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it was aliens, but
See, that's what...
Mhm. It might be aliens.
One of the great things about Star Trek is that they have a science writer who goes over the script, and it's actually been the same guy for quite some time, and he ended up becoming a script writer because he's a pretty clever dude, multi-talented. And he goes over the script to see if there's any science points in there where a tech will need to be developed or whatever, right? Whatever it needs to be. Usually those items are flagged by the script writer where it's like, I need something here, fill it in, science writer. I'm like, okay. Yeah. And then he'll go contact who he needs to figure out what's what if he doesn't, have a good knowledge of that field. I wish all Hollywood scripts did that. That'd be nice. I mean, they hire gun experts, but they never hire a guy to say, no, you can't do that with a gun. Do you know what I mean? It's like, no, that just doesn't make sense. The quickest example I can think of is in the worst example I can think of is in Shoot 'Em Up with what's his name? Owen
Wilson?
Oh no. No. Very much not Owen Wilson.
Wow.
Shit, what is that actor's? Fuck, it's driving me nuts.
What movie is this, sorry?
Shoot 'Em Up.
Oh, Shoot 'Em Up. Oh, fucking hell, yeah.
That guy.
Wait, are you sure?
Clive Owen.
Clive Owen.
Clive Owen holds at one point in the film when he's had his hands shot up, so he can't really operate the gun, any gun anymore. Paul Giamatti, the villain of the piece, is like shot him in the hand or whatever. He puts live rounds, like live cartridges, in between each one of his fingers and holds them up in front of the fireplace, and all 4 rounds fire across the room and kill the guy. And I'm like, in front of the fireplace? First of all, I don't know where to begin with what's telling you how wrong everything you just did was. What the fuck? It's just obnoxious. It's like he didn't even smack his hand against a brick wall or something, like a percussion to cause the rounds to go off, which would still be full of shit, but at least, and it was a tough guy moment, right? Because he held his hand up in front of the fire and dealt with the pain so the rounds would be set off. It was like, good Lord. But you're watching Prometheus, Alien Prometheus, if you will. When they're flying in, like half the stuff that the so-called scienticians say is just dead wrong. If you ever watch that movie again, just listen for when the scientists are talking. It's so bad. It's so bad. God doesn't grow and doesn't build in straight lines. I would have loved it. Some guy from the back of the ship, yelled out, "Have you ever seen a metal crystal, you asshole?" And the whole reason is when they're flying down to the planet, there's this long, what looks like a runway or a driveway or whatever, and it's in a very straight line along a path. And it's like, yeah, nature produces all kinds of straight lines that don't insinuate artificial or natural in either way. You can't tell anything from that. But here's the scientician. God doesn't build in straight lines. Shut up. Actually, that guy had a nice burn against him when the doctor's there as the biologist says, okay, that's an interesting theory, and if you want to go ahead and discount 3 centuries of Darwinism, that's up to you, but how do you know? That's a great line.
Also, God doesn't build in straight lines. Yes, he fucking does.
You can't really hold that particular line against him, but there's so many, and especially that character. He's an archaeologist. Why don't you stick to talking about digging layers of dirt, man?
Well, no, come on. He's not a geologist. You can't do him that dirty.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, that one gets a pass, but the plasma line was out. All right.
It does for gold content. Affirm no cyanide is present.
Right, so the answer is in. The predictability of metal crystal structures is a complex issue. While some metals adopt specific crystal structures based on their atomic arrangement and environmental conditions, predicting the exact structure of a metal will form is not always straightforward. According to one source, the one-word answer to whether crystal structures are predictable is no. However, at certain levels of discussion, a maybe or even a conditional yes might be considered. This indicates that while there are patterns and rules that govern how metals form their crystal structures, there are also factors that introduce variability and unpredictability.
Oh,
Just like a deterministic universe. I'm just.
sorry, I didn't even hear what you said.
No, I was making a joke. Don't worry about it.
Test electroplating baths for metal content. I work with nickel, gold, copper, titanium, palladium, and magnesium.
Yeah, I got. This is the thing that gets me, coming back to this Billie Eilish smut here. There was that whole fucking charade when it was like, oh, I wear super baggy clothes because I don't want to sexualize myself, blah 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 blah. And it's like, and there was always that sort of like sideways look at men as a whole when such charades were being maintained. Meanwhile, Wattpad, this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, see, I got to disagree. Yeah, the smut thing is actually up on screen. Sam's not just fixated.
Yet.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the picture of Billie Eilish there waiting for her flight or whatever it is she's doing. And she's not posing, guys. That's not a posed, orchestrated shot. Her bag doesn't match her shoes, doesn't match her hair, doesn't match her hoodie.
Right.
That's, and she's not sitting there with a particular thought expression on. Somebody just said, "Hey, Billy," and took a picture of her because she always looks like that. Moody and remote and cool. Until she turned 18 and then suddenly looked like Marilyn Monroe with her tits hanging out. Wait, what? Yeah. Oh, it's almost like it was all a marketing decision or something.
Yeah. Almost like.
I got told I was being cynical. It's like, no. And when she turned
No.
18, she decided that she didn't want. I'm like, no, it's not an open criticism. It's more like one more among many. And how would you expect to appeal to? Why would you expect to have mass appeal without having thought the matter out beforehand? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, her James Bond theme sucks.
Yeah, it does.
But is it worse than
No.
Die Another Day?
No. No. I knew you were going. No. That's still peak. Right after it's Billie Eilish, but it's good God, Die Another Day. Like I just. Madonna should just let AI write that shit for her. Okay. Homeowners would rather lose money than sell to their ex.
Are the homeowners
Yeah.
they asked all divorced women, by any chance?
Hold on, what? For? What?
So homeowners would lose money. Like it's like, sorry, I immediately thought that this was talking about two homeowners that are together and it's like selling. They would rather lose the money than sell to their ex. Like sorry, their ex, like collective. But no. Now I understand more what that's supposed to mean.
I mean, a lot of this is like, okay. So it was a survey of 1,000 homeowners that were selling and found that 88% had fears about selling. Okay. That must have been a pretty generalized question. I would assume that most people have some degree of anxiety over selling their largest possession they paid into for God knows how long with how much money on the line. Yeah, I bet you there's some anxiety there.
Right.
You have to be a little twisted to not feel something. But other fears included the stress of selling, extra costs, repairs and closing costs, not being able to afford a new home, and not being able to sell for enough money. Well, okay, those would seem to be like, isn't that what we meant when we said anxiety? Yeah, that. Additionally, 85% of survey respondents said they feared they'd be pressured into accepting a lowball offer. 71% said general concern about selling. More than half the respondents said they worried about having to move quickly after selling their home. Okay. It's telling, however, that nearly half of respondents said that they're locked into a sweetheart rates under 4%. No, wait a minute, hold on. Where's the 30% of homeowners said they'd take their home off the market if they learned their ex was considering buying it.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
I win this house fair and square, and he thinks he can just come back in here and buy it? Ugh.
I'm telling you.
40% of homeowners wouldn't go through with a home sale if they didn't like the buyer. Nearly 1/3 would rather take a loss on their home than sell it to their ex. I don't know. Chad, you tell me. FarZoosme, you tell me. It's like, wait a minute. If you're worried about selling to a problem buyer, is there a worse problem buyer than the person you literally divorced?
Yes. One who doesn't have as much money as I want for my property.
Mm-hmm.
I'm selling it. Look, if I'm selling my house to my fucking ex, all right, if I'm going through with that, chances are I'm asking a lot more money for it than it's fucking worth.
So what do you think's at root there? Where it's like, okay, they have enough money, but they would rather sell to someone else for less money, take a loss, than sell to their ex. Would you just do you think, just the pettiness or the whatever?
It's a sense of ownership, isn't it? It's this idea that some people seem to have, that one, the buying and selling of things is not a transaction of ownership, but simply possession, which, subtle difference between those two things.
It's funny.
It's like when people
13% of homeowners are bitter ex-wives. I think that's because she's a woman, and because I'm a man. Right away, I thought the bitter ex-husband, and he's like, she took everything else. I'll be goddamned if she's going to use my money from the divorce to buy my house now. Fuck that. Something.
Yeah, that's entirely reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Is that you,
No,
Far?
what the
Would you
guy's
sell
saying,
your
that's
just a
entirely
basement house to a ex?
As long as they had the money, it's like, fuck.
Yeah, real practical about it. Okay. I don't know. I was surprised by that. On what basis? Especially if you're not the one who's running the whatchamacallit. You're not running the operation. Is the realtor? Am I ever going to have to see them? Can I just sign the documents separately from you at the lawyer's office or whatever? If I never see them, yeah, what do I care? Fuck it, as long as they got the money.
I mean, I'll be damned if she uses my money to buy my. It's just like, bro, the money's been taken from you. Wouldn't you like to get some of that back if you can't afford to keep the house or you don't want to continue living in there? Just, so sometimes you've got to take the cards as they're dealt.
Yeah. Pull this off.
They don't want the replacement trophy moving in. Feline, you perhaps didn't intend to convey this, but I can tell you have experience with this somewhere down the line. It's just it's something in the way you worded that. Look, as one divorced person to another. 'I can tell. 13% of homeowners are bitter ex. Well, I would say the number is much, much higher.
You think it's much higher? Well, that was only 13% of the 1,000 that they...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know so much about bitter so much as just, spite.
Good memory, home sellers. Yeah. I remember what you were like debating over every little dollar tweet. I don't know. Is there a way that a problem buyer can make a deal once you've signed it, make the deal nightmarish where you would have rather taken a 10% hit than to not have to deal with that person? Is there some way that they can make
absolutely.
a deal so regrettable?
If their financing ends up falling through somehow after the fact, if they're, the way that we go about buying and selling houses here, it's a fairly long contractual process, right?
Right.
And even after like 3-4 sort of pages worth of contracts have been signed and all that kind of thing, they could still pull out even after the the money is slated to change hands. And considering that entire process can take 18 months, and at that point you've had to turn away other buyers, it's extremely frowned upon. It's extremely frowned upon to do it. But ultimately, what are you gonna fucking do if someone changes their mind 18 months in? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean, but you've already pulled the house off the market, and it's like, damn it! You gotta put it back on the market, and
Listing fees and all that kind of bullshit. Yeah. All the fucking notary fees that you've already paid.
Right.
$4.5 grand in fucking notary fees. Yeah.
So, cool. Valine deals with big machines like this they wouldn't trust me to operate with at work. The iCat Pro. Look at all them tubes and wires and shit far. We're not qualified, you know.
I'm breathing in the chemicals.
Wow. Here's a picture of Valine at work working with her chemicals. It's a little doxy, but I thought she wanted to show you where she works.
God, that reminds me of.
It's like, but Valine, seriously, do that lab coat up. You never know when you might get a little chemical splash back at you. You don't want the burn.
Reminds me of all of the fucking like promotional spreads that they did of Scully from X-Files.
Yeah.
You seen some of that?
Oh yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I appreciate a beautiful woman probably more than the next guy.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I'm just like, okay.
They made her like nervous.
Why?
No question. Yeah, it's pretty. Hold on.
Right, but
making sure safe search is turned on. Okay.
Yeah. You might want to make that strict. But like some of the promotional stuff where like she's topless and all that kind of thing with like her arms across her chest forming an X.
Right.
And it's like okay, she's a good-looking woman. She is.
Yeah, she's hot as hell, man.
Nerd porn and all that kind of thing. But does this need to exist?
Are you
this need to
opposed?
happen? It's just, I don't know, man. There's something about the style of it that just didn't, like the style of the makeup and the styling of her hair and all that. It just felt very disconnected. It felt forced.
I mean, she in your average bombshell sex symbol? No, definitely not.
I don't know. I mean, I don't suppose it's an especially comfortable thing for any woman to stand in front of a camera with no clothes on or very few clothes on.
Random American usually nopes out in the first hour of X-Files. I mean, listen, I'm saying, like, if you were walking around the J. Edgar Hoover building, FBI headquarters, and, like, there was a woman walking around like this, to be like, oh, God, here too. Like,
Is there no reprieve from the legs of ladies? God damn. Can't go anywhere. It's like they're following me.
Are you disappointed you weren't in adulthood in the 90s so you could wear shoulder pads like that?
No.
No?
No.
Well, you can still be a medical pathologist if you want. They cut up corpses.
No. No, I think I'm okay with not doing it.
I mean, excuse me. What bugs me about those two is that, Chris Carter's no fool, but your characters are a little insulting, to say the least. Chris Carter. I mean, you have like Dana Scully. It's like, wait a minute, let me see if I get this straight. She's a specialist in pathology. She's a registered board certified MD. And after getting board certified and completing her residency in pathology, she went she decides to do a career pivot and go to the FBI Academy at Quantico. Why? In her words, because she wanted to make a difference.
Ah, yes, for $27,000 a year. How are them student loans getting paid off, Dana?
Okay, that's right. Okay, you see what I'm saying? Like, she is Dr. Scully, right? Like I said, an MD full on. At later points in the show, she, when they get scuttled out of the FBI for their various paranormal hijinks. Well, Mulder's really, and Scully's going along for the ride trying to stop him. But yeah, it ends up there at a hospital working with children in the oncology ward because she herself ended up developing cancer. And it's so you're working in a children's cancer ward? Like, you're really the full range of MD, aren't you? But no, she's also a fully qualified FBI agent. And, I'm sure as everybody knows, you don't become a special agent immediately. You become an agent and then a special agent as you learn the skills of investigation and take on increasingly complex investigations and so on. By the time you run into her, she's in her late 20s and she's already an FBI special agent and full-on specialist in pathology MD. It's like, okay.
People give shit to anime protagonists.
Yeah. And Fox Mulder, what about him? Well, he got a bachelor's degree from Oxford. In what? Psychology? Okay, so what's he? He's the most talented and outstanding behavioralist in the FBI? What? There's PhDs in psychology that aren't the head of the fucking FBI behavioralism wing. Are you fucking crazy? And how old's he? Well, he's also in his late 20s. Oh, fuck off. Like, it's again, both the characters, the amount of talents they have are wildly unrealistic. It works for the show because, she's always there to explain the biological aspects of the speculation that he's making about some paranormal incident. So it absolutely works for the script. And because she's supposed to be the person there debunking or bringing a rationalism or rigor to his speculation that just wouldn't be there otherwise, it's good that she's a doctor because then she's kind of speaks from that hard science perspective. Okay. And then him as like a psychologist and paranormal, that somebody wants to believe it works, but it's fucking hell. Like, wait a minute, I've got a bachelor's degree in psychology and I'm nowhere near qualified to do the work that you seem to just have lumped on you, dude. What the hell?
Why did they have to bring a woman in to poke holes in a man's theories all the time?
Because she's the one who can operate the
scalpel.
Scalpel.
Oh, yeah, sorry, no. Oh, dear.
No, I don't care. She's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you never mind about my jealousy. I didn't say I wasn't. And besides, I'm more envious than jealous.
At least the hyper competence is not as egregious as something like, the Mighty Morphin fucking Power Rangers.
What about them?
I'm supposed to believe that high school students can fucking kickflip off the side of a building and land on a guy's head. Fuck off. I'm supposed to believe that two people can spend fucking 15 seasons constantly around one another, doing the whole will they won't they dance and never get it on? Fuck off.
Hold on. They did the will they won't they thing with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers crew?
No, we're talking about the X-Files.
Oh. The fuck you bring the Power Rangers for then?
Talking about like hypercompetence to the point of, not being able to suspend disbelief after the age of about 10.
Do we want to answer?
What's that music?
I don't know. He's just making me feel old. She sent me a video. Signs are getting old.
Oh, you had a video. I wondered what that.
Yeah.
I've heard Far talking, and I heard the music in the background. I'm like, is she at an ice cream truck? I want ice cream.
No, if you had an ice cream truck coming from my end, it would be playing fucking... what is it? It would be playing that.
Green Sleeves.
Yeah, Green Sleeves, there you go.
God. Dude, man, I can't think of a worse job, and I've had some bad jobs.
What, running an ice cream truck?
Yes,
Well,
because people complain
either
about,
one.
like, the same 12 to 20 song playlist during Christmas season in a retail environment. Imagine literally one song all day, period.
Dude.
And it's green
nobody's complaining
sleeves,
about
which,
ice cream trucks.
what child
And
is
they
this?
play that so loud, it
during
makes
another
the
Christmas
windows
song.
rattle.
What did they do before sound canceling headphones? And you're still going to hear enough of it to know what's being played, right?
You think this is why so many ice cream truck drivers turn out to be, psychopaths?
Like, because they just can't handle green sleeves.
Either that or they really, really can handle green sleeves.
Do we want to end the stream soon?
Sure we
Ollie?
do. Sure we do. And that's why we're going to look at this house.
Okay.
Ooh.
What we have here
1940.
is a $100,000 smoking deal in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It features 4 beds, 2 baths, and 1,800 square feet for your living pleasure. Built in 1940. There is no homeowners association. It's available for purchase. Not anymore. But we can take a look at this glorious home that was appropriated by somebody in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I just love the name Chattanooga. Love it. It's like Schenectady. I just like saying it.
Yeah, Chattanooga's got a better ring to it than Connecticut, hasn't it?
Yeah, it does. I actually have a island home in Connecticut for later use. We'll check that one out like next week or something. Didn't think there were islands in Connecticut, did you? But there are. Just get up the right screen here. Maximum real estate. Capture large. Boom. There we go. Nice. Now, pay no attention to the private property hanging off the hanging part of the window.
What happened there?
This house might be in a slight state of disrepair, might explain why it's going for $100,000 in today's market.
Oh, man. Is that not just a sign of the times? $100,000 for a fixer-upper.
Oh, dude, this place is... The word dilapidated comes to mind. That's duct tape, Sam.
God, you're duct taping a home. Oh, look, duct tape fixes a lot of things, but I don't think it fixes homes.
You know, one thing I don't think I've ever seen duct tape used for?
What?
Actual ducts.
I have. I actually have. Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
I've seen it used on, like, a car rear window before. Just covered the whole window.
That's good. I like that. Was it like threaded lattice with itself, or was it just straight across? No?
It kind of was, yeah. It was like a combination of the two. It was like they wanted to obviously cover the whole window because it was just gone. It was just fucking gone, right? So, like, I think they started off trying to make it nice, but then like, it's just bunched up, so it kind of looks latticey, but not really at the same time. It looked like such a mess. It was such a cracked out car.
That is
Thanks,
awesome.
Seattle.
Thanks, Seattle. It was parked in front of the gum wall. It just.
It certainly looked like it belonged there. Let me tell you that.
Something I just noticed while we're talking. This window's busted right out. There's a piece of cardboard there, or wood.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I didn't notice that pane of glass is like straight gone. It's like, oh, you can see the edges around the outside. That looks like.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
There's the cracked glass.
And I think that this, whatever it was that's hanging there, that's what the duct tape was holding in place because there's no pane of glass there either.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you might be right.
And if you'll notice, just following the line of the rusted eaves trough all the way down, and then the roof goes, wow! That's not normal. And this bendy...
Something has shifted there.
Yeah, this bendy, twisty here doesn't look... I mean, maybe that's right under the corrugated metal here, but I don't think so. No, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Man, I know some friends of mine. Like, they don't live in dilapidated Chattanooga holes like this, but they have disgusting recliners that have been sitting outside in the rain and the sun for God knows how long, just like this.
Oh, they have a
That just
cultural
seems like a
drone.
typical. That just seems like a typical Australian house. I'm not gonna lie. Just have the outside recliner.
Mm-hmm.
That's just been sitting there for God knows how long. It's just no one's gonna bring it inside because it's too disgusting to be inside.
Yeah.
It's just left outside. People might not even sit on it. You don't know. But that's the purpose of it. It's supposed to be sat in outside on a nice sunny day. But does anyone use it for that? No idea. Australia.
When the sun has been shining on it long enough to actually evaporate all of the musty, mildewy rainwater that's soaked into the cushions,
Yeah.
eventually somebody might sit on it during a cookout when they've had 7 or 8 drinks deep. Yes. Yeah. Up until then, it just sits there, and it has been carried to the curb, and the garbage man refused to take it. And they tried again and again. The garbage man refused several times, and so they just brought it back.
Yeah, or they left it out with the bring out ye dead. Bring out the dead,
Yeah.
right? That you do here, where it's just you just leave stuff on the curbside and like people rifle through it, before it gets taken to the tip. No one wanted it.
The
Still
idea is
stuck
take
with
a
it.
little sip of the rainwater off it, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what actually 2 different friends of mine I know that have chairs like this, recliners outside. They've been saying for, more than 2 years, probably more than 3 for both of them. I'm going to take it to the dump. I'm going to take it to the dump. It's like, man, it's made it through like 3 winters. You've taken that thing to the curb and brought it back because the fucking garbage man refused, didn't you? Yeah, I don't know that's true, but I'm assuming that's true. Is the door missing?
I think something's missing.
That was been.
Actually, one of my friends, this little area, he's got this sort of like overhang in the back of the house like that.
Yeah.
And there's the door, instead of being around the corner, is actually under this area. It's like a walkout basement kind of thing, but it's a depression. It's definitely like 3 feet down into the ground. You know what I mean? This lower area. And it is usually the ones I've seen like this, there's wood down there and like, it's all rotten and shitty, and you know what I mean? It is.
It's just the dumping ground, basically.
Yeah, there's an old set of weights and some magazines and shit. You know what I mean? This guy's
like,
it's the most pristine
it's the
area.
idea.
He wanted his sitting area. Yeah, because he doesn't have an umbrellaed table or whatever the fuck, right? A patio set outside. That's his patio, so it's fucking immaculate. It's the most beautiful area to sit.
Wow.
Yeah. It's the only time I've ever seen that.
Wow. Yeah, no, I can't say I've ever seen that either. Even here, right?
Yeah.
Even here, we're like, yeah, we have a lot of this shit going on. Wait, it's just, you go to like certain areas of the house and it's just completely fucking abandoned because who the fuck goes down there?
Yeah. It's his house. He owns it. He bought it.
It's just, it's just junk corners, basically.
He took the, like the concrete down there is usually like all chipped and broken, and it was for him as well. He bought that plasticky paint, whatever you want to call it, like the sealant, and he sealed that whole fucking area in gray, so like it looks like concrete. I'm like, oh, so he just sealed it off. So he goes, yeah, it was to stop because I'm sure there's going to be a crack here eventually, and I didn't want it filling with water and screwing up the foundation, so it's all just sealed now. I'm like, okay. He goes, the beauty of that is when I take the shit out of here, I can just clean it all off with a hose. It's fantastic. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, hot damn, he's actually taking care of it. He does not have junk corners.
Oh, hey, Far, this is looking out a window. See the See the spooge?
Yeah, I wish you didn't call it that, but yeah, I see it.
Why? What does that mean?
It means I just really wish you did not call it that.
See the dirty window? It's all I meant. What the hell?
Yeah.
I'm confused. Is this, like, I would have thought because it's such a filthy window, it's looking from the one window remaining in the house outside. Is this what you see in your neighbor's house, like down the way? Or is this looking on top of the house that you're buying and this is like a really disgusting camera lens?
I think it's the window. That's got the disgusting shit all over it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we'd be seeing the same stuff with all the pictures, wouldn't we?
I guess that
Wasn't
might
the
be how
lens.
close you are to the neighbor then.
Or it's just like another like mini house bit on the property.
Well, no, 4 beds, 3 baths is what they 4 beds, 2 baths.
Maybe it's
I
the
think
shed or something. I don't know.
with its own chimney.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that does happen. I mean, look at this overgrowth though.
Like we've seen Stranger, Polly. Like don't
yeah.
you know?
You need Sarah Connor with that fucking weed whacker thing to make it through this. Huh. That is one. Oh,
So
I was gonna say rusty rail.
this
No,
is
that's. Yeah, I don't know where this is on the property. Like, assuming. It looks like they're trying to show off some of the
Yeah.
land you get or just how big the property is. I don't know how.
Yeah, or like nature in general. You know, like hey, you're really out in nature. You got all these trees.
So you got this picture, and they're like, if you take a real close look, closer, now you can see the mountains on the other side. And it's like, yeah, it looks like a good view if you cut some of them trees away that seemingly are all full of insects. See all those leaves that are all chewed the hell.
Yeah.
Oh, good,
Oh.
good. Yeah, don't
Yeah,
D-
that looks about right.
don't hose those off where you take the picture or anything, or just brush some of it off. Don't even bother. Don't bother. It is a nice
That's
view.
the
I agree.
outside.
It's
Where's
just
the
there's
inside
no
look?
sense of where it is. I'm sorry. Fran?
Yeah. I mean, if that's the outside of those, what does the inside look like?
Just wait.
What do you mean, just wait?
It's
What do you mean, just wait,
it's something to see.
Polly? Polly?
Yep.
No.
What? There's no bodies.
You sure about that?
I am. Well, the parts I've seen, I didn't look at all of it. I just looked at enough to get a sense. I don't want to spoil it for everyone, including me.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed how this, like how the one's up on a brick. You know, I wouldn't have thought that a house that small would need 2, but an aerial shot would have been extremely helpful. I've got a difficult time telling what's where. Because this is
It's really hard to just get a sense of the place.
because here's the duct tape window with a ladder going up to it, which is like, okay, but they've cut off the bottom part of the house, like cropped it out in this picture. Is that just to show off what, the trees? Or that the roof is intact? The brick, nature's
guess
wedge,
so.
exactly what I was thinking. It's like the ground let out underneath it from water runoff, and they just stuck a brick under there because it was sagging, causing damage. Just wedge a brick under there, it'll be fine. I don't know. I have misgivings about that ladder going up to the window because it's making me think that was the safest way into the house. You don't want to go through that front door. Why not? Well, there's no floor there. Under the front door? Not really. Have you ever had a house with one of these air conditioning units for a window?
No.
I have not.
No, I've regular air conditioning.
That's a good suggestion. 2 tenants. The house is divided in 2, so there's 2 different ACs, which doesn't explain why there's AC units in the windows, but maybe those are the bedrooms. So they want extra cooling.
That would drag.
If you have one of these air conditioning units in a window, like hanging out like that, unless there's specific structure inside to hold the AC unit up straight, and this isn't bolted to the frame, clearly, because it's hanging in the windowsill, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's going to end up sagging like that. Like, that's just shit. That's how you end up getting the air conditioning unit twisting and bending in on itself, and then it breaks. There's no structure underneath it to hold it up. There's no framework. Incredibly half-assed. That always just makes me think, why would people do that? I've installed, like, 3, yeah, 3 of those. And I've never done a job that half-ass.
The thing that gets me is like, you know, those aircon units, they're not no money. You're talking like, you know, what, couple hundred bucks, something like that?
Yeah, a couple hundred for a reasonable one, yeah. This house is a series of embankments, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, certainly seems like it.
There's a drawbridge to the front door.
But they put a cover on the car. Why is that? To protect it or just to hide their fucking shame?
Well, they didn't have any shame showing anything else. Why that?
It's just, I don't know. It looks like the kind of house that my uncle would have said, "We never been in there. It's full of hornets."
Yeah. They've crawled in through the AC unit when it's been switched off, yeah.
Oh, that's how close the other house is. Look at that. Didn't see that in the background.
Huh.
It's a stone's throw.
Yeah. So I was just looking at the awning over the door. It's a nice little awning. Oh, wait. Look at that notice on the door.
What's the notice?
That's either you've been served for a warrant and here's who to contact about the damages after we searched the place, or this place is condemned for human habitation.
Hmm. Can we see it?
Oh, I was hoping that it
Aw.
really zoomed in. I would have liked to have.
No.
It's a decent
No.
No trespassing, it says.
Oh. Okay, so not a condemned notice, I see.
No. No, I can't make sense of it. It just says no trespassing. Like at the top in red, but then the other text is. Yeah, that's not cardboard. That's straight up fucking wood.
Trespassers will be prosecuted to the fullest extent under Tennessee law and/or shot.
Yeah. This window's broken. That's fine. Yeah, no problem. No one lives here anyway. Never pay attention. Just don't pay attention to the rotting awning that we have here.
Right.
And don't rustle it. There's hornets in there.
Could you imagine getting shot for trespassing and then prosecuted?
Seafar, this is the kind of dump we're talking about down there. You see all the crap?
Yeah, I know it well.
I see you know your garbage well.
Yeah, I do. I unfortunately fucking do.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. So you got the little drawbridge where you walk up to the front door. Look at the stairs down where they're not busted up and I love it.
Yeah, there's no going down there that way.
No, I mean, I love the grip tape that's been nailed down on top
but...
of it for, safe walking down. It's like, oh, yeah, it looks pretty safe.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll go down it, but, once.
Right.
Once and only once.
Yeah, that's a house. All right. Okay, moving along.
That's you.
Oh, thank you. I thought I muted, but I guess I didn't press it hard enough.
No, I'm still not gonna be able to read that. Oh, but we can see down into their shame.
Oh, look at another view of the couch.
Ooh, it's part of a sectional of sorts.
Yeah.
You are way too excited about that, Polly.
Well, they got a little table down there. That's nice. Yeah. Oh, and it's stairs down on either side.
Mm-hmm.
How convenient. And isn't it nice that they put this potted plant here? It really makes you feel welcome.
The fact that it's fallen over towards the door.
Yeah. Large cobweb here, but people have been here recently, I can tell.
Oh, look, there's a little smiley face on the window there.
Looks like a little pumpkin, a little jack-o'-lantern.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, that looks like more spolds. Spold.
Yeah, it does.
Mold spores.
Mold spores. There we go. Like Far said, we're wrapping up soon.
There's definitely hornets in that fucking roof.
It just looks like look at what are these things?
Those
look
are
like
wasp
nests. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta be.
barely under the underhang, right? And they don't go where there's activity, not generally. Oh, yeah, no one's been by the... What do you figure? The old O'Malley place, maybe?
Yeah. Old O'Malley Drive.
Do you like how they pushed the AC unit in for this picture? You see that?
Wow.
With a stick.
Yeah.
They shoved it in the window so you wouldn't see the angle it's hanging out at.
Old man O'Malley really knows how to use that stick on that AC unit.
So I take it that this property is actually really tight that this house is on, because it looks like this chain link fence
Yeah, and
divides the property.
they're trying to make it look bigger than it actually is. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we saw the pictures looking out over the railing, I think that railing is the end of the fucking property, and they're like, "But look what you get to see beyond. Just don't look behind you at O'Malley's meth house."
Say it was 6,000 square feet plot.
4,800, I thought. 1,800, excuse me.
I mean, the plot that it sits on is 6,000 square feet.
Yeah, I think it was 6,800, wasn't it?
Something like that. It's just one long strip. That's all. Holy crap,
No, they do have a door. It's just the screen door that's left, though.
Right. They sure do love the pictures of the outside of the residence.
Well, when we get a look at inside, I think you'll see why they weren't in a rush to get inside. Look at the fucking rot. See it?
Oh,
Yeah, I see it.
Up and under the paint and the swelling of the wood coming out, which makes me think that it... What? This east trough was draining off and leaked down and out and over, or it's just buildup from the edge of this corrugated metal? I can't tell, but that looks really damaged.
Yeah. The guttering will probably be full of leaves and crap.
Oh, yeah. Everywhere else on the property is. Oh, Lord.
Oh, I do not trust that little fucking wooden platform.
Look at that.
Wow.
Now we know why it's sagging.
Now we know what happened to Old Man O'Malley.
Yeah.
He was out there one night, leaning on the fucking balustrade, having a smoke, and it just gave way.
Now, if you look really closely, you can see how this fits into the O'Malley lore. You see, some say that you could see Mrs. O'Malley out there the night before with a saw, loosening up that post, because she knew that's where her erstwhile lone husband liked to lean at night. And that post just happened to give way one night. That brick is there to keep the door closed when you're not doing this, isn't it? Isn't it? You can tell me. I'll believe you. I mean, yeah, it just really looks like kick the fuck in. I mean, things don't usually tend to collapse like this, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, like, usually it's a little bit more purposeful. If it's like that.
Yeah. It's like, what? Oh, Sam, look down here on the ground. You see the X that they've nailed there to shore up this post holding up this platform?
Jesus.
And then another one right here. Those are just kind of like shoved in there to kind of like hold the whole piece of shit up.
Jack O'Malley built this with his two hands, didn't he?
Yeah. This is this was an effort of love that did not go very well.
Is that?
Oh, that is just. This is just a fucking upright concrete slab.
It is, isn't it? That's just. I'm like, is that just a slab of fucking concrete? And yeah, it is. Where do you think this was attached to?
Looks like a piece of door frame. So.
Yeah, maybe the door frame.
All right. Man, Chattanooga's got some colorful places, man. Boom. There we go. This doesn't look that old. Though, I love all the exposed nails.
Oh, God.
You see them all up there.
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah. Don't jump too high. See, and when you need to reinforce a floor joist, just another piece of wood nailed to it is fine.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's a dive, all right.
Oh, okay.
No one was squatting here. What are you talking about? Ignore the bottles of wine on the floor and the... Oh.
God, the stuff on the window is just because the glass is all broken. My God.
Yeah.
You gotta keep the hornets out somehow.
I said, yeah, smashed window, so it's just layers of blankets and carpets and rugs and
Yeah, whatever they could get.
Oh, God. I can smell this picture.
Oh, God. I didn't even think about the smell. Woo!
Ripe is the word.
Yeah, yep.
I mean, can you repair this? I don't know.
Yeah, you can. What you gotta do is you gotta, head down the freeway, right, for a little bit. Head down the freeway, and you'll find this place called Gas Station. Right, and they sell this fantastic stuff. It's really good. It comes in liquid form, relatively easy to transport, and you get like 2 good sized like jugs of it, and you bring it back here, and you do a little dance. You do a little dance with the 2 jugs. Make sure the tops are off. Do a little dance. Just like Sound of Music. Go skipping through this place like the Sound of Music, right? And then when the jugs are empty, you're done, right? You just walk out, and you throw your cigarette in behind you.
Yeah. Action hero style. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, cool guys don't look at explosions.
Nice place for, a shower and relaxation.
Yeah. That crapper looks decidedly new.
It does. Suspiciously new.
Yeah.
Do you think somebody started to repair the place and thought, fuck it, jeez. Poor Kefki just came in and said, no.
Dear God, why?
They didn't even bother just running a nail through it to hold this piece of wall covering up, right? They just let it fall down and fuck it, took the picture like that. Who cares? We got random bathroom racks holding the towels against the shattered holes where there were once windows.
Oh, Jesus, man.
Why do you think it costs so much? Yeah, remember, this place is going for $100 grand, guys. Oh, man.
I know that's probably just lens distortion, but Jesus fucking Christ, you could fit like 3 bodies in that fridge.
What is this running across the front of the... I don't...
Sofa frame on its back.
At the bottom of the cushion and spring section is just cut out?
Yeah.
Oh, this is one armrest. I see what you're talking about. Right, and this is the foot of it. Yeah, all right.
Whiskey and whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
It's sums up how I feel looking at this place. Son of a bitch.
Push bike wheel in the middle of it there.
I mean, if you were to just see this little section right here, just the corner, and then suddenly pan out, and it...
Yeah.
Gary Lane, thank you for the 450. I can fix it. No gas needed. Really? Explosives? That's a serious pile of clothing there, too. Oh, there's a bike under there.
Oh, good.
You see it? There's the pedal. There's
They have
the front
transportation. Good.
Yeah. The stains on the front of the... I mean, do you think all those clothes are piled there because what's under there is worse? The damage to the floor, or the bodies, or...
Nah, I just don't think they really thought about it. It's just like old clothes files. You just don't think about it until way later down. It's like, it'd be so much work to fix.
Yeah,
I was gonna
free
leave it
bike. That bike looks about the best conditioned thing that we've seen so far.
You know, it's sad. You're right. You're fucking right.
Water heater on the top floor.
Oh, well, at least
Satellite
got that
dish?
going for it.
Yeah, there is digital satellite right there, and free laundry detergent. Now these windows have been busted out and are exposed to nature and all. Don't you mind, because there's sheets on the other one.
See, there's the question for you. You've got a limited number of sheets, right? So do you put the sheets over the windows that have been busted in, at risk of, slowly but surely degrading the sheets over time? Or do you put the sheets over the windows that are still intact?
Busted. Just stopping the hornets is the primary objective.
Right.
I want to see what that is. Look at the honeycombs.
What
That's a
is
fucking
that?
hornet's nest, for God's sake. You see the honeycombs?
Yes.
Hold on, sorry, Chad. You see it, Chad? Look at that. Oh, that's fucking bad, man. Oh, I've got like, the full body shivers, like it just got cold.
Yes!
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's horrible. Oh, man.
So were they using the vent to get in and out, or is this just due to the windows being busted in?
It kind of looks like the vent is part of it, maybe.
This is what I can't tell if that's a
It's right
vent
there.
or if that's like the housing for a smoke detector and they've just took it over. I don't.
No, the smoke detector's on the left, but I think there's a vent there.
And this is their entry exit point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasp or bees, whichever. Got me.
No, that doesn't really look like bees.
Yeah, paper wasps, I reckon.
Oh, that's just not. I mean, I saw it and I thought, what is that thing beside the air vent? And I had to look. I did.
Well, it's certainly becoming way more of a fixer-upper than I think any of us thought it would.
You know what? And you know what really caps it all off? Look at that taping and jointing. That's just awful.
That's what Sam draws the line. I mean, look, you can see.
Well, someone's got to fucking draw a line because they fucking didn't.
Look at that seam. What kind of half-ass workmanship is that? When I saw it, I look at that positive connection point, huh? That's...
Oh, wow.
Go ahead, turn the water pressure on, full blast. Everything will be fine. Yeah, I gotta get rid of that picture. I can't. I hate that so much. Oh,
That's just like a polyp hanging from the ceiling.
Just, yuck.
A deadly deli polyp.
I'm curious why the oven in the other room and the washer here are pulled away from wherever they were at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Oh, well, they started painting and they just never finished.
Oh, judging by the colors and all that kind of thing, this was supposed to be a little girl's room?
Maybe.
I'm wondering what the couch is up against the wall like this for. Is this another attempt to block the outdoors? Is that what's happening?
It was just vertically challenged.
Oh, is this the remnants of a Christmas tree?
Looks like it.
It is.
It's
Wow. Wow.
It's just an overarching sort of sensation of sadness seeping from the walls here.
Yeah.
Like, people lived here once.
Yeah. I nurtured my family here.
Right, that like 3 or 4 life stories were told here.
Bottle of liquor. Bottle of
Look,
wine.
Tammy Lynn had problems, all right.
Oh, Sam,
Fine.
that's a bottle of Frexonet. The black frosted bottle with the gold writing across it. Yeah. Somebody came in there to celebrate with some bubbly.
Is that a cigarette lighter, the orange thing in the sort of the middle of the floor? Oh, well, middle of the picture there. Looks like. Not there.
I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that a cigarette lighter? Looks like.
I wanted that.
Thank you, Troy McClure, for the $3. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You might remember me from such... Okay, it looks like you copied and pasted it. You might remember me from such instructional videos as mothballing your battleship and dig your own grave and save.
Mm-hmm.
I was having a stroke there for a second.
Oh, there's the rest of the Christmas tree.
And the alarm control box is in here.
Oh, yeah.
Or is that just a thermostat?
God, there's so much writing on the walls.
There really is.
There's something to be said there. I'm not sure what it is, but there is definitely something.
Collect moments? What?
Oh, well, that's right there where your mouse is. Just it says sexy.
Oh, yeah, it does. Sexy.
Yeah, that's sexy.
Seems like Tammy Lynn had some anger issues.
Oh,
Judging by the
PO
hole in the fucking
box.
rock wall.
Yeah, at least we know where it is located, particularly.
Yeah, Cole Jamie on the something.
What have you done here?
Something. What have they done next to it where it's all crushed in?
Yeah, this is somebody got like. There's a couple of my friends' houses where I've seen this, and it's the result of one person drunk pushing another person drunk up against the wall and through it.
Yeah, it's about ass height, isn't it? The bottom of that fucking.
Do you know what I
bottom
mean?
of the
Like
hole.
they went through as far as they could
Yeah.
and came to a stop because there's no insulation in there. So that was that.
Thank God there's no insulation in there.
Mm.
Fucking low-rise jeans and all that kind of bullshit. Oh, man.
That absolutely looks like a security box alarm, not a thermostat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the back therapist chair. Yeah, that's nice. Leg of a chair or table or something.
Mm-hmm. The door there that's just been kicked in and left.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Flat.
Yeah, it really has been, hasn't it? And they took the knob. The bastards took the knob.
Actually, that was the wasps.
They just really had a craving for metal. They wanted it in their nest.
Colleen's line. Don't criticize the security wasps.
Oh, look, therapist. Oh, look, in the cupboard there's a therapist.
Yeah, the therapist chair. Really, I see boxes like this turned on their side, and it's like, oh god, that wasn't a makeshift shelf, was it?
It might have been.
I'm startled by the lack of drug paraphernalia.
Yeah. I'm surprised there aren't like little burns of everything everywhere, like things that were used for ashtrays all over the place, that kind of stuff. Like it looks like the place was just treated like absolute crap, but it doesn't look like a teenage hangout joint because there isn't like a cleared out area for them to hang out at. Every room is equal just amounts of filth.
There's no needles kicking around, so it's not like a Fenty den or whatever.
Son of a bitch. Look at the fucking electrical wire to twist the doors shut because the knobs are missing.
The glass is still intact.
I was going to say,
even though
you know
you've
what?
seen
It's
these fucking
impressive.
doors.
French doors and the glass is fully intact from top to
Yeah.
bottom. Good Lord. On the patio of all places. Or back balcony, rather.
The glass actually looks remarkably clean as well.
That's because it's facing outside and it gets
Whiskey.
rain. The inside has this thick film of disgust on it.
Son of a bitch.
Nature's wash came through and just cleaned it off. Jermaine, thank you for the 450. Hey, if the man gets my left bra cups in the divorce, I demand the doorknobs. The hypothetical prenup would be wild for a judge to read.
Left bra. Now, why didn't I think of that?
Well, this
I'm petty and pedantic. I should have sued for that.
this house would be like, you know, in a divorce, would be like Milhouse's parents. I don't want Milhouse. Neither do I. God. I just realized something. When you go tab, take a look at it and zoom in. All the railing slats are busted off. Watch that first step.
Yeah.
Well, you guys don't have a deep freeze out on your deck? I do.
No.
I feel like that somewhat defeats the object. Not as much as people having a deep freezer in a heated room, but... You ever seen that, Polly? People have like a fucking, you know, they have like a heated kitchen, right? And then freezer. And then next to the heated kitchen is an unheated utility room with no freezer in it.
Like the McDLT, Sam keeps the hot side hot and the cold side cold. What? I don't see the problem.
I don't know. With some people, it's like I built a place to live and I made it warm. And then I realized that I need to keep my food very cold. So I put the very cold food house inside my very warm people house.
Now, see, you can't just hire anybody or do it yourself. You need a professional plumber to get quality coupling jobs like that done.
Do you think that's just a patch job that the hobos have done?
For a water
Or do you think
heater?
it's always been like that?
I guess you can't. Sorry, Chad. I zoomed in there. Right here is this coupling point I'm talking about because it goes in and then a bunch of tape and it's fine. But I mean, do you think the hobos taped up a water heater?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hobos
Could
need
have.
hot water.
They do. Hobos like to shower occasionally.
Holy shit, it is a freezer. I was kidding. I didn't know what it was.
Is that a mattress? Is that a mattress?
It
next to
is.
I thought it was a rock for a second, but I was like, that's an extraordinarily flat rock.
It's for when you want to sleep under the stars.
City of stars will be shining just for you.
If this wasn't, you know, a dilapidated meth den, this would be an all right view off your balcony. Oh, man. Oh, this is what we were looking at. These were the pictures looking out of the distance into the mountains or off this balcony.
Okay. Okay.
This is the aphid or whatever the fuck eating up tree.
Yeah.
It's a nice view of the mountains. Too bad when you turn around, you still got that house to walk into.
Right.
And the last picture, nice, doesn't disappoint.
No, it certainly did not. Wow.
Is this the cleanest room in the house? I think it might be.
When your fucking, hovel makes Cattington's place looked like a fucking palace. You done good.
Yeah, you have problems.
There's a black mold all over the walls.
Oh no.
Is that what you think that is? I thought it was just dirty paint swirls and stuff where it collected in the ridges.
Could be.
Oh man, look at that ceiling. It's so fucking...
It reminds me of Jordan Peterson's line about, that's the kind of encrusted filth you have to try to get.
I don't get it. Look at the floor. What did somebody do? Rip up some magazines and newspapers and try and equally distribute them?
Well, there's no carpet in here, so we're just gonna put the paper down.
That is the carpet.
Like, I mean, even just wind wouldn't evenly distribute stuff like that. It'd end up collecting in the corners or something.
Right. They're gonna pee all over it, Polly, and make hobo paper mache.
That's not a giant fucking spider web over here, is it?
Oh, it sure
yes,
is.
it is.
Holy shit, that thing's huge.
That thing's the size of a small dog.
It would catch
Sorry,
a dog.
It would. It would. I just expected to see like the video of this, and you just see one leg coming around the outside of the window.
Unbelievable. Encrusted filth is fair. I'm surprised that there aren't, dead cockroaches everywhere in every room so far.
Right, the size of a house cat.
Is that a can bong? Like somebody cut it into a pipe?
I was gonna say, it looks like a fucking red stripe can.
Oh, there's a liquor bottle there, plastic liquor hip flask bottle. Can you imagine coming back to your place you haven't been in God knows how long, and you expect it to be dusty inside, and we're gonna have to open up the windows and air the joint out, and you walk in, it looks like this, and it's like, what the fuck have they done? It's cheaper to demolish and try and fix. You'd have to figure that a house that is in this kind of condition and like the structural parts of it that were falling apart outside, there's got to be structural damage throughout the fucking place.
Oh, yeah.
Would you be surprised there's fucking termites and just...
Oh. The termites won't touch the joist because they're so rotten. Yeah.
All right, so that's 24 photos, man. They did not disappoint. $100,000. And somebody bought it. This is sold.
Well, I suppose this is one they disappointed successfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no description remaining.
I mean, what the fuck can you say?
I wouldn't even try. I just... Oh, no, shit.
Oh, no, there is.
Woo!
Oh!
All right.
Oh, it's a big one.
Here we go. This 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom home is a diamond in the rough, offering an incredible opportunity for investors, renovators, and those seeking tetanus, or those looking to roll up their sleeves and create their own dream home from a fucking nightmare. This home is zoned as multi-family, and the property is set up to be 2 units. Okay, good guess there who brought that up. Yeah, it's 2 units if desired, which boasts your investment potential or rental income. Situation is in a prime location with breathtaking mountain views. This property has all the potential to become a stunning retreat or family home once the wasps have been eradicated. Located in the beautiful town of Chattanooga, this property is just minutes away from so much endless outdoor activities, such as Lookout Mountain, 12 miles away, and the Chattanooga Zoo, 4 miles away, colleges, museums, historic markers, shopping, Tennessee Aquarium, Chattanooga Metro Airport, and Chi Memorial Airport. Agent has ownership interest in the owner entity. All information deemed reliable but not guaranteed. So, what do you figure, that this place was just abandoned by the owners and then end up being repossessed by the bank for the remaining property, or for the remaining value rather, and then sold possibly to the agents have the option to buy into shitbox houses to see if they can sell them off because agent has an ownership interest in the house.
Well, if it was sold for difference at $100,000 or something like that, then yeah. Yeah.
I mean, wait, if you're gonna tell lies, I guess diamond in the rough is about as good as you get.
Man. As in, it's a bunch of carbon that needs compacting, yeah.
I find it interesting that the majority of the words look like they're taken up by describing Chattanooga. There's 2 entrances, yeah. Listing terms. Cash only.
Oh, you mean I can't get this out on credit?
Why won't you buy it with my fake credit? Wow. Look at this. It sold for $15,000 in 2010, and then again in 2011, 2017, 60. And this is a sign of the kind of inflation we're in, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Jeez.
15 grand for that in 2011. Something tells me it was in a far better condition.
Something tells me it was worth buying at that much.
In 1995, it sold for $5,000.
Man.
So I'm guessing from like 1960, 1941, 1944, 15,000. This is where the damage occurred between 2000 and 2010. Because why would that? Well, no, the price jumped up between. Well, inflation can explain 2011 and 2017. It actually can. But why would the price have dropped that much?
Yeah, it's got to have been abandoned at that point, right?
Yeah. Wow, Far. A year before your birth, this place sold for $5 grand. Because the house was built in 1940, so the house was there.
Yeah. Oh, isn't that just the worst part thinking about it?
Yeah,
Like,
it
this
is.
house has been like this is a really old house. This could have been nice.
Yeah. I mean,
This
as
was
a
probably a
property just
nice
outside-
house
yeah.
at one point, you know, and this is what's happened to it.
Yeah. I mean, there is a nice view. They're not making that part up. Oh, that's what this was. We
Nah.
thought it was a table. This is the top of the
Oh, it's the
fridge.
the freezer.
Yeah.
It's the freezer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks
People
like it
live
had
here.
solid electrical and water running through it because there's washers, dryers, it has water heaters, it's got solid electrical, it's got air conditioning. So it looks like the house really was abandoned at one point, and then nature started to take it over. And they all bowed down to their wasp overlords.
I don't know, man. At this point, let it.
Yeah. Nature
Just
wants
let it
it, just
happen.
give it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was no tracing of the property or no real lines. I just have a feeling because of where that chain link fence was located and the fact that they don't show you any of the property except by certain angles, that it's a weird shaped property. And probably not much bigger than the house itself and on a hill.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you look down and off, as Far and I were here at these pictures out back, Sammy, you were gone at the time, you see down and onto another house. Wherever the fuck that picture was. Yeah, so it looks
I
like
think it was a bit earlier.
yeah, it looks like you're located on there it is.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
This is off the balcony up top. So you're looking, see what I mean? It's built on a sharp declining hill.
Yeah, so you've got fucking 6,000 square feet of space, but like, not very much of it can actually be used.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take that address, Caro, and put in a tab for next week because I told Far here it's time to wrap up, and we're not irresponsible and going to stream all night long like she did last night.
Don't. I don't want to hear it.
He had Monkey Island problems.
I don't want to hear it.
You don't get beds.
We
No beds for you.
we are ending though.
We are. All right, just doing some screen things here. Getting a little organized. Boom. Okay, there it all is. And that brings us to the end of Last Call here at Noir Bar, live from the Chase District, Noir City. I'd like to thank everyone coming out for tonight. For our own little brand of 1940s booze-fueled banter. I'd like to thank Far and Sam for keeping me company at the bar. It's been fun.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
All good. Yeah, sorry I was late, but unfortunately I can't turn the internet on when it is off.
Yeah, consequences are never the same. Finally, I'd like to thank all the very generous people that tip the bartender. That's me. It's how we keep the lights turned on, the fires burning, and the cops paid off.
It is indeed. And thanks to everyone for the generous tips to myself and also to Far. She has just posted today's sketches.
Oh, really? Cool. Yeah, check those out, everyone.
In the chat.
Nice. I will retweet them myself shortly here as soon as I get over to the X. So yeah, in the meantime, thank you again for coming by, everybody. It's been awesome to have you here. And as we always say about this time, you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. So have a good night, everyone.
Good night.